In nearly 500 years of history, the Church of England has nominated a woman to lead it. Dame Sarah Mullay, the Bishop of London. She's been in that position already, breaking glass ceilings through her career. She's been the Bishop of London since 2017, the first woman to take up that role, the third most senior member of clergy in the Church of England. And she will now, in an enthronement ceremony sometime in the new year, will become the new Archbishop of Canterbury. As you rightly said, it's the first time that women were considered for this role. It was only under the tenure of the previous Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, that women were allowed to be bishops at all. And so it is in a very short space of time. We've had since the 1990s the first time when priests, female priests were allowed in the Church of England. We then had just 10 years ago the first female bishops. Well, now we have the first female Archbishop of Canterbury.
And Aleem, she takes over at a challenging time for the Church. What could she bring to the role?
Well, she was, before she joined the Church, an administrator in the NHS. She was the youngest ever chief nursing officer for England in 1999. And as Bishop of London, she's seen as someone who's brought professionalism, she's modernised the diocese, and it's hoped that she'll bring that to the Church as well. But she does have huge challenges ahead of her, primarily I think one of the most urgent issues to deal with is charting a new course in terms of the way the Church deals with safeguarding, with abuse, with treating with compassion those who've suffered abuse. Then there is the issue of falling numbers of people going to church services, though London, the diocese in which she's been in charge, is one of those that's seemed to buck the trend somewhat in that regard. And also there are big theological divisions, if you like, within the Church, particularly over issues around, for example, blessings for same-sex unions. So huge challenges within the Church, and of course she'll be drawn on commenting on some of the issues and challenges there are across the country, and indeed on global issues as well.
On global issues, and many will be welcoming the fact that a woman has taken on this position, but there'll be some who don't believe a woman should be head of the Church.
That's right. I mean, quite early on in her church career, she was someone who was put in charge of looking at how to make reforms when it comes to safeguarding. And there are those who think that perhaps a woman in charge of that issue might help chart a better course. But you're right. I mean, in the Church of England now, there are those, even senior members of clergy in the Church, who are opposed not just to women becoming bishops or leading the Church, but women being ordained at all. So certainly those there are those who feel that flies against the theology that they believe in. But she's managed to work with some of those bishops in the past, and I don't think necessarily that will be an obstacle to her forging ahead.
Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasin, and the management of the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals has taken a new turn as the association directs all its members across Nigeria's oil fields to down tools immediately, while other members working in other offices across the oil companies are to comply with the directives on Monday until the government reins in on the management of Dangote Refinery. The decision to completely down tools by Monday is part of the resolutions reached by the association's emergency virtual meeting, which held on Saturday. A statement signed by Pegasus General Secretary Mr. Lumumba Okubagu faulted the management of Dangote Group over an alleged retrenchment of 800 staff, all of whom the statement says are Nigerians, and replacing them with Indians. Pengasin had on Friday described the action as anti-labor practice, lamenting that the affected staff have been an integral part of the operations of the refinery. Meanwhile, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has condemned the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasyn, over its plan to halt crude supply. In a statement, the management described the move as a brazen and shocking display of lawlessness and criminality. The Dangote Refinery also claimed that the association's directive amounts to economic sabotage at multiple levels, as the products that would be disrupted and stopped include but are not limited to aviation fuel, petrol, kerosene, diesel, and cooking gas. The company maintained that Pengasyn has no authority to direct its branches to cut off gas or crude supplies to the refinery. It further warned that any disruption or interference with contractual agreements between the refinery and its vendors will constitute criminal conduct.
Clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a
There's people laying where?
The site today of a mass shooting, and this time gunfire aimed at elementary school children. We're here in front of the Newtown United Methodist Church, where we've watched people gathering all evening long, as tonight the details are still pouring in. There are 27 victims, 20 children, 7 adults. And we've heard all day about the incredible response by teachers inside the school, which is considered one of the leading schools in the nation. And also tonight, we have a new image of the suspected shooter, as we tell you everything we know about who did it, what kind of weapons, and why.
Yes, and around the world, I am Sommie Maduagwu, coming to you from Nigeria's capital, Abuja.
Delectable, intelligent, and bold are adjectives which hardly qualifies Somotochukwu Maduagwu's persona. The 29-year-old barrister first graced Arise News screen as a guest when she participated and won the Miss Tourism Nigeria pageant. Sommie went on to represent Nigeria at the Miss Tourism World pageant in Guangzhou, China in 2023. In September 2024, she joined the Arise News team, where she has made her voice count as a news anchor, news producer, and a reporter.
Trump announced on Saturday that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire.
Through a blend of her legal dexterity and her reportorial vigor, Sommie advocated for out-of-school children and campaigned energetically against sexual and gender-based violence. One of her most recent coverages was the submission of Memorandum for Reserved Seats for Women's Bill, held on the 21st of September. There, Sommie, alongside millions of other Nigerian women, advocated for a stronger representation for Nigerian women at the National Assembly. Sommie's voice is now silent, but her spirit, passion, and legacy will endure as part of our collective memory.
Are properly educated and that there are less children out of school in Nigeria. From the presidential villa, Sommie Maduagwu, Arise News.
Right? He was trying to please different parts of the country and didn't face this head on until he knew he was going to leave office. And in that short time, with the help of mercenaries,
in just 6 weeks,
6 weeks, a lot was
it
achieved.
was like a magic.
A lot was achieved. So I think we need help. Let's get the help from where we need it. He mentioned Israel. If it's from Israel, let's get help from Israel. And I think give it 1 year.
All this can be controlled in just 1 year.
That's what I think. if the government of Jonathan and here Jerika as chief of army staff, right, was able to do that in a short time before Buhari came to office, I think with a real political will, let's give it a year, because this has taken a long time. This and Boko Haram insurgency started at about 2010-ish, 2008. Yeah. So it's been on for a long time, which means in that time, a lot of locals have been radicalized.
That's right.
Right. So there'll be collateral damage, obviously, but let's face it head on. It's better we face it head on than leave it to linger on.
Indeed.
The rest of the world seems to be by what has been agreed so far by the two sides.
Well, frankly speaking, I'm not surprised, because I was expecting Hamas to reject it just like every other time before. On the other hand, what happened so far is they have partially agreed, which is not even an answer. They still have a deadline to go for. That's one. Second of all, what they agreed for is only in their benefit. Like, for example, they're talking about the hostage exchange. We're talking here about 48 hostages from the Israeli side, while we're talking about 250 prisoners serving a life sentence in the Israeli prisons, and basically 1,700 Gazans detained since the conflict started on October 7th. So they haven't even touched on the idea of disarming, which is exactly what Israel needs, what Israel wants. So we don't have a deal yet, and I don't see it happening soon.
I have to say, and I wished I didn't, but I am inclined to agree with you that what Hamas has accepted so far benefits Hamas, and the really tricky stuff we have no answer to. Are you of the opinion that we're not going to get to a ceasefire then, Ahmed, that we're going to have another prisoner exchange? I think we've had two previously, haven't we, over the last 2 years? It's 2 or 3, I forget off the top of my head, but are you foreseeing another exchange and then back to the bombing, back to the killing?
Actually, if we go through the track record and look at the patterns, it's exactly what you just said. We go for it for a partial exchange, and then we go back to where we started. That's not a solution. If you want a solution, you have to address every little detail and then go for it.
Okay. Trump seems incredibly confident on this, and having embarrassed himself or been embarrassed by Putin, one might conclude that his enthusiasm for this suggests that it's perhaps further down the line than you and I might imagine.
That's true up to a certain limit, but let's put it that way. Hamas know that. They see it, and basically they are seizing the opportunity by his enthusiasm on one hand, and by his willingness to finish the whole thing. But what they have given up so far says nothing. Let's put it that way. They don't talk about the disarmament. That's number one. They spoke about the taken off, basically the new. How can I put it? They called it what's the term? Technocratic takeover. But they did not even mention who those technocrats are. They did not mention Mahmoud Abbas or his authority in any way. They just spit it out vaguely. That means nothing. And any legal person, any political negotiator will tell you that everything so far is a bluff.
Ahmed Al-Khazai, I totally empathise, and I think in my heart of hearts I agree with your every word. But it's sad sometimes that we have to have a dose of reality to bring us back down to earth. When at the moment most of the world's media is incredibly optimistic, and I want to be optimistic. I just can't imagine how much more bombardment Gaza can take, but. Having spoke to Ahmed, I wonder how many of you are going to express a similar opinion that this is nothing different from what we've already experienced. We'll see some kind of exchange and then go back to the killing.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me this evening. As you can see, I've already covered some of the headlines for the week. Just to also say that this show is here to bring people together, not to divide, not to hate along racial, religious, gender, anything. No form of discrimination is tolerated here. This is a humanist kind of conversation. We're here to understand each other and find ways to mend fences so that we can all live a more prosperous life. And that is the basis of the conversations we have here. So I thank you all that are going to join us and that have already joined us now. And the conversations are going to include, any topics, towards the end, we are going to discuss topics that are a little bit more conceptual, than what is on the headline, because these headlines are basically news. Nigeria became 65 this week, and some people say we made progress, others say we haven't. I guess depend on always point of view and the context you are speaking. Both sides are often correct, and I'm learning every day. And in America, you hear about how some people want to malign the left and say the left is the devils. They are the ones siding the death of. They are happy with the death of Charlie Kirk, and all kinds of stuff people say. And it's just what I've learned this week is that people tend to not truly understand themselves. People don't know themselves. Let's put it that way. Because what I learned was that the one side is accusing the other of laughing at Charlie Kirk, and the other side is saying, we've been telling you this forever, to start controlling guns so that guns don't keep killing people. We've been telling you and you refuse. Children were killed in schools, you refused. Adults were killed, you refuse. Now when your own person is killed, you are crying. You see how people behave? Human beings are strange creations. One side wants to prevent it. The other side complains that the other side is laughing at them when somebody is actually loses their life. Both sides are correct. Well, how can they not find a way to meet in the middle ground so that nobody gets killed in the first place? I think I would rather be on the side of don't have people lose their lives needlessly. That's the side I want to be on. Somehow, the side that has just lost their own seem to be claiming the moral high ground somehow, when they have the one that did everything in their power to prevent gun control in that country. Societies are strange beasts. I've come to understand it more and more every day, that they are strange beasts, and people don't know themselves at all. People really don't know themselves, what they are doing to each other. And this is why the whole world is in a mess. And okay, so after that, in the case of Pengassin, we saw what happened with Pengassin. I'm not happy with them. And I don't know which workers even follow them to go and do strike. As if Dangote is some kind of company that is not important to Nigeria. How many of them have gone to petrol station and seen that petrol was scarce? Who made that happen? Was it not Dangote that did it? I don't know. Why these people, some people just support all these unionists that seem to sit there to compromise Nigerian industry. This same Pengassin was there when Nigerian NNPCs, refineries all collapsed. Even the one they claimed that started working recently, it's not working anymore. Pengassin was there. What did he do for them? They want to bring that madness into Dangote refinery, so they kill that one too. To the point where Dangote is looking for another people to come and save him from another country. How pathetic is that? We as Nigerians, we need to ask ourselves, some of the things we do to ourselves. I'm telling you. And then the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is another one that is raging. And you saw the video of Trump proposing a peace deal to Hamas. Take it or leave it. And if you leave it, we are going to send Israel to finish the job. The question is, what if Hamas gives all the hostages back? What prevents Israel from finishing the job anyway? This is a very, very difficult situation that they are all in that part of the world. So here you go. When your brothers in the Arab world are telling you, give up, surrender your weapons. All the Arab countries are telling Hamas to surrender their weapons. It's like, what kind of surrender with your weapons situation is this? You're asking them to surrender. You don't give them any guarantees of anything. I don't understand people. I really don't understand people. And the world has lost its mind. The world has lost its mind. China is just sitting there watching this madness take place. If I was China, I would just be building and building and building. Let them keep making fools of themselves. All right. So that is that on that front. I think that I've covered. Then there is this case of the sad case of Sommie Maduagwu that passed, and it seems to be a very because it seems to be quite, it's something that touched Nigerians this week. I don't know her at all, and so it's a shame that we lose some of the good journalists that we have in the country. I sympathize with all the people that have the well-wishers, all enemies of progress, no sympathies for you. So I hope Nigerians take heart for her loss. There has been a lot of loss of life in the Kwara and Ilori area too. That issue is about herders again coming in and that's grazing on people's farms. That should not necessarily be a problem, because this type of stuff has been happening down the ages. I don't know why now suddenly it's a problem. So there are elements within our society and outside that seem to be forming and creating this instability. The governor of Ilorin or Kwara State, if I'm not mistaken, said that the population of Fulanis are increasing in the north of the state. If I'm not mistaken, that they are increasing it so much that they worry that it's going to be more than their own population. So that too is a problem. I know I talked about demography. It's a serious problem. When a people living in an area get replaced by another people, it don't tend to happen peacefully. You tend to have problems. And even if it's in the same country, that's how weird it is. Even if it's in the same country, you seem to have that kind of issue. Sometimes within countries, it can happen more easily, but especially if most of those people believe that the Fulanis that are arriving there are from outside the country, that is even going to be more problematic. So, and it has led to some significant loss of life, actually. I think I heard of 12 forest guards that were, that lost their lives. And sometimes 20 people get killed here. It's just on and on. It's just on and on. They just finished addressing the one in Benue and Plateau, and now they moved on to Kwara. It's always one area after another, because the military and the police, they deploy their forces in the area that is hot. Then the area that is cool starts getting hot again. You just have to get everybody everywhere. How complicated is that? It's not even complicated. Get security forces everywhere at the same time. Give that 5-10 years for everything to cool down. Then you can decide to downsize your security forces a little bit. If you have it's like there's fire in your kitchen. What do? You pour water. You pour water so that the fire cool down. Then you take the water away. You don't keep pouring water when the fire has cooled down, do you? In our own case, fire is burning and we are pouring a little bit of water one at a time. The fire is getting bigger and sometimes it goes down, it goes up, as if you just want it to carry on burning. But that is me done on that security forces. Good thing I say my piece right now, so I don't keep interrupting people too much when they come online to join the discussions. And let me see which other topic have we not covered. Nigeria 65 about the president. I'm quite surprised how many people you see on the internet defending this current government. And maybe they have a good reason, because you can't argue that the student loans was a good thing. You can't argue that the tax reform, I don't know, I think, wasn't that Dexter that was saying tax reform wasn't good? I think the tax reform wasn't bad. You have to earn up to 800,000 naira before you start paying tax. You have to, as a business, earn over 100 million naira before you start even contemplating filling the form for tax at all. So that is reasonable, if you ask me. And the idea that that is a problem it stems from the fact that we don't necessarily know how taxes emerge in many Western countries. The idea that people don't have a lot of money, the economy is not developed enough to start taxing people. There is an element of truth in that, but that is the whole point of exempting that large group of people that don't end up to hit 100,000, that large group of businesses that don't end up to 100 million. That there's a point there. So you have to speak the truth to these things. I don't like the macroeconomic design that this government did, but on these things they are correct. There is a right thing to do. What else do you want? You want Nigeria to be going without collecting tax and having money to pay for institutions. That is because that tax you collect, you can leverage it to get more loans overseas, because they know now you have good income coming in every month based on the taxes that you are collecting. You see what I mean? That comes into the government coffers. Most of the tax that is coming in now often tend to end up in smaller subsectors and smaller area. It doesn't get into the government coffers to represent the government's revenue generation per annum or per quarter. It doesn't show up. So they can't leverage that to raise income because they don't control it. The money is not theirs to control. You have to have control of the funds for you to be able to leverage it to do anything. Hence, they are right to want to bring it into the hands of the government. So I will leave it at that. Let me welcome the people that have been in the backstage for a while. Thank you for joining us, Oga Ike and Jonaba. I appreciate you for joining us. And I'm glad we are not hearing a lot of bad news from the Middle Belt lately. And I hope in no time they close all the IDP camps. And I'm a little bit disturbed that the governor of Kwara was demanding that the government set up an IDP camp. This IDP camp, once they set it up, they don't seem to close. How many have they closed? Does anybody know how many IDP camps have closed in Nigeria? Because I would really like to know whether they actually ever close them. They keep opening new IDP camps every day as if our people are going to be displaced from their villages and start living in IDP camps. That's not what they should be. They should be living in ancestral homelands. That's where they belong. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. I really appreciate you to come here and spend time this thing with us. Oga Ike, I don't know what you make of what is going on in Nigeria, in the Kwara state. That seems to be exercising a lot of southwestern people. That insecurity that is going on now. So what do you make of it in that state?
Can you remove this your screen of propaganda television on screen on the screen?
How dare you? How dare you call that propaganda this thing? What do you mean this propaganda?
Propaganda stations.
Oh, look at that. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, thank you for continuing with the program. I think that my brother John Abba, welcome back to our program. I'm never interested in all these politics of you are talking about what is happening in America. All this, it's not my problem. Those people are having their problem. We're having our own in Nigeria. What concerns me with the kill or what do you call it, the kill in America? We're talking about people that are being killed in Nigeria every day. What about what is going on with those who the Second Amendment and First Amendment and Third Amendment? What do I have to do with that? Your chief security advisor said that Ribadi said that insecurity has gone in Nigeria, and you just mentioned right now that it has come down in the Middle Belt. Who told you? This is your own observation or your own conclusion that it has come down in the Middle Belt. I don't know where you're getting your news. I don't know which information you have. But when I was ranting or before I started today, I said that those who believe Nigeria is working, Nigeria happened to all of them, because insecurity in Nigeria, if anybody tell you that everything is fine, we're not trying to be honest with ourselves. We talked about when you were making your first comment, when Dr. Rudolph were here, you were talking about we don't have enough people in the security forces. We have shortage of people to join the army and the rest of them. Who told you? The ones that are there, the ones that are already that is there, how is their health, welfare of themselves and their families? The ones that are defending you, what is their welfare? How is their welfare being taken care by the government of the day? And you're asking for more people to go to join police and army. What are they going to do there? To carry arm and stand on the road and begin to extort money from Nigerians and turn to become, kidnappers. Is there? So the chief security advisor stays in Aso Rock and he tells you that insecurity is, Nigeria is safe now. Do you believe that Nigeria is safe now?
Not even close.
I think that there is no end in sight of Nigerian insecurity. But my prayer is that someday, sometime, Nigeria will be able to have peace, and we will stop sharing.
But let me ask you though. I'm curious. I'm curious. What do you think it would take to solve that insecurity problem?
Because the Nigerian military has been politicized. You live in the developed world. We live in America, you live in the US, you live in London. You see how professional military officers, what they do. Nigerian military has been politicized. Most of the people in the military, are they qualified? Somebody who has his belly, who has his stomach like a 9-month-old woman who wants to deliver twins, is a military officer. Can he run? What can he do? Can he climb a hill? He cannot climb a hill. So Nigerian military has been politicized to the point that, that the politicians have been using them to commit crime and atrocities, because that's the easiest way they can make money and take care of their families. Some of them, they die in the one front and their family are forgotten. The government will speak a big grammar on the day of put flag on the coffin, and after that, that's the end of the story. What happened to the families, nobody knows. So most of them are working for politicians. They are not working for you. They are conniving with the terrorists also to save their life and make money for their family, because their family is not being taken care of. If Nigerian security officers and their families are well paid and well taken care of, I think that Nigerians will live in a safe country. A policeman who cannot afford to live in 2 rooms in Nigeria is a police officer. Some of them has 10 children in 1 room and parlor. How much is his salary? Why wouldn't he go to the street and begin to extort money from people? Why wouldn't he use his gun to frighten people to make sure that he get money to take care of his children? Because most of the police officers and military men, they have a lot of children. Some of them have 7 children, 8, 9, 10. And they live in 1 room apartment or one room and parlor apartment. And he's defending you who live in a mansion, right? And how much is his salary? How much do the government pay to take care of those people? The welfare of their children. Their children go to nonsense school. Why the people that they are protecting, their children study in the best schools, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria? So
yeah, but let me try to draw your attention to this aspect though. If, say, the welfare is a key issue, even with this bad welfare that they've got, they are still, to an extent, offering a measure of security within the country. Even with this bad remuneration that they are giving them, there's a reason why the entire Nigeria is not falling apart in terms of killing. The level of death from gun violence alone in the US is about 4 times higher than that of Nigeria. That is a developed country that we like to call developed. I mean, so with this, even this poor package that they have, they are doing something. So why should we not scale it up if we can, so that this something that they are doing can reach everywhere at the same time? That's what I want to draw attention to.
See, I know for that my own thinking or my own understanding of what I am one of those people who never want to compare Nigeria with America, because every time we bring America, we bring Britain, we bring Japan, we bring China, in comparison to Nigeria. You have to be realistic. You have to compare yourself with your neighbors, with their neighboring countries that are close to you, or countries in Africa. Which country in Africa do you have that every day we wake up in the morning is people are being chased away from their village? Innocent women and children are being murdered. A pregnant woman are being slaughtered and took away the baby that he has in the stomach. How many countries that are around you that where we get all these things in Africa? Why can't we just try to be honest with ourselves? Every time we put our hand high, we talk about America. We want to compare ourselves with America. We want to compare ourselves with Britain, with China, and the rest of them. At what level will you understand that you are just playing psychophancy or being a hypocrite? Because
but hold on though. But are you not doing the same thing though? Are you not doing the same thing by saying we should give them this same kind of remuneration that they get in other countries, something that is more substantial? Maybe we should just compare ourselves to our fellow Africans and keep their salary where it is then.
Even in the standard of the African content that you are trying to compare ourselves, yes, the salary is not enough. You are just talking about the tax. You are just talking about the tax reform right now. How many people in Nigeria make 800,000 naira? Is a question.
Exactly, which means they will never pay tax.
But that's what I'm asking you, because you are saying the tax reform is good. How much is 2-bedroom flat in Nigeria?
It is good because it will not affect vast majority of people.
Question for that. How much is 2-bedroom flat in Nigeria?
In Abuja, you are looking at least 1.5 million in some of the cheapest areas. That's the price.
And you are making 800,000 naira, for example, and you have to pay tax, and you have to pay for example 2-bedroom apartment. And you have about 5 children who are in school, going to school, or you have 4 children who are in school, right?
To be fair, the 800,000 you earn, the tax comes in above anything you earn above 800,000. That's where the tax comes in. That 800,000 is still not taxed. If you earn 900,000, that 100,000 above 800,000, that's the one that is taxed. Okay, see what I mean?
Yeah, okay. But let me quote me. Those extra money that those taxes that is above that money you are calling about, the stealing and the corruption that those people who are telling you to pay the tax, those money they are stealing or about, are they paying tax? It is still the same police and military men that will escort the money to their village and put the money in their village and hide it in their village for them. And they expect you, who is legitimately working and making a legitimate living, to be paying them tax. But why they are stealing the money, the tax, even the tax you are paying, you don't see the tax you are paying at the end of the day. So, I'm a village man.
You know what is good about that, Oga? You know what is good about that? Because if you are paying tax directly, you are more likely to hold your government accountable. Because it's like when you pay somebody money for something, if they don't do it, you are more likely to hold them accountable. But if they go and sell something that you don't even know, like oil and everything, you don't care. But if Nigerians are paying tax, they will feel it more when the government wastes their money. Because it's their money. They see their money leaving them.
What are the indices you have that government in Nigeria, how many times has any Nigeria hold any government accountable?
Very hardly do they do.
You are not just trying to be realistic with yourself. Who are you going to hold on accountable? For example, I give you a simple example. The man who represents you in the House of Assembly, for example, from Rivers State, quote me or check. If you end up, he did not win the election, but he rigged himself into office. So is he accountable to you? He's not accountable to you. He's not, because you didn't vote him, you didn't elect him. He rigged himself into there. So you can't come back and ask him to give you account or tell you what he's doing for you. Because
you said it. Okay, you just said it. You said he did it himself. But when you are the one funding him, your behavior will change. If you are the one, they know, Nigerians know that they are paying tax into the state and the state is wasting their money. I think I'm using human nature and what happens in other countries to describe what is likely to happen.
You're seeing it like that when they have not used hunger as a weapon to weaponize the mentality of Nigerians to think the way you're talking about. Because that's the first instrument that they use to weaponize hunger and come back to give you 10 bags of 10 cups of rice and give you Maggi and give you shawarma, and to tell you to shut up your mouth because you feel that 5 cups or 10 cups of rice, you and your family can eat it 2 times. And after 2 times, what happened? So they know how to keep you short by making sure that they weaponize what you should have used to hold them account. So Nigerians, they know that the only weapon they have is hunger. And that's why they're making sure that even in the midst of plenty, that people are hungry. That they have nothing to offer. Nigerians cannot resist the condition they find themselves. There is nowhere to fall back because they know that you are hungry. And they know that if they come back to your village, if they come back to your village and share 5,000 naira, everybody will shut up. A man that will represent you in the National Assembly who will say that he's empowering his people with a wheelbarrow and shovel and knife. What kind of an empowerment is that?
I hear what you are saying. I have to agree with you on that.
All of us who live in this part of the world, we pay tax. Even before your salary comes in, the day they pay your salary, all the taxes you need to pay is taken away from your salary. So I don't have a problem in paying tax because that's why I'm enjoying the amenities that I have. And that's why that I have right to contest for anything. That's why I have right to challenge the government of the day. That's why I have right to stop the governor of the island at the supermarket and tell him to fuck himself because that road that I see that is not working. Why is that road? Why is no asphalt on that road?
But you're contradicting yourself though. You say that is why you have the right. If you're not paying tax, you will not feel that way. That's what I'm saying, that maybe Nigerians are more likely to feel the need to complain because they're going to be feeling the pain of losing their money for tax. I spoke to a Nigerian recently and he was really, really angry about the tax. I said, you are not earning up to 800,000. Why are you worried? He said, because if he's going to have to pay tax, it's like they will find a way to take the money from them. I said, that's not how it's supposed to happen. That if it happens that way, all Nigerians will lose it because if Nigerians lose money, my goodness, you will see their ugly side though. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Why are you doubting the person? Because every system in Nigeria is corrupted already. Because those people who are the hem of affairs, they manufacture a system whereby they have to corrupt that system that even though you are not earning up to 800,000 naira, they will still find one way or the other to take stock tax from you. So that's the point I'm trying to make, my brother.
I agree. They will try.
I just think that we have to be very factual, right? For example, if John Abba travel to Nigeria and go to the man representing him in the National Assembly, for example, Brother John has to fill a form to see the man representing him at the State Assembly. And if he doesn't want to see you, he doesn't want to see you. But he is supposed to be open to his people in his constituency, right? And then even the local government chairman that is working with a bulletproof car, he doesn't even know the people that is the people that is in local government. Is it not in your country, Nigeria, that the government of Adamawa State sent 21 wives of local government chairmen in Adamawa State to go to Turkey? The wife of 21 local government area in Adamawa, they send their wives to go to Turkey for whatever they call it, local government chairman. That is the country we are talking, because it's a failed country. That's what we are talking about, right? Because if John cannot see the man that represents him in the House of Assembly or his chairman, where will Brother John be able to tell the man the need of his people? As long as you are not coming there to say Baba, you are not coming there to call him High Chief, or you are not Excellency or Honorable. If you find that they are coming to question him, the gate will not be open unto you. This is the system we operate.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring Jonaba in. Thank you. I don't know whether, Jonaba, you've heard of any recent insecurity incidents in your area, because I think Oga Ike did raise that maybe I'm speaking too soon. If you've heard of much of insecurity in your area, you let me know, or let us know, I mean. But the issue in Ilorin, Kwara, the people are getting worried there too. Some people say it's because of this migration, because of the desertification of the north, and maybe it's driving a lot of Fulanis into Nigeria. So that one is happening. And then you heard about the tax issue too. So I don't know what you make of it.
Thank you, forefathers, for having me today, and brother Ike. Um, the taxing is not a problem. The issue is that is there any reward the citizens that tax? There have been taxing in Lagos, those who work for local governments, federal and state in Lagos, and they have never get any incentive for being a taxpayer, which means if you make money and they take it directly out of your paycheck, you are contributing to the infrastructure of the state, of, let's say, like Lagos, right? And in the situation whereby those money uh, have been taken out of your account and you don't even know what they're spending it for, rather it's worrisome. But if there is a system whereby your taxes go to your infrastructure, good hospital, good clinic, good clean water, that keep the government running effectively, and you can see it, then we can say, can we start from somewhere? Yes, we can start from somewhere. But the one that has been uh, implemented over the years in Lagos, you can ask the citizens or the that lives in Lagos that they have been taking that money from their account. They have not even been like a fire, like we file for taxes because you contributed to the well-being, and encourage you to file, or encourage you, or whatever you are paying for is working for. When you talk about developed country, you can see once there is a school in your area, your taxes will be more. But you can see that they use it. Once there is a new road construction, or a school has been built, or clinic, any of those things, is the taxpayer that are responsible for those things, and they can see it, and they can say, okay, challenge the authority if at all things are not done properly. But in Nigeria, where there's no even town hall meeting these days anymore, rather than when politicians want to rob the people and gather few of them that they give money to and make this thing, no place of accountability and showing the citizen that I'm working for you. In the system we have, uh, if the billionaires are taxing themselves, that if you are making million, you just said now that in a decent, being fair in Abuja, two-bedroom apartment is 1.5. How many Nigerians make 1.5? And if they make it, how much? What is that one going to buy for them and their family? So it's not there. It's the system we have is not rewarding, even if you pay tax for any, from whether it's 800 and above. If you are making based on your talk, is that if you make above 900, it's your 100 they tax, your 800 they don't tax it. Well, even if it is 2 million, where is the money going? We have a very corrupt system. If they are doing it, and the citizens, and that's why I'm more advocate of the citizen knowing their right and push back. Where your treasure is, that's where your heart will be. If you know you are part of this, but we have seen our system never work, that the same politicians that go to Abuja, whether from the state to the federal level, share the money, and the citizen never hold them accountable. You can see your city, your state, if you are from recently after whatever been going on, how your people wearing beautiful attire welcoming their crook governor. None of the governor need to be welcome in any faction. These are criminals. So, but these citizens need to wise up. If that happened in the north, you saw the north are not educated. And that's why I believe that even if the same thing will break up in Nigeria, if you ginger the youth of the north and they have a clear understanding, they will take it without looking back. And that's what I'm looking forward to. Not these people who are afraid to lose anything. They think they are too beautiful to die, but they're dying anyway, whether you like it or not. So why can't we just die hard? And when it comes to the so to me, the tax issue and the way our people, I want to speak directly to the Nigerian citizen, rise up, rise up. And when it comes to the insecurity, it's the failure of the government. And when you say it's a failure of the government, when you are a leader, you take responsibility. You don't shift blame. We have seen the defense secretary, or what do you call them, minister of defense, whatever you call them, say that our problem is spiritual. A whole general in the army, they do not hire you to come. You are not a pastor. You are not a man. We have surplus that even giving us a fake prophet that never come true, and you are not even in that arena. What concern you concern our problem? Did they hire you to become a spiritual leader of the country? This is the country we have, and it's so shameful. We have the police IG right now that have retired and then come back to be in the constitution. It shouldn't be. So when the institution is not working, the pouring in of any other and any other foreigner in Nigeria. See the failure of the government. We have migration. Migration that is their primary responsibility to know who are the citizens of the country. So if we're gonna know that the Fulani pouring from whatever side, wherever they are coming from, it's still the failure of the government. And I think we have a problem understanding what boundary means. Yes. Right of citizens and from non-citizens. So all this insecurity, whatever is happening, is the failure of the government. If they take it seriously, they can tackle it. But they are just playing game with themselves, and then most of it use it to make money. These are heartless. These are evil leaders. The one in Benue, they still have ID camp there. What is the governor did? Every a leader that come and see these people in this pitiful situation, the first thing you will do as a good leader is to make sure they return to their ancestral home. There's no place like home, and this is not what these people are doing. These are blood suckers. They don't have a heart of human being, so they can justify. So now they're invading. End of the day, they will budget for the ID camp instead of people living in their home safe. They would not say that they're making a caricature out of their life. So we
But
give
Janamba,
them.
let me ask, do these people even have any plan of rolling that they want to roll out so that they can close? They have a timeline that, okay, after a year, 2 years, 3 years, IDP
Exactly,
camps all will be
exactly.
closed.
It grows so
There's no
that people
plan.
go back to this. No, whenever they come, they are just making money out of the people because it's easy way for them to say, okay, we are giving millions to these people, we are feeding them, which they may never get to that place. So these are the pitiful situations ordinary Nigerians are going through for lack of leadership. The other days we have, so the hand of the president is tied. If you understand how Nigerian government work, Nigerian government, president, he have more power than American president when it comes to the issue of Nigeria. They can change anything overnight. It happen if you give order. But when you are talking about a system that respect the rule of, then you are talking. But these people that don't, if he call any governor right now, say, hey, if you don't do this thing, this is what I would do. He get it done unconstitutionally remove the rivers the governor of Rivers State broad daylight because of him and Wiki Bari in Abuja. So if he has the will, political will to say enough is enough for all of those things, it will come to an end. Because when it comes to the time that are running for 2027, a lot of those governors too will be running for re-election. So it's give and take. So to find an excuse for him to say, oh, he couldn't have done much for the state or the insecurity or for the looting, because what brought that was that it was being approved, went through the judiciary system that the money should go directly to the local government account, so it reached the people. But that is
Mm.
what the got like us, and that's why that statement came out that oh, he couldn't have done
Let
anything.
me ask, do the Nigerian government, like the president, how often do they meet all the governors to discuss paths forward for the nation? Do they ever meet?
They meet on party system, and if you see, if you understand, and practically, even you do not need to look at. The oftentimes that they travel abroad, minister will come and stand and they say bye bye. Those things we do it in the village when we are growing up. When we see plane passing, you say bye bye, oh, buy us bread, oh, when you are coming, oh. So we see ministers and governor of the same party line up to say, but so when did they have the meeting? Okay, where is accountability? This is the budget. You know, this is the budget. This is what go to the state. If you really want to make a change, rally that state. Go and campaign and say, this is what Buhari was telling the citizens, that I do not hold any state money. I do not hold your state money. If you have a problem, go to your governor. One thing is to say that, but the governor have every protection. The police are protecting them and all their own gang. So we for break the shackles of this out of our people and to be free is for citizens to come and go and know their basic human right, what it takes. And the president have a lot to do by gingering them, go rally, big time rally. Go to the state, say, this is the budget, this is how you spend the money. These fearless, evil people will just go unaccountable. And citizens are just watching and they don't say nothing. And the people that are saying something, they think you have a loud voice. You think you're going to die to yourself. If we all live in fear, then where are we going from there? And I'm much of advocate of let Nigerian citizens wake up. The insecurity. If they're talking about gun in America, for me, back home it will be more bloody, because I would like all citizens, since the situation is not working for now, all citizens to protect themselves, not hands in the hand of the bad guys, and then the innocent person can be claimed. That the young
Mm.
lady that died in Abuja, the young journalist, I believe that if it's a developed country, no matter life, he will suffer some damages, but he may be saved from this problem. He's going that from this instead of dying. But you will find out that when you call the police will be going to the other to the left when you say the thing is happening at the right side, because sometimes afraid. Sometimes we can say that they also are not well equipped, and all of that is on them. You cannot be sending me. I have a friend.
Why do I feel
Uh,
like it's a little bit simplistic though for us to just say they are evil and everything when the people that are enabling them is also the people? The people tomorrow now, somebody will get into office and you see that their behavior will not be different. Look at how they are bullying Natasha Akpoti recently. And how many people are standing up for her? From that, like how many? And those people were elected by different parts of Nigeria. How many of
but
them are standing up for
but
her?
that is the issue. We are saying the same thing. What we're trying to say here is that the citizens, the politicians use them like a handkerchief. The citizen, there are things now that they will tell you to get involved for your own principle and for the knowledge you have. You will say, I will not do it. But ordinary Nigerians that are using poverty as their last name, that if they see 5,000, they will go for what they will not ordinarily go for. Even Nigerian is so hard, and I think this administration have these tactics of using poverty. Even some governor, the ex-governor, I believe Otumi is holding bag of wiki in Abuja right now, walking around with him because he's broke as hell. So this money that they steal, it never lasts. There is a say that just like ostrich will lay egg, it will not hatch it. So that the wealth of the wicked, it has a that's overnight. The best way to go for all of us is to make Nigerian work for everybody. Let's have a basic infrastructure. But you think you're going to steal your way, you're going to have so much that you will not suffer. No, you will be a victim before you know it. How long, if you are suffering a critical health issue, you think it takes long for you to die that they'll fly out of the country? But if you have a better place that your life can be safe, it will be safe in the same country. And that's why I believe that all of us that Jackpa not we can have to say, okay, we have the opportunity to speak through to the power, but those people who are on the ground there that are fighting day in and day out, speaking, we should encourage them more and call them our heroes because it is tough and these ordinary citizens are suffering. And this insecurity now is a big problem. And if a serious government serious, the security of your people is your priority. Any aggression internally and externally, you want to make sure you don't wake up and hear this traveling voice that, oh, somebody just fall and is dying and you have nothing to do about it. I think it's not good, and that is not leadership. A good leader should make sure the safety of his people and basic human needs are there for them. And that's why I believe that what they are doing is pure evil, because they know you are that if we see our loved ones struggling in pain, and we, even if we cannot be there for them, we still feel the pain. And even if you can be there for them, there are problems money cannot solve. There are problems money
Thank you.
cannot solve.
Well, I think so that I can bring Odi in. Odi, thank you for your patience. Because there is this point that is beginning to down on me too. Many of us in the diaspora have the right mindset. We have the goodwill to do the right thing for our people. And many of us send a lot of money to our family members to help with one thing or the other. But what is dawned on me, especially when to be fair, I knew that because when I have conversation with people, I always tell them you need money. Anything you want to do, you need money to get it done. And you said it yourself. The politicians use lack of resources to basically tame the masses. And if you want them to be able to change this, you have to resource that process. And on investigating all the major groups that have transformed nations, they often had a source of funding. You have to be able to fund these things. And so from that point of view, I think everybody is correct when they keep saying they use poverty, they weaponize poverty against the people. But if you want to change it, maybe we shouldn't be spending too much money focusing on building a property, sending to family members. Maybe you should find a way to organize people within different sectors of the country, and we in the diaspora should start channeling resources to enable them to do the job that they need to do, because if we don't do it, other people are doing it, and those people that are doing it, they are the ones funding our NGOs, they are the ones funding all these people that are causing chaos within the country. So sooner or later, I think we have to wake up to that fact that we have a responsibility to fund these things. I even saw Netanyahu recently even saying the same thing, that they need money. They've taken over Twitter. This is how it works. You have to fund, you put your money where your mouth is, because we all have the will. The reason why it hasn't transformed to action, because we've not put the resources together. And all the people that have done this in history have shown that it always comes down to money. And whenever they talk about money, people will just say, oh, you all love money too much, because they understand that's how you transform the world. You can talk all you want, but that person that is going to go and do the fighting needs transportation to get there. He needs to travel to remote areas to meet people. He needs to be able to protect himself while he's doing all those things. And all those things cost resources. So this is why what we say is often empty words, because there's no financial backing. And when they see you, they'll laugh, because they know you don't have the resources to do anything. You have no legs.
Father, sorry. Let me, if I can, before my brother Oti comes in, let me tell you, all these things, they are trying to prolong it. You see, sometimes when most of the people who say that I speak village English or whatever they said. You see, what we do, this money you mentioned, let me advise you, or let me tell you, you don't give people money back home for them to eat for 1 month. You empower them with money to be independent of themselves. Because if you are independent of yourself, nobody will come and try to bribe you or buy you with money because you are earning something every day. It's not about sharing people 5,000, 10,000. No. It might take you time before you can empower one person. But when you empower one person, if that person were able to use the empowerment good, it will reflect in the life of another person. Because as you are empowering him or her, you are telling him or her also, remember that if things begin to work, remember that you have to empower one person, and the other person have to empower the other person. And by the time you see that the person you have empowered is using judiciously the money you send, that will give you the hope more to continue to empower another person that you can be able to do it. Because if they are talking about we cannot take over the work of the government. I'm not going to run any NGO. The NGO I'm running for myself is what I can do to help my people as much as I can. I'm not doing it because I am expecting anything in return. But I want the problem to be less so that if they are empowered, doing something on their own independently, the less you get a telephone call. Because if it is the money, that I didn't pay my house rent, I need to pay my children's school fees, and I need to pay my house, you can pay for the house for 1 year. When you pay that house for 1 year, you have given him or her the opportunity to relax and waiting for another year. Even though you have the opportunity to pay for that house for 1 year, try as much as possible to engage that person independently, economically, to be doing something, looking forward for the next year when that house is going to expire, because he's not going to wait for you again to pay for that house another year. That's the work we are doing. We that are in diaspora, that's the work we need to do. It's not about you go home. When you go home, you share 10,000. They say fathers came home and everybody get 10,000, 5,000. When you finish sharing that 10,000, 5,000, and you enter flight and go back to your station, the politicians will come with a bag of rice. How much is a bag of rice? 100,000 naira, and you share 10,000. Why wouldn't they follow the politician? That's the point. So we have so many ways that we can be able to make sure that those people that are your family member, your friends, and your colleagues that you know that God has placed in your heart to make them to stand on their feet on Nigeria, so they can be independent of themselves. That's what we're supposed to do. I'm not going to take over the work of the government. I'm not going to put any NGO for any nonsense. It is out of what I have, because at the end of the month, when the government of where I am, when they take their taxes, whatever that is left for me, is from there that I can calculate what I have to give to anybody, the blessing I have to bless somebody, or the seed I have to sow in the life of anybody. So when I sow that seed, my prayer is that no matter how small that seed is, that seed will bear 1 million times fruit, so that you can also impact the life of somebody. And that will reduce my phone call that I receive from Nigeria. You get the point I'm trying to make now.
No, I hear what you are saying. You are talking about it from the point of view of empowering individuals to be able to empower themselves. But the area I'm coming from is many of us, it's not necessarily only about empowering individuals. It's about transforming the way the country is run. And because that is where most of us, our opinions lie, maybe we should be channeling our resources to achieve that. Because if you look at how many groups, for example, the Israelis do it, they channel their resources to transform things. Even not only transforming their country, they transform outside other countries, the way other countries behave. All their resources is put towards that, because they know if they use their money for those purposes, they get bigger returns. And maybe that's what we should be thinking about, instead of always looking to send money to people, sometimes not to even empower themselves, only for them to wait for you to pay them again, other times to empower them. But maybe we should also channel it to also help transform the system, to also help challenge all these people that are elected into office, to also help hold people accountable, so that there are organizations that are out there doing the research, the hard work. Some of them may even be overseas, to actually hold our politicians accountable when they betray the people. So those are things, maybe it's what we should be thinking about, because if we don't do those things, you're not going to transform the country. Because all movements in the world, they often require funding. And when they tell people to subscribe to Dr. Damages to join this thing, some people are reluctant to do that. How do you know how many organizations, the Bolsheviks, the French Revolution, how many of them are based on subscriptions alone? You'll be surprised. I didn't know that. Subscription, they used to sell newspapers. They used to spell reports, political reports. They will sell it and their members pay for it. That is how many of them funded themselves, until crazy people like Stalin came in and decided to call it expropriation, but they actually robbing people, robbing the banks. They say they take money from the country to fund their revolution. This is how revolutions happen. If you want to transform a country, as a matter of fact, we've seen it in Nigeria before. Isn't that how Nnamdi Kanu did his own? People gave Nnamdi Kanu money. Now, he didn't do it out of nothing. They gave him money willingly. And he cost, look at how much headache he cost for the Nigerian government just from the money some people gave him. So that should tell you money matters in all these things. If we talk, it's all good. We know many of us are sensitized enough, but we don't have the engine to move. And that engine is resources. You need that resources to do it. Let me bring Odi in. Thank you for your patience, Odi. I don't know whether you are still busy. So you've seen the topic we're talking about what is happening in Kwara, taxation issues. You know, some people don't like the idea that Nigerians are taxed at all. Personally, I don't think Nigerians are taxed, because most of Nigerians don't end up to 800,000 naira anyway. So they are not going to see the tax. Most businesses don't end up to 100 million naira. Most of them are not going to see the tax. So I don't know what you make of it. And insecurity too.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to come get the therapy session again this weekend. And hello, people on the comment section. I think you touched on a lot of stuff. Number one, let me just go to the tax issue. I don't believe that I think the federal government has a wrong priority. I think the idea should be on production at this time, because, and if you look at these governments, they've been focusing on data manipulation, really. You can see how they rebase the inflation rate, and they're just playing with figures. Nigeria is not really making progress. I think if you go to Nigeria, I've been there recently, you can literally feel the poverty. And, you get calls and you see that there's a problem in the country. Who are you trying to tax? If you employ people in Nigeria, it's a joke. The people, you talk about the 800,000 naira. That's really the security man. Have you gone to Lekki or anywhere in Lagos, or even in the East or anywhere? Have you seen the Megad? Many of them don't even have account. They collect their money by POS.
Yeah, but they're not going to be taxed now, so that's not the problem. They don't end up to 800,000, do they? 800,000 is a lot of money by Nigerian salary standard, though.
So I don't think taxing the 800. So I think you screwed up my brain a little bit. Let me just make my point real quickly. I don't think that the focus should be on taxation. The focus, you have to build people up to tax them. We have a few folks who are always talking about, socialism and all that, and I think you're socialistic also in your mindset, forefather. Most times you talk. And for a country like Nigeria, the idea should be on building equity, building wealth. Then you can tax people. How are you going? What are you going to get from taxing someone that makes 800,000 in a year? You can't use that. The country cannot use that for anything. where Nigerian money is going is just lack of production. That's the main problem. If you focus on producing, then you get all the money you need to make the next jump, not trying to go to tax 800,000. I'm telling you, calculate it. 70,000 times 12 is 840. Am I not correct? Is it not math? If you do that, that means you're taxing the minimum wage guys.
No. It's I think 800,000 a month, not per annum. 800,000 a month. So just in case you, so you thought it was 800,000 per annum. It's 800,000 a month.
I think it's 800,000. Okay, yeah, I may be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think you should check it.
I think it's a month.
Why don't we Google it? Just
okay, I'll confirm. Let me
confirm because that's. So anyway, I just wanted to let me touch on the peace because you started by saying there was peace in the Middle Belt. I'm not sure if you have any statistics or any facts to that, effect. I think you asked John Abba, and he's from Benue, from where I said before. I don't think he said there's peace or that there's calm, or So I'm just happy. I'll tell you that the issue in the madness in Gaza is finally coming to an end, hopefully. So at least focus can return on Nigeria and Sudan and the Congo. And I'm happy now, at least I've been pushing this on this platform. Now the American journalists and media, they have picked it up. And, when they go crazy, everybody's going to be talking about it. I hope the kids that were jumping all around on the streets of the West will jump around for people in Nigeria also, and Sudan and Congo, because there's been extermination going on. It could be ethnic cleansing, it could be religious cleansing. I don't know. But I'm happy that there's a shift towards, at least our own story, finally. So I don't know if we're able to pick up anything, but going back to the terrorist situation in Nigeria, I know that there has been a series of meetings that have been advertised by terrorists having meetings with local people who are going to be paying them ransom or something. Probably they will be.
Sorry about that. Let me just interject. I think you are correct. It's 800,000 naira per annum. Okay, that is a bit bad.
You get the joke.
Okay, that is bad. That is actually bad. You can't be earning 80,000 naira. They are taxing you. No, that is not good. That is horrible,
not 80, 70,000. Not
per
80,
month, and you are taxed. Oh no, that's too much. Oh my God, that is harsh.
That's I'm trying to tell you that this heartless government. So you're taxing someone that makes
bad.
Hold on. So this government is trying to tax people that make $550 a year. This is an evil government, and if we don't call it out, then we should. Shame on us. $550 a year, and you want to take a little piece of it so you can go buy more jets, and the president is talking about increasing his salary and salary of all the politicians. Look, Nigeria deserves their leaders. I've gone past, you see this idea of if you set up an NGO or whatever to mobilize, people will use you an open office. They will be chopping local on your head. They will just use you and buy Mercedes in Nigeria. Nigeria deserves their, and people are going to start paying this tax. It kicks in January 25, but they have to start filing by 26, right? Even the idea of my security man in the village now going to hire a tax expert because he cannot file his tax, to file on the money that I'm paying him, with his family, that they are managing to survive. How
What?
Yeah, but hold on though. Hold on. Let me try to see the other side. This is awful though. I think we are in agreement. 70,000 is barely in. It's not enough. Not barely enough. It's not enough to make a ends meet, especially if you have a family.
$550 per annum.
I'm talking about per month. That is the painful one because that's the one people see most every month. Now they are cutting 70,000 naira. You know that's
call it $45 per month, just so that you can get the context. You know, because when we are talking naira, you know, people in the West don't. You know, they are trying to tax somebody that gets $45 per month. That's what Tinubu wants to do. Take a piece of that.
Yeah, see, okay, I agree with you on that front. That is really, really bad. I think the business one is the one that is 100 million. If you earn 100 million per annum, but I thought the 800,000 was for per month. I didn't know it was for per annum.
I'll sign out. I'll return back. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. You see, if he hadn't clarified that, now I would still be walking around like a mad person, thinking that it was a that is awful. So let me bring OT in. Thank you for joining us, OT. Regarding this, I really find this a little bit disturbing that the government can do something like this. And how did Nigerians let them even pass that law? It's like that is too low. You have to increase the threshold to around 300,000 because people can't sustain themselves with 300,000 even in Nigeria, especially if you have a family. Forget it. Oh man, that is a bit harsh. And okay, now the question I wanted to ask OT was, because it's so harsh, you earn 70,000 and above, you start paying tax. Do you think that will make Nigerians more likely to hold their governments accountable because they will be feeling the pain of losing money to the government now? They'll be like, I'm giving you my money and you're wasting it. Do you think it's going to make Nigerians more likely to hold the government accountable?
Forefathers, I'll be honest with you. There are some discussions I don't like to gauge in. Now, for example, this thing, subject matter of tax and all that, because it's really, to me, it's peripheral. Okay? I like to look at issues, get to the heart of the matter. This comment as it is already, I think I consider it illegitimate. All right? The reason is this. Even if we disregard the fact that, the administration may have come into power illegitimately, but the way they have been going, the way they're running the country, without regard for constitutionality, rule of law, that alone makes it illegitimate. And what happens to an illegitimate government? The people should overthrow it. That is for me, that is the starting point. So, the thing about it, such issues as tax and this is a kind of, when you relate it to the main issue, the big problem we have at hand, this is a waste of time, because now this government is trying to, again, impose themselves without, against the will of the people. Because what they're going about doing is to make sure that Nigerians are disenfranchised, don't have the opportunity to elect, their leaders.
But how does taxing them do that?
No. So, look, I'm saying the question of taxes, to me, I don't want to see why I should be discussing it, because it's such a minor issue in the scheme of things. All right. Now, so to answer your question directly, if I have to, I don't think so. It might actually have the reverse effect, which is to say that the people will be even more weakened, or will even more impoverished. They'll be in a much more desperate situation that they can't even, even those that can now raise a voice of resistance would be so demoralized that there won't be any more resistance or opposition anywhere. Are you with me? So that will be the effect of this harsher, this punitive measures.
Well, has history not suggested that it's the opposite? It could lead to uprising because when people pay into the system,
it's all speculative. No, but one thing I'm sure, one thing I can say is this: the situation as it is, the way it's enough is, for any people, any self-conscious population, any country to have a revolution. Consider what happened in River State. Just think about it. Okay? A country that pretends to be a democracy, the will of people, an elected governor, by whatever means, he happened to come into power, but he was, the chief executive of the state, a river state. And then, the president or an ex-governor, whatever happened, and then this guy was removed from office. The people did nothing. They didn't protest. Okay? Now, and the governor, somehow, cooperated in his removal from office and maybe reinstatement. Okay, so what happened? So he's now cooperating actively and visibly cooperating with these oppressors. And the Rivers people, what do? Now you see them coming out, jubilating to welcome their governor. Okay, they could come together, they could gather. Why did they resist? I mean, does it mean they don't have no understanding what has happened to them, what is going on? So this is for me the real problem we have. It's not this discussing tax or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't see. There are two parts to this. See, some people are already saying that I don't read. Yeah, I agree. I don't read. I missed that information. Somehow I misinterpreted it. I'm not a computer, and I corrected myself. Regarding because I was thinking that it was 800,000 per month before you started. So I corrected myself on that. I made a mistake.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying for me, a piece of legislation, financial legislation, is not. I mean, that's not something I'm concerned with. I don't pay attention to it, quite frankly.
Yeah, but it's important, though. Hold on. I think you are underestimating the importance of taxation. It's the basis of all civilizations. If you have an organized way of collecting tax, you can leverage it to do so many things. If you want to go to the World Bank,
you're right. You see, but you're right, and I'm not saying that I'm kind of definitely correct in my analysis of my prognosis, but I'm saying we're both speculating, okay? Because I mean the result can be either way, right? So it may well be that this further impoverishment, punishment, wickedness, okay? It may well be that people are, even beaten down, okay? Or it may be like a catalyst, a trigger for them to revolt, because that's really what that country needs: revolt, popular revolt. Because it's what is unimaginable.
I think it's the second one. What you said is more likely that people are more likely to hold the government accountable. Nigerians don't like wasting money.
No, sorry, excuse me. Don't call it. No. I don't use that language. It's not holding anybody accountable. No. We've passed that stage. What do you mean holding anybody accountable?
If they pay money, can you imagine you pay money for somebody to do a job and they didn't do their job?
Excuse me. Revolt. Okay, that's the language. It's not holding somebody accountable. What does that mean? What does holding somebody accountable?
Revolt is a kind of holding people accountable. It's a kind of holding people accountable because people will be angry. Because remember,
when you don't even get a chance to vote, when your vote does not count, what do you do? Listen,
it's going to go beyond voting. I think it will go beyond voting. Everybody's going to feel the same anger.
Listen to me. So, and therefore, it's not accountable. That's not accountability. Okay? So, accountable is that perhaps people will really, if you have an election, okay, and then you vote an incompetent, wicked government out, okay, but in a transparent election, okay? But we're saying that what is happening is is blatant and I don't know, is we can see it, no regard for the rule of law, constitutionality, everything goes, there's no judiciary, nothing. So a state of disorder, right? So in that kind of scenario, talking about accountability, holding them accountable, come on, that is beyond the pale. That is the wrong language. The appropriate language is revolt. Forget about revolt. People have to revolt on the street. Okay. So when it comes to it, that's what the people should do, right? You know, who accountable?
I don't know. I think historically, like here in the UK or many Western countries, if people are paying tax, they hold their government more accountable because they feel the pain of paying tax. I can tell you that right now. When I pay tax, I don't find it funny.
You see, in the UK here, right? Was it like two Saturdays ago? You know, we had the protest. I don't know how many, like 100,000, 150 people marching in London.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is not even accountable. That is a revolt. That's people marching on the street. Okay. With me. That is how this democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. It gets to the point where, because people have been talking, okay, they elect one government, okay, and then the next one we promise that they're gonna fix the problem. So when they voted Conservative Party, because they didn't do what they promised. In other words, they're gonna contain the migration, right? So that is holding to account, okay. But then now the other government, the new government, the alternative Labour, still not delivering, still not doing the job. So they're not gonna wait, okay. So they have to take them, kind of self-help, really, kind of the people, they have to march, they be on the street. That is how this democracy
works. Let me steer you back to the issue in Ilorin. The insecurity there, it seems to be getting worse. The governor is saying that the Fulani population is increasing in that area, that to the point whereby they are almost looking to outnumber the locals. So, and a lot of agitation is going on in that area right now. And what do you make of it in terms of the way the government seems to be responding to these incidents in different parts of the country? And do you see any path forward?
And what has the government done?
They've made statements.
The federal government?
They've made statements. They're going to send people more security forces over there. That's all they always...
Statement.
Yeah,
so
they condemned it now.
There's some government that we've seen have negotiate, peace deal with what they call them bandits. The same government. So you think they are they serious? Do they have the political will to deal with insecurity? And this same government that is busy spending resources, enormous resources, say they are holding a gentleman. Well, you may not consider him a gentleman, but he's a citizen of Nigeria, holding him, and for how many years now? Trial, wasting time and resources. So for what purpose? So you see, these are people that know what they're doing. They're just like they're acting like mindlessly. They don't,
It's really sad actually to observe. Anybody that runs a home knows if they are losing 50 naira, and they know if they spend 10 naira or 20 naira, that 50 naira they will save it. They will do it. But in the case of Nigeria, we are losing almost $50 billion in GDP every year. Our government, do you know they spend over $5 billion defending the currency that they said they didn't need to defend again this year alone? That money, do you know that money is enough to recruit 2 million standing army? Do you know that? But they don't do it. So I don't know.
The soldiers they have, how well have they looked after them, cared for them, provided for them?
But why do we focus on that part alone?
No,
why don't we look at the work that the soldiers, even with all this disadvantage they have, they are doing? One soldier has to defend more than 1,000 Nigerians. That is an impossible job.
No, of course, I'm not saying that the number should not be increased, but their effectiveness is also dependent on their welfare, the way they're looked after, isn't it? I mean, for you to get the
my argument is that even if you pay them more, it's not going to solve the problem. There's a reason why countries that are more technologically advanced than us still
You
use
got to
more
pay them.
people.
Excuse me. You got to pay them. You got to look
I
after
agree
them.
with you on that.
So
But paying them more is not going to solve the problem. That's the point I'm making.
There are no contradictions here, So in as much as you have to increase their number, but also you have to make provision for them, and not kind of the money.
Yeah, but if you are looking to solve a problem, you don't necessarily prioritize the area that doesn't lead to the solution. Because, like I said, paying them more doesn't necessarily lead to solving the problem. What leads to solving the problem is to have
about
more
their
people.
welfare. I didn't mention money. I said their welfare.
It costs money. It does cost money. Welfare costs money.
It's not really money. So I didn't use I didn't say money. I said their welfare matters.
I agree with you.
Even their medical health, it's a part of it. If they're not healthy to fight the war, if they're not well fed, how are they gonna? What is the motivation?
5 billion is enough to do that. They have the money.
You can't separate that.
Yeah, I agree with you. 5 billion is a lot of money. 5 billion would do that.
Messed up. It messed up. That is, that's why somebody's kind of them talking about this, that. No. In the scheme of things, we have to grapple with the major problems first.
Yeah, but think about it now. When you employ those people, when you employ them, you are giving them jobs. They are paying taxes. Almost all of them will pay tax. Now that we discover that it's 70,000, you start paying tax. All of them will pay tax. You are stimulating the economy. Do you know if you employ one person, it leads to 4 people earning a living, that they help 4 other people, from what I gather. So you can see the knock-on effect. You can see that's what they call stimulating the economy. The Nigerian government don't spend to stimulate the economy. You just spend to keep the economy the same way.
And so for us, that's why it kind of we're discussing now. Because everything is kind of connected. Okay, it's governance, it's government, it's the economics, the politics, it's the public policy, is law and order. It is that's the unity. It's national nationhood, right? You're building it, right? Cohesion, right? And it's all part of it. It's not just governance. It's not only about economics, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now this same government, right? That is people are unemployed. That the harsh economic situation. It's just pulling down buildings. Okay. So the people are not. Their paper is irregular, and it's not that there is any kind of a danger. We're not talking about risk to life. Are you with me? Okay, they didn't regularize because that is a kind of the language of they don't have the right documentation, and not okay. They were invited to come and regularize. They didn't, and therefore the sanction, the punishment is to put those buildings down.
You are referring to those buildings that were pulled down in Lagos.
So yes, the government that is acting this way, behaving this way, you think is a right?
No, sorry, you said they were invited to regularize.
It's part of what
did they actually do that?
No, sorry, excuse me. There is, if you listen to the officials, it's been part of the explanation. These people were invited. They didn't take up that offer to regularize whatever. Are you with me? So, and it's not that these buildings needed to be pulled down because they present a risk. Okay, a present and serious risk to life. Okay, or obstructing whatever waterway. So, in other words, there's no a necessity, but because maybe compliance, we don't have the right papers. Are you with me? So just think about that.
Yeah, but
think about that.
I understand what you are saying because it seems like the nation had so many problems. Why should they be worried about pulling houses down?
And at this moment.
But don't you think that it has to start from somewhere? Somebody will always say that time is not the right time if they don't want something done.
But that's fine. No, but that's not the argument really. But is it necessary?
Not necessary, but sometimes processes have to carry on.
Okay, so the destruction of property, national resource and people's wealth, okay, why would that be necessary at all under any circumstance?
I don't necessarily know the details of the case. If the property was destroyed after they were regularized, then they are obligated to provide them alternative.
Listen, some of the officials that have spoken, I've listened to, say, okay, look, these people were invited, they were written, they were but and I'm telling you, I'm saying that. So we're not dealing with risk here. These buildings, risky structures, right? Because they were constructed for whatever reason, and environmental.
I hear what you are saying, like the flooding that was occurring with some of
the argument. Okay, now we can take a look. Okay, these buildings needed to be removed; they were demolished, but it's not because maybe they don't have proper paper that can be Agree with me. So a paper, this permission can be given retrospectively. If a building does not present a hazard, an environmental hazard risk.
Yeah. I think you have a point there, but it depends on how you lobby, because like there are some properties, even market, that wants to be demolished, and because people feel culturally tied to that marketplace, they lobby the state, they lobby the government to change their policy towards that. And if they band together, often it requires resources again. You see them, they will put money together and they will go and challenge the government.
So are you saying, okay, maybe because there was no lobbying or no bribery?
No, I'm sure there was lobbying. I'm sure there was lobbying, but the lobby failed.
And therefore, the proper action of a government would be to destroy.
That is the nature of the states. Let's face it now. Even Soludo was destroying so many properties. States often they feel like, okay, we need to clear this area to do certain things.
No. I won't. You see, it's not Soludo. Even if it's not Soludo was destroying. Okay, first of all, if Soludo did it destroy any properties, we have to look at the context. Okay, the properties that were, for example, I could say even in his hometown, Sofia, on a road, right? And maybe a wall of a building removed, destroyed. Okay, so the question is, maybe there's a necessity because this wall obstructing the road construction. There was a necessity because that wall cannot stay, given the public need, public.
I understand what you are saying. I understand that point that you have made.
It can just be, okay, look, you don't have a paper, and that's to justify by a government action.
Yeah, but you can also argue that you want to deter people from building when they don't have proper papers, because if you keep regularizing people that break the law, then you could have a situation whereby people just keep breaking the law, hoping that they are going to regularize them later on.
Listen. Is it really the consequence? Because you see, when you take action, you have to weigh in the gravity of the action you've taken vis-a-vis other considerations, right? Okay. It's public policy. Okay, you have to think this is true. It's not, as I said, when you consider the amount of damage, destruction you're going to cause. Okay, just because you want to teach people a lesson, because that's really the argument.
But sometimes teaching people a lesson is important too, because it prevents others from going wrong.
Okay, so the government that is responsible, what were they doing? Are you saying these people? Those buildings were erected without any kind of planning?
Oh no, the government failed. If the government failed and they are trying to correct course, is that not supposed to be a good thing? If they are trying to correct course, I understand that it is painful. There is, do you know what I see in public policy making? There is always a people that, when you look at the case, it just seems unfair to them. There is always going to be that boundary condition, that boundary case that you see, that you say, okay, this could go either way, it could go the other way, it's not good. Like you are spelling out, you spelled out that this property didn't pose any danger to people. It's not obstructing any major construction, so why go after it? You're always going to have something like that. But in the end, some of all these tragic events occur for society to still be able to move on. I hope that those people that this stuff happen to, they have a way of making ends meet still, maybe the state will compensate them or something. So in the case of Nigeria, generally Nigerians, in my experience, they often do something. If they, especially when they see that people are outraged, they do something to ameliorate the situation.
Forefathers, are you aware? Are you aware? Okay, Peter will be right. His brother's property was demolished in Lagos.
Yes.
Somebody, okay, got word. They said that an unknown, they sued against an unknown. No, sorry. How did they put it?
An unknown interest or something that was.
Somebody. Yeah. Okay. Look. So that's kind of thing that happened in Nigeria, and you look at that, and then you want to have all this kind of legal rumor, kind of reason. Say these people are making public policy that act in the public interest. Come on, listen. We're not fools, right? So this you have to know.
So what do you think is going on then? What do you think is going on? Yes. Is that what you have your? What do you think is going on there? Because you are saying they should. Because I see Nigeria as a country that there is almost lawless. In the UK,
no, sorry, it's not almost. It is lawless, and that's
but that's a point. When they want to enforce the law, you say they shouldn't.
Excuse me. You can't hold brief for this government. You can't listen.
Yeah, but you have to hold brief for the law. It's not about the government.
Which law?
The law. If somebody wants to use the law to carry out their duties, why should you prevent them from doing that or complain about them?
Excuse me. No. Excuse me. So the government has to be lawful. Okay, that's what we mean by rule of law. The government also is bound, subject to the law. Okay,
true.
Hold on, it's not acting arbitrarily, and then you say you're acting in the name of the law. Which law? Now, let me give you. So we know what's happening in Nigeria, right? So let's not just pretend. Now, and certain individuals have come out in the public, not hiding, boldly, threatening people. That okay, what has the government done about it? Brazenly threatening,
which case are we referring to here?
No, I don't know his name, but that people have to, if they don't, if anybody not voting for APC in Lagos,
MC Oluomo, you mean?
No, well, some other person, not him now. Okay, a similar thing. So I'm saying these are the things that happen in Nigeria, such lawlessness, and nothing happens to them. So this is what we're dealing with. And then you're asking me a question. You pretend you don't know what's going on.
But then again, it leads to the question now: if one law is not enforced, should we leave the others unenforced too? You are a logical man. You answer. What do you make of that? It's a tough question, isn't it? You can't say because one law is unenforced, you leave the others unenforced because you are creating even more chaos.
Excuse me. You see, for a country, for a government to be lawful, to have respect for the law, in other words, to obey the rule of law, there has to be consistency. Are you with me? So it's not
agree.
So it's not selective justice. It's not saying, look, this law, no, it doesn't matter. This is the one we enforce. Come on, it can be serious, So that's what we're talking about.
I agree with you on that. It's just that in most nations, what you see is there is this element of bias in the law. The law is always biased in favor of the rich in all societies. It's always biased in favor of sometimes the majority group, some religious group. It's always, the law has that tone because human beings are involved. It's not AI that is administering it, and I really hope in the near future AI takes over.
You can't see that this government is tribalistic. This government is a kind of yes.
In some sense, they are. In some sense, they are. I think based on the way they are not just tribalistic, they are also metropolitan bias. They tend to favor people in their Lagos base. So you see, even Yoruba people are saying these guys are all Lagosians.
The appointment, the representation, in everything.
Isn't that the nature of democracy? That's
that's not the nature of it.
Are you sure? In America,
you have an excuse for them, right? That's what. Yes, you have an excuse for them. That's the nature of it.
No, I don't have an excuse. I'm just calling spades a spade.
No, excuse me. So what do you mean is the nature of it? So we should accept.
How many black people are in Trump's government?
Excuse me, how what?
How many black people are in Trump's government?
No. Excuse me, we're talking about Nigeria, okay? So
yeah, but that's a democracy. I'm trying to tell you that's the nature of democracy. It's not only Nigerian democracy.
Excuse me. Trump's government administration is not. It can be an example of a democratic governance.
You sure?
Okay?
It's a democratic country.
Let's forget it. Unless you're not serious.
A lot of us spend all evening saying that country is developed, and yet they show more bias than we do. Why? The UK, nobody. How many UK ministers have you seen speaking with a northern accent? How many UK ministers have you seen speaking with a Birmingham accent? When they speak, you will know. But all of them sound as if they are all from Westminster. The countries are biased. Most of our leaders in the UK are from only the south. You see this shade all the times. What I always ask is, okay, given where we are right now, should we leave it so that we don't enforce any law anymore? Because sooner or later something has to give. We can't keep saying we should not enforce the law. That's my take. That's why I keep asking. It's because one law is not enforced, like against MC Oluomo, should we not enforce the law when people are building on a drainage path and property is being built without proper authorizations?
So by your logic, it's quite normal and acceptable that for the federal government to negotiate with some bandits. All right? Are you with me? Some terrorists, negotiate with them, grant them amnesty, right? Okay, that's normal, and then hold one man. Okay, hold one man, right? On is it indefinite detention, a trial that is unending. So that is normal. I mean, nothing to worry about.
No, it's not normal. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that.
No, what I just so that's your logic. That's how democracy works.
But that's not my logic. My logic is that
logic. That's the inference. Because
my logic is that it happens like that. It doesn't mean I support it.
So
sometimes,
when you're making that point, when you say it happens, that what is the consequence? What is the inference?
The consequence is people like now. If it is no, you should not accept it. You should do something to change it.
Why are you making the point?
No, I'm making the point that that case that has happened is on
how democracy works.
No, I'm making the point that case that has happened is. Let's also remember that they are punishing somebody that has broken the law. Let's not act as if just because some other person got away with it, then that person that is being punished.
No. Sorry, it's not just getting away with it. The government ignored it. Okay, the government. Okay, are you with me? So it's not just getting away with it. All right. So the government knows.
How do you mean ignored? Are you talking about ignored
I said the government don't know what they're doing.
The Boko Haram and the bandits.
In their law enforcement, in selective enforcement of the law, I said they don't know what they're doing.
Oh, they know exactly what they are doing. They know exactly what they are doing.
So then what argument are you making? I mean,
the argument I'm making is like Emefiele being in jail right now, as if he is the only minister from Buhari's government. It's selective justice, but it's justice nonetheless.
That is fine by you.
No, it's not fine. You can't say because one person. No, my point is that
if you're condemning something, you condemn it, and there shouldn't be any kind of.
I condemn it.
No.
I don't condemn.
Hold on. The mistake, the error is this. Is a kind of is like confusion. You should have clarity, moral clarity, right? Okay. In the same way, if we're talking about law enforcement, it's legality and rule of law. It's not. That is, we should. Are you with me? So it's not. You can't just be doing it.
I agree with you, but your argument seems to be your argument seems to be that it has to be applied all the time equally, otherwise nothing should happen.
That should be the effort. I'm not saying there's any way that you have 100%.
But is it realistic to expect it to happen equally across the board?
We should expect it.
You should expect it, but it doesn't mean you get it though. Your job is to try to make it better when you get the opportunity. I agree with you. I'm not saying it is justified for people to behave like that, but I'm saying this is the reality of life we live in right now. As long as human beings administer justice, there's always bias in it. We know that already. So what we can do is try to make it better. That's all we can try to do. And I see the injustice where they are holding one person and they are negotiating with terrorists. It's obvious. Nobody negotiated with the other, but they negotiated with they negotiated with the Niger Delta people, didn't they? They negotiated with them. They were also terrorizing people. So why didn't they negotiate with people in the southeast too? I don't see that happening. So that is a fact. I think I said that a couple of weeks ago too. It's a fact. Sooner or later, the Nigerian government have to look at, okay, let's talk. Let's see whether we can reach a conversation. And those terrorists, they seem to be getting away with murder, actually. They, personally, I wouldn't even bother negotiating. I won't. I will upgrade our security posture. Good luck to them when they come in. They will regret it. So, but it is what it is. Oga Ike, if you wanted to say something, you are always free to join in, because I do enjoy discussing with OT, because he tries to be funny and dodgy. So it's important we have this go to and fro. Because I do enjoy his logical analysis. He tends to go with logic in terms of the way he goes about ideas. We're going to discuss this female in high positions, whether it's something that is this thing okay in the Nigerian context. Welcome this in I see you there, Paul. So let's give Oga Ike an opportunity to say something about the conversation we're having about justice. Should we allow another crime to go unpunished because we let some other person go, or should we punish one at least and hope that next time we'll catch the other guy? You see what I mean? The idea is that MC Oluomo got away with it, so we shouldn't punish people that are building properties in the wrong places. You're muted.
How do you mean wrong places?
Without due documents.
How do you know that they don't have real documents?
No, that is the basis of the conversation. Not that I am sure that they don't have good documents, but the basis I presented was that, okay, these people, they have not been regularized, so hence they come and demolish their property. So, but that property doesn't pose a threat to the state in any way. It's not problematic. So why do that when you leave other people that have committed crimes unpunished?
Okay, let's take the last incident. If you want to be honest to yourself, you saw when Mr. Peter Obi and his group visited that particular place. They went where the house is and where the canal is. My question to you, is that house any impediment to the canal? Did that house block the canal? That's my question to you.
The one that happened recently, I'm not aware. I don't know necessarily about whether it's close to a canal, but the previous ones, yes. The ones that happened about a year or so ago, yes, they were blocking the canal.
I'm talking about this one that happened recently.
So no. I think based on what Oti said, it's not blocking any canal.
So what I'm trying to say is this: all of us who come here to speak, we live in a system where things work. Example, if I want to expand my house where I live right now, even though it's my house, I need to go to the government to get authority to expand my house. They will come and inspect what I want to add to my house. They will come to see if it is proper for me to add what I want to add to that house. Then I get the authorization to expand my house. That's the way it operates where I live. Even though it's my house, I do not have right to begin to put anything in my house because it's my house. Okay? So yeah. What I want Nigerians to, whenever we are talking about this issue of this is very sensitive if you don't know. But my question to the government of Nigeria, people that are doing this demolition, if you say the people that were building the house did not get authorization, where were the government on the foundation level? Where were the same government now that are destroying people's houses? Where were they when those houses were on the foundation level? To come and say, forefathers, This house you are trying to construct here has no papers. Therefore, if you construct this house, they're going to pull it down. The government that is telling you now that that house or those houses are the wrong place, how would they have allowed somebody to build your house up to 5-story building, up to putting a structure? And after putting a structure, you come back to pull down the house. Do you think there is sincerity and honesty to what they're telling you? Because if that government who is telling you now that those houses, they are on the wrong place or they didn't get paper or whatever, that's the question I would like you to ask yourself and answer that question. Because if government say that this particular place is not to be used for anything, and somebody decide to go to do something there, I believe that the same government who put that law, when they see that something is sprouting up on that particular place, that they should go and inform the people that, hey, nobody should build on this line. Why are you building this line? The best thing for you is don't build there, because if you build, we're going to pull it down. That's my question. That's people's legitimate money. These are people who earn their living. These are people who worked, who had their businesses. Out of the what they gain from their businesses, they try to expand their business by building houses for other people to live in. In the first place, there are scarcity of houses in Nigeria. Let me tell you something, forefather. You know, this issue of house demolition in Lagos, you know, that's why I said what I said from the beginning, that anybody that says that what is going on in Nigeria is good, that Nigeria should happen to you, because I don't care. And I am speaking as the mouth of a prophet. And what I said in the morning here was a declaration. I didn't just say that. I am standing on the word of God, and I stand on the authority of the word of God for me to say that any Nigerian, wherever you might be, and you think that what is going on in Nigeria is good, I declared in the morning that Nigeria must happen to you. I'm not just speaking a word because I want to speak a word. I am speaking with authority because I am a child of God and I believe in God. And I believe the insincerity that if I am standing on the righteousness of my Christian life and I am making a declaration that I know that is true, I am not joking. When I made that statement in the morning and in the afternoon, when they said rant, it was the same rant I did. Anybody who said that what is going on in Nigeria is good, I pray that Nigeria happens to you. Let me give you an example why I don't want to go deep into this issue of house demolition. My brother, where he lives, the landlord sold their house without telling them that he has sold that house. And one day the person who owns that house came and asked them to leave the house. He give them 1 month. And after 1 month, the people of Lagos, whatever, came back and put a notice on that house and give them 7 days to leave the house. 7 days. Right? Right now, let me end it like this. My brother has found house, 3 places, paid. And after he paid, he comes back. They say, come and take your money. And he said, what happened? That there is a meeting that they should not give Igbo people house in Lagos anymore. 3 places now he has paid for a house. And they called him to come and take his money without any reason. So, the politics of house demolition in Lagos has nothing to do with rule of law. It is to tell you, because you lost to Lagos in 2013, in 2023 election, and therefore, a Nigerian will have to become an island in Lagos because you didn't vote for APC. The same man who took over from the former, what did they call it, the other guy, was he not this week? He was making the same threat. Lagos State must be for APC. If it's not for APC, don't come out and vote, because if you come out and vote, they will buy you. And he was invited this week, I think, by DSS. But all those things are camouflage and paper something. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I am not somebody who supports somebody who breaks the law, knowingly that you break the law. But before somebody will break that law, there must be somebody in the place where the law is supposed to be used that help that person to break that law. The papers and the documents or whatever they have to do before you get a house or land, whatever in Nigeria, it's people that are department that is responsible. But from what I was hearing in this last one, the people said that they made the agreement with the federal government, not Lagos state government, because that particular place belongs to the federal government, and it is a lease of 99 years, and they have spent only 77 years on the land. So what right do Lagos government have to go and destroy the property? Even though if there is a reason why the Lagos state government should come in to destroy the property, shouldn't government be able to follow a normal due process as government? So that's why what I'm trying to say is that no matter how you try to say it, there are people who break that law in the same government that will come back tomorrow and tell you, I do not know what you are talking about. This did not come from here. But eventually, when you present your papers and your documents, you will discover that they come from the same place that they told you it didn't come from. So, what am I trying to say? I am a man of justice, and I believe in justice for everybody. And I do not encourage anybody to break the law, no matter the circumstances that it is for you to break the law. Because anybody who breaks the law will have to pay the price of breaking the law. I don't have a problem if somebody has to pay for breaking the law. But when that law is not being applied the way it's supposed to be applied, when that law is targeted for a certain kind of people, that's where I have a problem. So that's why.
Yeah, but from what I gather, some people are saying that mostly Yoruba people their property were also torn down. That it wasn't only.
I don't want you to gather what you gather. We all know. Listen, we all know this particular event was not hidden. You can go it or you can find it online, and you can see the visit of Mr. P2B and his group. You can see the statement from the traders to the association of the traders and to everybody, statement that was made that law was not broken. I mean, Senator Baribe cannot be telling you, Senator Ume cannot, Senator Moye, and the representative of the Yoruba, the House of Representatives of Labour Party, two of them from Lagos State were part of the entourage, including Rose Bible. Who is an architect by profession. So this is not something that you gather. You don't need to gather. You go back to Mr. P2B's visit to where this house was destroyed. You can read. You can hear the statement. It was a press conference. It was not a random story. Then you can be able to inform yourself who is really on the wrong side and who is really at the right side. Right? So I just used my brother now as an example to you what is going on in Lagos. The house we found, the three houses now, come and collect your money back. What's the problem? They had the landlords in their locality, they have a meeting that they should not give Igbo people house. I'm not telling you that they said. I am telling you that my own brother So use your tongue and count your teeth.
I think maybe you have a point. Some people say your Bible are being affected too, but from what I gather, that disproportionately is affecting people from the southeast and other parts of Nigeria too. So, the truth is that I do hear some people from the southwest come online and openly say that Lagos is their own, that people should, like, even I began to even have the feeling to say, I know that's going to annoy them. Lagos is no man's land. But when Nigeria is building Lagos, it's okay. But when Nigerians want to live in Lagos, suddenly it's Yoruba land. It's like, come on, man.
Sorry, forefather. Yes, listen. Let me ask you a simple question. You know, sometimes the people, my brothers and sisters from the southwest, that are trying to protect Lagos, 90% of these people who are doing this are not originals of Lagos. They're not talking about their states, Ogun State. They're not talking about your state or Osun State, where they come from. Everybody is fighting for Lagos. Lagos was the federal capital of Nigeria, established and developed by the federal government of money, including your money and my money and Mr. Paul's money, that was used to develop Lagos as the federal capital of Nigeria. Lagos wasn't just a state, but it was the federal capital of Nigeria before, right? So the same thing was Calabar at the beginning of Nigeria, right? It was the same thing before. Now we move to Abuja. So how will Mr. Paul be a stranger in Lagos? In Lagos, that his own sweat, the sweat of his father, the sweat of his mother, and everybody in his family contributed to the building of a capital of Nigeria in Lagos. And now Mr. Paul now will go back to Lagos and become a stranger.
Yeah, that's true.
What sense does it make? Because these people, most of these people who are doing this thing, they are not Lagosians. Some of them are from Oyo State. Some of them are from Osun State. Some of them are from Ondo State. Some of them are from your president. Is he from Lagos State? Is he not from Osun State? So if you're only defending Lagos, what happens to Ekiti? What happened to Edo? What happened to Ogun State? What happens to other Yoruba states that are forgotten? That nothing is existing, nothing is working in those states. Why don't you fight about your state?
I think this thing is happening often now. I think as you can see, a black beauty is testifying to this happened to a thief lady. So it's not only Southeasterners they are targeting almost everybody now. And all because of politics, all because a Southeasterner dare to challenge their person to get into office. Because before now, nothing happened. Abacha did what he did, nothing happened. They didn't target Southeasterners. So the only time this started was because P2B dared to run for office. That's it. And they start targeting everybody and start taking the advantage. You see, this is what people do. Whenever they see where they can take advantage, they will take advantage to gain more financial progress over their fellow citizens. Because now they pretend as if they don't know Lagos is the federal capital of Nigeria. Most of the money that was spent building Lagos, it comes from the south or the oil money of Nigeria. They think it's all of them from Lagos itself. But they will pretend as if all of them came from Lagos. But it's all right. You see, it's up to the people in the south and the southeast to get their act together. And maybe even not only southeast, because this affects the people in Benue too and all the rest, because they are in that region. All the people in the eastern region, they have an interest in making sure things are in order so they can build. This is one of the reasons. This is one of my biggest frustrations with some of the stuff going on in the south, is where Southeasterners are acting as if I'm targeting them. No, because what we are doing there is making us poorer. It's not helping us. This is why now, look at the insult that we are getting all the time from all these people. They are online. You need to see some of the things they are saying online. All because somebody dared to run for office. That's all. Not because of anything else. That's all. Welcome, Paul. I don't know if you listen to the conversation.
Yeah, Fofara, I've been listening. Fofara, I'll touch one side and quickly come back to the other place. I know when you talk about this religion thing and you talk about the Bible make mention and everything. I would like to know many parts of the Bible when the Bible make mention of men be leaders and everything. But sometimes when the Bible call men, the Bible just call it loosely. like all inclusive and everything, just like as Christ fed 5,000 men. Of course, there's men, there's women, and there's
men and women
children.
and children. So
You understand? So sometimes
husband is the man, is he not?
Yeah.
Good.
No, it's not only what it says, it's also what happened. Like Jesus Christ, now most of the people he worked with are Muslim men. The people he left in charge are Muslim men.
Yeah, so some
women there. He could have done it.
So that is true, but Christ also have good relationship and also see some things that happen, like Mary and Martha things and every other thing. But you must understand that sometimes look, forefather, my uncle studied medicine. You understand, get to final year in university and got rusticated from school. It is only certificate that he have. He have the knowledge. You understand, but he just don't have that certificate. So sometimes those people can also practice these things. You understand? And also there is the man and there is the spirit man. So sometimes that prejudice can come, but that does not mean that the supreme being, the spiritual realm of it only said it is only man. You understand? These things can happen. It is spirituality. And when it comes to spirituality, you understand, you don't have no answers for men like you and I.
But hold on though, hold on. I'm not saying spirituality says that they should exclude women, but in the Bible, how many female leaders did they have throughout the Bible's history?
So
almost
the prejudice
6,000 years of history.
It has been there for a very long time and every other thing, you know.
You can't just say that. How many women are in the Bible as leader? Did they set an example of a female leader?
Yeah, say there is no women yesterday, there is woman today. Who is me? That's why it's called spirituality. You understand that everything evolved.
You are right.
You evolve. You understand?
I think what the idea of religion is that it shouldn't evolve. Is the perfect book of the Lord. You see, that's the difference, though.
No, I think it evolved. So, like, if I want to go deep into spirituality, say certain things that are every other thing. Let me tell you, the first person that reached the grand avatar of the execution order, Amok, in Africa, is former late Nelson Mandela. You understand? So, in a claim, these are things. These are things that
in her claim. Are you talking about Mrs. Mandela?
I'm talking Nelson Mandela, former president of South Africa.
Okay, he's claimed now. Okay.
Yeah, no, I said he's the first person to reach that order. You understand? And you know, Amok is one of the strongest when you call, like we will say, you understand, Curtis, whatever. Now, I'm asking you this question. If the white people had taken Nelson Mandela down when he was incarcerated for 27 years, what will happen? They've killed millions of them, nothing happened. And if they take Nelson Mandela down, which court? Who will they report? What will happen? But guess what? The people who rule this world, when they go to their court, Nelson Mandela is a boss, is their senior, and they don't take themselves down. If I'm a security, let me land. So then let me land.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Okay.
No, let me land.
I think he lies to
I wanted to support you the point about.
I just don't want to miss my train of thought. That's why.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now, for example, now if I'm a security, say I'm a security in Zenith Bank, just a low life, a cleaner in the bank, and the bank manager will happen to be in the same court. But we will get to the court and be senior when it comes to hierarchy. They don't kill themselves. Blood don't take blood. You understand? And everything. You can punish me when we go to our normal world, but they don't kill themselves. You can punish me in terms of your job, but you can't kill me. That's why Nelson Mandela is protected. You understand? Not like if they had taken Nelson Mandela down, anything will happen. But the people that rules the world, that when they went to the other side, they make mistake. When Wale Soyinka was talking this thing, they make mistake to even let him grow to that level. They can't take him down. That is what also helped the lives of Nelson Mandela and the life. So you can understand how spiritualities also work. Remember how Amok started in Egypt before they moved it to California and the likes. So things like that, these things, we can't.
You're talking about the female archbishop. I don't know how you.
Yes. So you might talk. That's why I'm talking about hierarchy. in terms of hierarchy, when they come to their spirituality, the people who, in their own senses, nominate women, maybe in their own coven, this person is their boss. This person is more powerful.
Sorry. Paul, excuse me. Sometimes we kind of we look. Do you know the Church of England as has been suffering from Sikhism? In other words,
yes.
Disintegration. The center cannot hold.
Even
the reason why.
Even the Catholic too.
No.
The Catholic
Where?
too.
No.
Even Catholic too. Even Catholic too.
No, because are you a Catholic? Are you a
I'm not a Catholic.
So
I'm not.
There's no Sikhism. Okay. Now listen.
I'm not talking Sikhism. I'm talking simple, plain word. They are losing members. People are losing it.
I'm not talking about losing members.
No. So no, I'm telling you that part.
Doctrinal confusion. People kind of. So that is what's happening in the Anglican Communion, right?
It's the same thing with the Catholic. People can't buy. People can't buy the things that they used to buy. That's why people don't practice it. If I still buy it, if I still believe the doctrine, if I still believe it, it is easy.
Like argument that. Hold on. I don't like argument on uninformed people talking about what they don't know, right? You're not a Catholic. Now, and
I don't need to be a Catholic. I don't need to be a Catholic. I just need to read. I don't need to be a Catholic.
Hold on.
You understand?
No, I'll clarify the decision to you. Now, Anglican Communion, right? Now, because now, for example, having this, I remember Anglican Church of England is part of what the greater Protestantism, right? We know how it started, the Reformation. It's been the same story down the ages, down the centuries. This kind of disintegration. Really. But contrast that to the Catholic position. Okay. Of course, you may have differences of opinion. Okay, differences of emphasis, but it's still one church, one Catholic church, universal, right? So there's no way you can compare them. So the thing is this, because lack of consistency, lack of that having a uniform hierarchical authority. Okay, they don't have a magisterium. Okay, unlike the Catholic Church. So this thing, if we're talking about the priesthood, is quite different in the Catholic Church, and the Anglican Communion is a different thing altogether. Because that's why you have your Pentecostal. A man and his wife can be the bishop.
It's at the end of the day, one word answer everything. It's called doctrine. From the Catholic, the way you have the Church of England, you have the American, the Presbyterian, and the likes. They keep tweaking it a little and a little. At the end of the day, they still use it to represent cultures and norms. You understand? In as much as they will also say religion and everything, they still use it. That's why everybody pick their own. That's how it evolved. There's this documentary I watched that the way it keep evolving from one to one to one. When you look all great nations still come with their spirituality.
One more sentence and then I keep quiet. You see, now there is the evolution, but there's a difference between evolution and the revolution. All right. So now in the Church of England, Anglican Communion, it's not just evolution. There's a revolution and confusion. That's why they are kind of splintering. Okay, that's why you have. The Church Anglican Communion in Nigeria is
revolution. No, when you use the word revolution is the thing that is also happening in Pentecostal today. Where you see yesterday, you and I, we get scared to criticize a pastor, but today we can criticize a pastor with no fear. That's the same thing. That's the revolution. You understand?
Hold on. See, yes. Okay. Now remember, you see, the Church of England and the Pentecostal, they're all one side. Are you with me? Because we used to have one church, universal church, the Catholic. That's what it means, universal. Until the Reformation, and then you have, Protestants, and then Church of England is just one aspect of it. You have Methodists, you have all these other Pentecostal movements. They are on the one side, all right, of the body of Christ. So Catholic Church is different. So now, and I'm saying you have the revolution in Protestantism, and that's why you can come up tomorrow, establish your own church, right? So now, there's an evolution even in the Catholic Church. Doctrine can change, but it's not to such an extent that the center can no longer hold. There's some consistency of doctrine, So there's a magisterium. You can just what is this? What
can I ask a question though, so that Paul, because I think that's maybe at the core of the discussion. When does changes to a religion become heresy or transform the religion beyond recognition? Because
I think
when does it happen, or is there no end to it?
Father, my basic psychology 101 is simple. When something new comes, the first thing that comes to your mind as somebody who worked in the aviation industry for years, you understand, we call it FOD. It becomes foreign to you. If you use iPhone all your life, if they give you an Android phone, you either criticize it or you just use one.
But religion is specific though. Religion is specific. So when does it that religion and become something else?
So for Father, when this evolve want to come, when this evolve want to come, they want to tweak it or change it. It becomes foreign. That's why you and I. That's why you are.
Sorry, excuse me.
No. I am answering the question to the best of my knowledge. It becomes foreign. It's just like this thing that is coming up now. It becomes foreign. It becomes strange. What is going on? You get the point now. What is going on? That's why we can discuss it. It becomes foreign. But now, over time, if they succeed, they bring it down. Over time, people will forget about it. New thing will come up again.
Sorry, Paul.
That's how great.
Hold on, Paul. Listen. Now, the question Papa has asked, I'll give you an example. Now, for example, we know what...
So you talk about Catholic. Catholic did not start Christianity. I hope you know. But Catholic was powerful. The Roman Empire. You understand? Kind of. It is tough.
Now, he asked you the question. You want to repeat yourself? I mean, the question you
posed? The question was, when does deviating from the traditions of a religion become alien to the religion? Does it change it from that religion to something else?
Okay, now I'll give you an example. Now, for example, marriage, okay? We know what's marriage, okay? Now, marriage is between a man and a woman, okay? In the Catholic Church, that's what it is, okay? Unlike, for example, in the Anglican now, they started, homosexual, right? Okay? Two men can be, okay? So now, that definition of marriage, the union between a man and a woman, is no longer what it is. So the nature of marriage has changed, substantively.
That's why I say it becomes foreign. That's the foreign that I'm talking about. It becomes foreign.
But it becomes not that religion anymore.
Yeah. So
no. That issue becomes foreign. But forefather, my brother, hold on. It's forefather. It's like you and I today. We are using a smartphone. You understand? With no keypad. When Apple introduced this phone with no keypad, many of us criticize it. Today now, some of us forget that we once criticized this thing when we started using this screen. We forget that when this thing started newly, we criticize it like it's not going to work. It will never happen.
From Nokia, though. So it is a different thing. My point is that it's no longer Christianity now.
So I'm just talking, it is still phone. But when it came,
but it's still religion, but not Christianity anymore.
It is still religion. It is still phone. That's why I'm using phone. It is still,
it's still religion, but not Christianity.
We still use it to do the same thing. We still use it to send message and receive call. No,
Christianity has its own specific nature. Like you can't start practicing Islam. Let me ask you now. You can't start practicing Islam. No, sorry, hold on. You can't say, okay, there's a sect of a Christianity now that decides to start facing Mecca to pray, and you say it's still part of Christianity. When does it become a totally different religion?
That's why because there is no guide. It is called spirituality.
The Bible is there. There's no guide. That's why the Bible is there.
So when you say the Bible is there, do you remember when Christ came? He said he didn't come to condemn.
Oh my God.
He only brought a fair play. Do you remember when Christ came? So which means between Christ and Moses, they contradict themselves. What are you talking about? Between Christ and Moses, you understand, they contradict themselves. And Christ said it clearly. He said he didn't come to condemn. You understand? He only had.
So, but yeah, people are going to go to hell. It didn't come to condemn. People are going to go to hell.
No, Christ only had a fair play. What do I mean by that? Forefather, I once grew up raised chickens and everything. I bought a little chicken, raised this chicken. This chicken started hatching eggs and everything. Hatched the egg. I started getting my little chicks and the likes. Everything is mine from one chicken. That's the same thing. I was a slave. I had a wife, started having kids. And me, my wife, my kids are still subject to the master. That was how the Bible. And then remember, how do you do sacrifice to God? You need incense that is very, very expensive. You understand? You need candle. You need to do some ritual. You need to kill some livestock. You understand? To do your ritual, to connect to God. And if I'm a slave, I don't have a chicken. I don't have a dog to do this sacrifice. When Christ came, don't excuse me. Let me land. Don't excuse me. When Christ came, Christ make you now understand that with faith you can get God. So which means me who happen to be a slave, now I can get God. But initially, if I'm to get God, which means I'll be forced to steal my master's chicken. Or when my master choose to like me enough to say, I want you to be clean in this season, that's when they can permit me to get a chicken to do my own sacrifice. That's when they can give me an incense to connect to God. That was Moses' time. That is what the Celestials are practicing today. They do all these rituals to connect to God. But we now, some of us will say we use Christ, we use faith to connect to God. So I don't need the ritual.
So are you saying that? Are you saying that?
But guess what? When Christ came, I said the same word again. Christ said he did not condemn that one. He only brought options. And I use the options with phone. One phone, like the BlackBerry, have a lot of keypad. The iPhones don't have a keypad, but they still function at the end of the day the same way. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's allow OT come in, please.
So that didn't change it for not to be a phone or not to be Christianity.
Excuse, it's really sad to listen to because I mean I don't know. Ask a simple question, instead of answering the question, then kind of giving this example of iPhone and this
bogus answers.
Hold on. No, seriously. I mean, it's not a joke, So I mean, it's instead of just having a discussion or what's the question again you asked before us?
The question is how much can a religion change before it becomes a different religion?
By the way, Paul, for you to say that Christ came to give us options and that he didn't come to condemn. You forgot.
That is Christ's word. That is Christ's word, direct word.
Oh, yes. Hold on. You forget also that he said that he didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, right? So we have the law, 10 commandments. Are you with me? So this idea that Christ came to give you options, I don't know where you get that. So this, you just, that's really what I'm saying. You're talking about.
Let me introduce one thing. Let me introduce one thing that may also clarify some points to Paul, because the change we are talking about here may actually be more fundamental than the change Jesus Christ made to Judaism itself. Most of the Judaism practice remained even in Christianity, but this one seems to be more drastic than anything Christ introduced to the Judaism itself, or
because
similar.
Forefather is now
yet Christianity is different from Judaism. So maybe these people that are practicing this new thing should differentiate themselves from Christianity. They are not Christians anymore.
Forefather. That's why I say because it is now. That's why I'm telling you about my psychology 101, because it is now. It becomes foreign. We're going to criticize it. The change is too overwhelmed for us to bear. That's why we are discussing it. But what I'm telling you, over time, it will not become a big deal.
Could it not be said that they are no longer practicing Christianity? When did they stop being Christians?
I don't think so, because Forefather, if you want to take your wife and my wife now, I don't know of you, very many of us, we take our family, we'll go eat shrimps, we'll go eat all those things, which the Bible actually condemns. But we do it. You understand? The scale. And every other thing. When Bible tell you don't mix wool and lining, you look at your trouser. What material is in your pocket and what material is in your trouser? But he said don't mix wool and lining. You understand? Look at my hair. You understand when you talk about hair, when you explain things about hair and every other thing. So at the end of the day, we evolve. Some people hold it strong. I'm not fighting them. But what I'm telling you is that these things are there.
Let me just jump in. I've been listening to you guys like go back and forth. Paul, I like you. I think you're a very, very reasonable guy. Also, my views many times align with you, but I think you're pushing it a little bit here. So and you're, so I don't like to discuss religion because I believe religion is part of our problem, but I'm a Christian, and look, if religion was going to fix our problems in Nigeria or in the world, hey, Nigeria would have been the most peaceful place, richest place ever. Muslims are very dedicated. There are some that are doing jihad. There are some that are praying in the mosque. There are Christians are praying more than, we have more prophets than anybody can ever imagine.
Let me just hold you on. Let me just play this, just to give people an idea of how we take religion seriously.
Auntie, why do I keep on seeing you everywhere? I've been sent from Nigeria to come and destroy you. Destroy you. Yes, destroy you.
Destroy me. In the name of Jesus. 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 Calm down. Calm down. Out. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, auntie. Take it. Oh, out. Mama, calm down. Calm down. Out. Calm down. 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 Hey. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
So as you can see, we are very, very worshipful people. I know we all have aunties.
I follow that guy. He makes me laugh every day. I follow him. He makes me laugh every day.
Yeah, we have aunties that are like that, don't we? Yes.
No. It's not. Look, it's not just aunties. Some of us are like that. So you'll be surprised. So look, and I don't like to single out any particular religion because they are all a problem. Even the guy that is doing a little juju or something at home. In fact, those people are even the worst because they are completely blind. Here's the problem here. When you bring up the Christian religion to kind of put it on the table for us to kind of destroy it, you said that Jesus Christ said, that he has not come to change anything. That's pushing it, right? He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one. So that's why he was called a blasphemer in Judaism. The idea that he did not come to change Judaism as it's not true, actually. And because he said, without me, no one can reach the Father. And that's why he was killed, because the Jews said, this man is taking the authority of God, because he said, I forgive your sins. Your sins are forgiven. To one of the people, he said, how could you say that his sins are forgiven? You have no right to do this, right? So don't say, because I think why I stepped in is because you're trying to give a pass to other people doing, so that means people can do whatever they want. Forefathers asked a very pertinent question. How much can you change a religion? How much change can you make in doctrine for the religion not to be what it is? And you guys were jumping. The truth is, what we have, and you answered this a little bit earlier, though I would have loved to hear you more when you said, oh, Catholic Church is not the first church or something. Look, my brother, this Christianity we are seeing now is not the true Christianity that we have in the Acts of the Apostle. This Christianity that Crefrodola, that Pastor Chris, that was the man, Tinubu's friend, and the one that is flying plane, all of them, this is not the Christian. Christ said that the Son of Man has no home. He was sleeping everywhere. He said the leader should serve his followers. He washed the feet of his followers. Christ didn't own any car. Just for context, car was a horse or a donkey at that time. It was just for the last ceremony. He said, go there and tell them the master wants this. and they brought it, he used it, and then he went to die. But these guys are owning their children. Christ didn't even have any children, but these people are having multiple girlfriends and doing all these things. So the idea, and let me comment. I know you want to say something. Let me comment on the idea of making a lady or a woman the Archbishop of Canterbury. Right? Is that I thought so? No matter what anybody says, that has changed that thing. It's no longer Christianity. One of the leaders of Christianity is St. Paul. He's the one that actually gave the direction to whatever we are practicing now. They gave meat to it. He gave, actually, this is very pertinent. He actually wrote a criteria for someone to be a bishop. One of the criteria is that you must be a man. You cannot be a woman and become a bishop. Huh?
A husband of one wife.
A husband of, so he said, no, he said, you mustn't be a husband. He said, preferably that you did not, if you didn't marry, that would be good. So that's where you have all these monks and all this. But the idea of a woman becoming, in fact, St. Paul said that in a church, that if you have a question, a woman, you should not speak. You should wait. When you get home, you ask your husband. The idea that a woman is now becoming a bishop or archbishop makes that religion no more Christianity. Actually, the idea of having same-sex weddings has already, even many of the, African bishops already kind of separated and said, we're not going to go with this. And I don't think tomorrow, look, any religion, so he has turned to, maybe we can say, something that is not Christianity. And this is not new also, right?
Yeah, but let me ask though. I hear what you are saying.
Hold on, let me just land on this point.
Okay, go
this
ahead.
Idea of the English church was based on this same thing, right? We know that the King of England, why we have this English church is because he wanted to marry his girlfriend. And that's how we even came to have this Anglicanized church. And he said, well, since the Pope would not divorce me, because the idea was that you cannot divorce somebody from, even in the Catholic Church, you can annul marriages, but you can't divorce people. So the idea for you to get a divorce was very difficult. The man said, well, if you're not going to divorce me from my wife so I can marry my girlfriend, well, I'm going to take over the church. I'm now the head of the church. That's why that Charlie is the head of the church. Can you believe Charlie is the head of the church in England, or for whoever believes in Anglican? So that's not a church. It's not Christianity per se. Well, let me just step back.
Yeah, because there are quite a lot of different factors pulling here, because some parts of the statement you made just now lends itself to supporting a woman ascending to a high position, because the Pope, even when he was in office, passed rules like this third cousin marriage or something, that the rules that they put in Europe, whereby you are not allowed to marry anybody closer than your third cousin, and so many different rules that are quite arbitrary that he decided to pass. And then you can argue that based on that, why is it different from same-sex marriage or a female ruling the church? That said, there is also the fact that the church has endured for 2,000 years or so without females heading the church. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe it was quite a strong part of the doctrine. Question you have to ask yourself now
you didn't listen to what I said. I said the myth of Christianity was written down by someone called St. Paul. He wrote a criteria. It's bullet point.
No, I
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But the question I'm asking is
that, then you're going to do another
thing. The question I wanted to ask is it that Christianity has endured this long and it has tried to adapt to the changes that have occurred in the world? Because the world that they set these rules for is not the same as the world that we have now. So should religion, since it's incapable of adapting to this world that we are in without transforming it to something else, should it be consigned to irrelevance, to serve the world of today?
But at the end of the day, if we want to argue religion, the best way to argue religion sometimes is as funny. They will just say, silence the Bible. You understand? There is a man called David in the Bible, saw a woman's nakedness and sent the man to war front. You understand? To go die and every other thing. But do you know the question that he got after everything? You understand? What was the question? He said, God, he said, I give you your father's wives. And if you want more wife, why don't you ask for it? But the same Christianity, another part of it will say one man, one wife. But this is the thing, the question that was given to David, say, I give you your father's wives. And if you want more wives, why don't you ask for it? So which means polygamy is welcome in the Bible. You see how funny it is?
In the Old Testament.
The Old Testament is still the Bible because Christ never abolished it. It's still in the Bible. You understand? And that's why I said Christ brought fair play. You understand? So the man who wants to marry 3 wives is more than welcome to do that. And the man who is not strong enough for that, to marry 1 wife, didn't do anything wrong for marrying 1 wife. And the man who married 3 wives didn't also do anything wrong for getting married to 3 wives.
Hold on. I think this one is a little bit above my pay grade. I don't know the Bible this deeply, but let me confirm from OD or anybody else, OT.
So let me
did the Bible say in any area that is the marriage is between a man and only 1 woman?
No, so this is the problem. So, Paul is a troublemaker, right? So he's just playing he's playing a game. He didn't address all the things I raised, and he has gone to this. So look, I don't know why people have problem with, things that are irrelevant. Bible say Christianity is really based on the belief in Jesus Christ. That he is the way to get to God. If you can't get past it, that's what Muslims believe in Jesus Christ also, right? He's one of their big prophets. But in Christianity, we don't consider them Christians because they don't have they are not people who live after the way of Christ because they don't obey that idea of faith. Here's the issue.
No, they believe. They always say Christ is not Son of God. It's messenger of God.
No. It's not about what Jesus Christ said is not just there are so many.
No, I mean Muslim. I mean Muslim. What I mean Muslim.
No, they don't believe that he's the only way to get through to God.
Yes.
That the Son of God is different. As Adam was a son of God, you are a son of God. All of us are sons of God. Even Jesus Christ said we are adopted sons into the family of God. But here's the issue.
No, they believe in the calling, they say is messenger. Don't say you are son of God. You cannot be God.
Like more like a prophet.
Let me say this. So the monogamy is a European tradition. Monogamy came from the Romans. You remember, the Romans shaped Christianity. That's why I would like to hear from Paul, because they adopted it. There's in the year 310. That's when they had a conference. They brought all the bishops in Nicaea, in a place now is Turkey now, right? In Nicaea, used to be Greece, right? But that's where they formed and said this and this and this is Christianity, and this was arranged by Constantine, right? When he essentially used Christianity, take over power. And here's the issue. If you look at if you look at what Paul said, in fact, if you look at the teachings of Paul, you understand that Paul never criticized polygamists. And if you look at his criteria for becoming a bishop, it means that there were polygamists indirectly amongst them.
One wife.
That's why he said that the only people, his recommendation for people who will be leaders are people with 1 wife.
There you go. Now
remember, the early Christians were Jews. And the Jews inherited from their father, Abraham, and from their father, David and all, who were all polygamists. So the idea that they were not polygamists in their midst is not true. But if you now fast forward maybe 300 years, when the Romans now took authority, imagine the power went from Jerusalem to Rome, right? And that's where it is now. If you look at the emperors of Rome, counting from Julius Caesar, Augustus, Nero, all of them had, imagine how powerful they were. They did not have more than one wife. This is, and if you look at even the king of England that transitioned to have the Anglican Church, the fight was to have, if he were a Jew, he would have just had a second wife. Even the idea of polygamy, it was later that some rabbis, maybe in the middle 500 years AD, that now said that made the act of monogamy as to be enshrined in Judaism. So the idea, so Christianity is not at war with polygamy. The European tradition is at war with polygamy. So there's no, if you have 2, 3 wives and you're a Christian, it doesn't mean anything, But of course, remember, many of everything that we do is that we're uninformed. Many people have not even gone to study the Bible to understand what they are practicing. People just get afraid. That's why people are afraid to call Adeboye, that is maybe he's not practicing good Christianity, or call out Christian, or they think people are going to die, or so knowledge is power. Christianity is not at odds with polygamy. So Paul, stop doing that.
Okay, I think this one that you agree with me and I agree with you. You're right. You understand? So another aspect of it, you keep saying these things about Christ, Paul, and the New Testament. If it is so, and very many persons argue this thing very well, I want to believe that you and I are supposed to carry one Bible that they gave us back in the days when we were in school in Nigeria. It's called Gideon International. You should have the only New Testament. Then abolish the Old Testament. But every Bible we carry today, the Old Testament is there. Because Christ, the supreme being, did not abolish it. You understand? But I can tell you that Christ and Paul's account in the Bible, you understand, it is better. That's why I said in the Old Testament, when you talk about slaves and everything, it is hard to serve God. But with Christ, it is very easy to serve God.
No,
because it's about.
It's not easy.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not very easy to serve God with Christ. Paul, you're twisting things, and it's
no. What I mean by that, with my own faith, I can serve God. You understand? But in the Old Testament, there are some. It's just like as it's hard now to serve God in Nigeria, where pastor will say, "Go bring money, go bring this, go bring that." You understand? Something that you can just do yourself.
Even when Christ was here, he said, "Go and carry your cross and follow me." He said it would be easier for a camel to pass through the eyes of a needle than for a rich man to go to. It's not because when the rich man, there was a rich guy who came to meet Christ. He said, "Master, what would I do to go to her?" He said, "Go and sell everything you have and follow me." So Christianity, you're making it look, because you just use faith, then it becomes easy. I'll tell you something. The idea of what people have, have to go through. I lost my chain of thought, really, but I'll get it back when.
No. I think the same thing. What I'm saying is that.
Sorry, let's see what I can bring Jonaba in. Jonaba, are you there?
But Father, I know this Christianity thing before I will forget, because I personally wrote it down. You make mention about this house and this crisis that is going on with my Igbo people more and everything. I also have, from my grandparent, my grandfather from my mother's side, owned more than 4 properties in Lagos. So I've been a generational person that have owned property. My grandfather, at the time, even get so relaxed. My mother speak better Yoruba than any Yoruba you can think of. Because my mother speak better Yoruba, my mother speak Ilaje, and my mother speak Ijebu. My mother can lose Yoruba. My mother is who they will call this one a shawo, a prostitute. Because she would take a Yoruba to where a Yoruba will not understand. Again, she would twitch because of how she was versed with the language. But what am I saying? When these people bought all these properties then, and people who even bought properties some 40, 30 years ago, nobody have paper. If Lagos State want to tell you all those things, these are people who throw stone, how far your stone can go. That's how they give you land. That's how they own all these properties and everything. So if Lagos State want to do due diligence, I am telling you that 99% of people will lose property, even including Lagosians that move to another place that also acquire land. Because every land will not be your father's land. It is your village, in my village in Delta, that I will say my village land. Every land in Delta cannot be my village. Do you understand? Sorry, my family land, if I will use the right word. You understand? So what am I saying with all these things? So, Father, I want to challenge you with this word. If government can draw map, a house have address, you pay what they call tenement rate, or you pay what they call land use charge, and government is taking money. In their own system, they didn't know that this property, this place is not supposed to be a residential place. This is supposed to be an agric land or commercial land, industrial area. And you put a residential building there and you are paying. And remember, it is government that marked that place that said number 17, Forefather Avenue, Forefather Street. Does that make sense? And government cannot take any blame. Look, I moved down to Arizona 2015. It was very funny to me. The place I want to go to place when I was trying to play, when I was moving down, one of my friends was living there. I almost got a place there. But because of school district for my kids, so I moved a little bit to the next 2 streets so that the school bus will pick my kids from the house, the apartment that I want to get them. Guess what? The city want to upgrade their pipelines and whatever. I'm talking 2015. They gave everybody $9,000 because they know the inconvenience is going to affect people tremendously. They give everybody. The state have the power, or the city have the power to do whatever thing they want to do. It can only cause traffic. They are not raising any house. They are not doing anything, but they know the level of traffic. These things will affect people. They give everybody $9,000. It looked like I've never seen $9,000 in my life. I said, hey, so I know how to rent this place. So I for just collect. My guy went to buy a nice, clean Venza and sent to Nigeria. Free money. Why am I saying this? If I can get a property and I'm paying tenement rates, Lagos State mark my house, I have address, I'm paying to government every year, I'm doing everything. Suddenly, government stand up and say, this is a wrong property. Won't government become an accomplice? They inspect this property when I was doing the land. You understand? They give me my survey. They do everything. I get my survey. I got everything. They give me my survey. When I was doing to linted level, they come inspect. They inspect everything. They give me number. Lagos State send that their house address and everything to you. Just to let you know, you pay to get address. For them to give you number, say number 6, Forefather Street. You pay to get that in Lagos State. There's somewhere along the line now. Is it that my address is fake? Is it that me paying tenement rates to Lagos State government every year? Is it that I also pay to a wrong account? That government will just stand out, they want to demolish the property, then they say the person that I give money in Alausa or the person that I give money in local government. Because when you are building house, you are working with local government and state government simultaneously, because the local government will come do their own and state government will also do their own. Then when it's time to demolish, it's only me make mistake. Local government didn't make mistake. State government didn't make mistake. You didn't hear that they fired anybody from state government. You didn't hear that they fired anybody from local government to approve this nonsense. Oh, Father, this is the height of stupidity. Let us grow up now. Let's not keep doing these things. You understand? Father, every time your brother, my brother, look, growing up in Nigeria, I understand before I travel to the West. When you see some of your childhood friends travel to the West, you go ask their mother for their phone number, whatever. Nobody give you. They hide all these things. That's the type of people we are. But guess what? When your brother buy a house for abroad, Now the same mama go to tell people for Nigeria, say, my pikin don't buy house for America, or my pikin don't buy house, because it's a thing of joy. We are happy that we are buying properties in the West, but we are criticizing ourselves that we are buying property in our own country. I don't get it. We cannot grow as a people when we do this.
About the way we perceive things. We like
Where is the wrong of state government and local government? Let's stop this thing. And if Lagos State want to pride themselves that, oh, every time they remind us that we are doing these things the wrong way, how about you make all these things electronically? You understand? So that I can do everything online. One of the purpose of online, you understand? You use it to shove away third party. You use it to scare away all this crime and criminalities. I can go online, I can see this plot, and I can know this plot, where is allocated to. I can see the due diligence, because even Lagos State government themselves, they don't even do their due diligence. If they do their due diligence, before they allocate properties, a portion of land to say it's time to sell, I want to believe, first of all, they're supposed to be the people that would have mapped all these things, work with the communication company, work with the electricity company to do all the underground things, everything that you put underground and the lights. You understand? The water board, the communication board, this is how they do things. You understand? So on their own part, there are so many faults. These questions, we don't ask these questions. We just stand up, we just blame that Igbo man that bought property. You buy property. Now, wrong place, you buy property. We encourage criminality. Look, if Nigeria want to do it this way, we can never grow as a people. I am telling you.
The question I asked before, let me bring the others on, because otherwise this may go long. I will put the question that I put to both of you, to Jonaba, and Jonaba's, it's like your phone doesn't want to stay in the middle. It keeps jumping out. Maybe I should just open it, make it an open panel. Actually, it's about time. It's the 3 hours mark now. Let's make it more relaxed. So, Oga Ike and John Abba, the question about that religion one was about, when does a religion stop being that religion based on differences that they've introduced to that religion? Because the level Christianity has endured for 2,000 years without having a female head in any of the churches. They don't practice same-sex partnerships, marriages. But within the last 20 years or so, these two things have come to fruition. So does it remain Christianity, or has it become something else? When does it change? Is it when they decide that there's another Lord and Savior? Is that what differentiates a religion? Because Moses is still relevant to us. The Mormons, are they Christians? Where does it stop? So there's a little bit of fuzziness about what makes a religion a religion. So I don't know what you think about it, Ike.
Well, forefathers, to be honest with you, since I've been in this platform, I try to stay away from anything that has to do with my faith. I don't want to make my Christianity as a talking point. I'm not supposed to. There are reasons and times I can share the word of God with somebody. We reason together, but I do not want to make it to become a topic where we continue to, sometimes my brother John Abba tried to do it very maturely, which I do respect him do that. But for me personally, I have a different opinion about my faith and what I believe in. Talking about what you're trying to say, the Bible says, do not add and do not subtract from the word of God. So if anybody add and subtract, that's your choice. But it doesn't change what I believe about the word of God, right? So God is love, right? But those principles of the word of God that is written, that is known by everybody, because there are so many things. You talk about same-sex marriage. If your father has married a man, that wouldn't have been forefather. So why do we have to continue to argue about that? Why do we have to spend time trying to convince people that a man should marry a man, a woman should marry a woman? I'm not that kind of I'm not that kind of a Christian, right? I use the word of God. The word of God for me is the life that I live. the transformation that I give people who know me, I use my life as the word of God. Because if you're a child of God, your life is a mirror where people look through you and they see the image of God. That is what the word of God to me is all about. In any way, I don't debate about whatever preacher say in the pulpit. You know, if my father was married a man, that wouldn't have been I, he wouldn't have known me. And if God says that marriage is between a man and a woman, if any other person decides to say any other thing, that's your choice. I don't know the Bible you're reading, but I believe that my Bible that I know, that I read, never told me that a relationship should be between a man and a man, and a woman and a woman. He said, for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and cleave to the wife, and two will become one. And whatever that God has joined together, let no man put asunder. So that is what it is, right? God created man from the beginning of the creation of God of man. It was in a garden, a family between a man and a woman, Adam and Eve. So if the beginning of the creation has taught us what it's supposed to be, why do we want to continue to, I'm not that kind of a Christian. I'm not that kind of a preacher who go arguing unnecessarily. My word is my word. My word is my bond. I don't mislead the people that I talk to about Christ. And when I have the privilege to minister in the church, I don't mislead people, because what we find today is that I used to say it here, that most Christians, most churches, or most men of God, God has left many churches today. What the people worship is the man of God, because the Spirit of God has left so many men of God today. So people are confused. They don't know what they believe in anymore. They don't know what they worship anymore, right? So it is very, very heartbroken when you see what is happening in the body of Christ. But I am not surprised, because the word of God also says that judgment is going to start from the house of God. Yeah, so this is my principle about the word of God. I don't need to preach the word of God to come to here to show that I know the word of God, or I can preach the word of God. I know how I can say no, but I love my brother John Abba, because he uses the wisdom of a Christian to minister the word for anybody who wants to understand what he's speaking. So it's very simple for me to know that if the judgment of God is going to start in the house of God, it's a personal race. I'm running my race, my brother, even though I preach the gospel. What I tell the members of my church, remember that I am running my race too, as you are running your race. Whatever I am preaching to you, I am also preaching to myself. Because if I preach to you that stealing is a sin or is not good, and I steal, I don't know what I am. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it is very simple for people to always go to plan. I don't talk about religion. I talk about Christianity, because I'm a Christian. I don't talk about religion. I talk about my Christian faith, what I believe in. I believe in God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. And I believe the word of God from Genesis to Revelation. It all depends how you interpret the word of God. Because the Bible says that the word of God is new every morning. Because Brother John can preach Matthew chapter 7 this morning. In the afternoon, somebody will preach Matthew chapter 7. It will still mean the same thing. It doesn't change. But what changes is the gift of speaking. The way you present your message. The gift of speaking that God has given you, for you to be able to present your message to your congregation, to be able to understand what the message you are trying to give to them, doesn't necessarily mean that I have removed something from the Matthew chapter 7. No. Because the Bible made us to know we all have given a gift of spirit by every one of us. Some of us are pastors. Some of us are evangelists. Some of us are missionaries. Some of us are prophets. But today, Nigerian men of God, they are pastors, they are prophets, they are missionaries, they are evangelists, they are everything. So where is the gift? Jesus has given, the Holy Spirit has distributed the gift among us. Because if Christ knew that he was supposed to do it alone, there wouldn't have been need for apostles. So we are confused, you know, people are confused with the word of God. So sometimes my personal self, I try to stay away because some of the men of God in Nigeria, sometimes I ask questions. How many are they leading to hell? And how many are they trying to tell what heaven is all about? So I will end like this. There is that judgment that is going to start in the house of God is what every time I want to do something, I try to remind myself what the word of God has told me to know. That whatever I do, whatever I say, a day shall come when I am going to give an account, you know. But am I going to stop people who try to interpret the word of God, or who try to add, or who try to subtract? No, I can't. Because the Bible says many are called, but few will be chosen. A lot will say, Father, I did miracle in your name. Father, I was a teacher in your name. Father, I was a pastor. I brought 1 million people into your kingdom. And at the end of Jesus or God will tell you, go away, you workers of iniquity. I know you not. So if you are a Christian, you should be able to believe what you believe. The word of God, what is even the principle of word of God? If you are truly a Christian, what is the message of word of God from Genesis to Revelation? What it is? Prepare my people for my coming. That's the word of God. It's nothing else. It's we. If you look at what is happening in the Christendom today, how many churches do you go today or you enter and you see where the man of God is preaching about righteousness? It is all about prosperity. It's all about miracle. They don't talk about righteousness of a Christian. They don't show people what the life you have to live a decent life. To be a
some do, some do.
That's what Mr. Oti, I'm not saying all. I just said that many men of God. That's what I said here. I didn't say all. Because if I say all, I am included also. So, but what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to say here is that this word of God we are debating here. What is the message in that word of God? Prepare my people for my coming. Show them the way of salvation. Because if I speak about miracle, what is the process of miracle in the first place? Because when you talk about miracle, when people recognize miracle is when they buy a new car, or when they buy a house, or when they get promotion in the office, they come to the church and give testimony. But you forgot that when you sleep and wake up every morning, there is no greater miracle that you sleep and wake up every day. Which miracle is greater than that? Because what your mindset is set up, your mindset is not set that even though your miracle is when you build a new house, are you going to be alive to even live in the new house? I mean, do we really ask that question? So when people interpret miracle, you know, when people preach about miracle and signs and wonders and all those kind of things, the way I read the Bible, the way I understand the Bible, I know the way when I want to tell people about what miracle is or what favor is, right? What favor is and things like that. But which church do you go today in anywhere in the world? You hear the word of salvation? No, it's about miracle. It's about prosperity. It's about sowing seed. It's about do this. It's about do this. It's about do this. And at the end of the day, people are confused. The members are confused. They don't know which one are they going to believe. How many people now do bring people into the kingdom of God? Because even the Christians are living the same life that they claim that the people they call unbelievers are living. But they are the architect of the same life. Christians today, those people that we call unbelievers, we build schools as Christians. Which money do we collect from the school that we build? Those people we call unbelievers. Is their children that can afford to pay the school that we build. Which people build the school? The less privileged members of the church who are contributing money to the church, paying offering in the church based on the message of the pastors. They will pay that money, pay tithe, pay offering, pay this. At the end of the day, you will build school. The members of that church, their children cannot afford, their parents cannot afford to take their children to that school that the church has built. It is the same people you call unbelievers. They are the people their children will be bringing money, and you will put it in your pocket, and you're saying you're a man of God. And the people that are contributing the money to build the church cannot attend the school. The hospital you build, you cannot, the people that are members of the church don't have money to pay to be able to be attended in the hospital. It is people like Mr. Wike and his family that can go to that private hospital. Who are you? Which message of Christ are you preaching? Which message are you preaching? Somebody was saying here, I think it was Jody.
Okay.
What do Christ have?
So the question, let me ask Janaba the question. He has been very patient.
Empire, wait, let me end like this because I want to go because it's late here. My wife is giving me a sign already. I have a wife, right? I want to go and hug my wife before I sleep. So what I'm trying to say, I do respect my brother John Abba but he doesn't come here to show, but he uses his own wisdom to try to pass that message across for people who really want to understand. So for me, I'm emotional to the word of God. And I am very emotional when we talk about word of God because I know what I believe in. And I don't want to use it to become a topic of everyday. People who say one thing and we begin to argue about word of God. Word of God does not need any argument. It's for you to open your heart and your mind to receive if you want to believe. I don't need to force you to believe, but I only preach the message. It is for the Holy Spirit, if you believe that is Holy Spirit, to convince your heart to receive the message that Brother John gave you. Brother John is not going to break your head to put you the word of God inside your head or your mind. No, it's you to convince yourself that what is telling you is true. And if you believe that what is telling you, go to your Bible. You don't need your pastor to tell you what is written in the Bible. The Bible is a free gift for everybody. You should read the word of God yourself and understand the word of God and ask God, if you believe in God, ask God to minister the word unto you for you to understand. What is this word telling me? There are Christians who go to, the day they open their church is only on Sunday. They open their Bible. And after Sunday, they don't open their Bible. They close it until next week Sunday. It's a free book. You can read. So my brothers, God bless you. Brother John, God bless you. Oti, God bless you. Hey, my brother Paul, God bless you. Forefathers, thank you for giving me the privilege.
Look at that.
I hope we see tomorrow.
God will not bless me. All right. You're welcome.
This is a piece of Sunday sermon. Good night.
Yeah. You don't need to say God bless everybody. Me, he will see me on Sunday. But it's all right. It's all good. We all don't deserve the Savior.
If you don't want God to bless you, if you don't want God to bless you, ask Tinubu to bless you, right?
That is all good. That is all good. Janaba, the question remains though. How do religions, when do they change from the original religion to something else based on the changes that are occurring? Because sometimes I begin to wonder whether religions are what they claim. Yeah, because the original religion now, in the case of Christianity, has been around for thousands of years, and they've never had a female head of a church, and they practice certain practice in terms of monogamy between man and a woman. But now we have a situation whereby we have, man and man and woman getting married. So how far do you drift away from the practice for over 2,000 years before it becomes something else? Like it's not another religion anymore.
First of all, I don't think Jesus Christ himself was religious according to the Bible story. He was a good guy. He practices a forefathers religion that um, uh, he care for the poor, he care for the needies, yeah, those that needed food, they provided for them. So after um, his death, then what the people at that time that worked with him witnessed, now call them Christian because he's tied to Christ. The word Christ means is a title. So also then I say, okay, they are called Christian. The book of Acts now is the beginning after the departure of Jesus, the actions of the disciples, right? Um, and whether it's Christianity or Islam, is information. Every if you want to stick to the Bible, that you want to wrap your head around it, you can. And the only problem we, the African or the Black people, have had over the years was lack of documentation. We don't document and we don't reform. And as a result, when the Christianity and introduced to us, because we have nothing to hold on to, that okay, this is how you worship your God in terms of documentations, which I believe that our traditional way of worshiping God was not bad. They should have been reformed in a way that we, the African, um, stick to our way of worship, because if yes, whether it's the traditional leaders and the political leaders could uh have the respect uh to our people, because in those days the God of the land was holding them accountable. But because of the few mistakes, like some uh let's say if you have twins, they think it's not a good thing. So some of this cruel thing that happen, little thing, they capitalize on it, and then they bring this religion to it. But as it is now, it's due for reform, and that is what we are saying, because the Bible says, right, that God do a new thing. So why, if He's going to do a new thing, why are you now going against it if God is the one doing it? There's a scripture that says, "The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof." So as far as if you are open-minded, nothing happened without the knowledge of God, and God has all the power. I believe if God knew, if there is that out there that something is terribly going wrong, like you see in terms of Charlie Kirk, uh, you see the two side of right and left on gun issue and how it shaped America. Uh, in terms of if he was going through to the colleges and preaching whatever he was preaching, uh, that ideology resonate with people, and that sometimes it's not. Other people have a version of what you don't have. You have the version what they don't have. Uh, Two of them can be wrong and two of them can be right. But the age we are right now, um, people, because of what they have turned Christianity to, especially in Africa, the organization itself is supposed to be non-profit organization. That if a man it's the main thing is to meet the need of the poor and to serve the community in terms of emotional support and spiritual support whenever it's needed, counseling and the rest of them, which have a part to role to play in our lives day to day. But whatever the religions that anyone practice, I am not against it, but I'm of the issue is due for reform, whether it's Christianity or whether it's Islam. The question is that as Jesus have laid down his own ideology that it become popular, who do you see these days that you can say will look up to that Jesus was a very neutral, open-minded, civilized guy who care for the needy, that he was not even concerned about those that follow him. There was a time uh, someone healed in his name. And the disciples say, why? And he told them that if this person is not against us, it's of us. So you should not question him. There was a time was baptizing people and they have gone through the baptism class or teaching. And somebody came and he baptized and the disciple was having problem because that was the Jewish whatever settlement that they believe that the other ones are not to the same salvation that they have. So that is what oh, but Jesus as a leader in that time, his idea resonate, and after his death, it becomes so popular to today that I don't see someone that you can say, okay, let's follow this person because what is even the so Christians are doing is contrary to what Jesus himself did. I don't think if Jesus will be supporting the Israeli to wipe out Palestine. I don't think if Jesus is there now, it's oh well done, you are doing well. Jesus will not do that. He didn't do that when he was there, and his idea was not to do that, and that's why he resonates with the people till today and many generations to come. But I still believe that our African system was one of the best. We're not extorting money from people, so similar to the sacrifices of
What?
animals
We are
of
not extorting money from people.
the traditional
Okay, beliefs, you mean?
the belief system of Africans was not to collect
Okay.
money to give to any. I'm not talking about the church. I'm talking
Oh,
about
I
the
thought you were talking
tradition.
about the church.
No,
Yes.
I say that our system. When I say our system, the traditionally we are pagan by nature. Before the coming of Christianity and Islam, we're all pagan, and there's nothing wrong with it.
To be
The
fair,
problem
to
is
be
that we,
fair, sorry, let me clarify one thing about that paganism. Paganism is basically, it means the religion that is not the majority religion in any situation. So before Christianity, African religion was the main religion. So I think paganism has somehow become twisted to
it's
mean
the same way they
something bad.
demonize everything we have. It's the same way,
Mm,
even our resources, that when they come and take a raw material and they then go and process it and sell you the process, and it's the same thing. It's the same
mm,
it's the same process of demonizing everything we have and tell us what we have. We just
mm.
know the person that brought salvation for you, he wants you to carry him and his he will not did you understand the story about why these people come? But then the question is that when you look back and the infrastructure, like most churches, like you see today in the Pentecostal, they were all beneficiaries of those old churches, ministry schools, like Methodist school, Catholic school, and all those Anglican school that the white people bring. But same way they did it today. But at least that served those purposes. The point I'm trying to drive is that those who practice the Christianity of the Pentecostal now are now taking money from the very poor. That some of the churches they have, some of the schools they have, no poor people can attend those church. And some of this money comes from the most of them before they join. Politicians can even be more pure in Nigeria than a pastor, because some politicians are rich and they can tell you this is what we have before we join it. Most of the politicians you have in and the Christian and the pastor you have, they will come as a church rat. They get that money from the back of the poor people. And and then today you are telling, and those some of those people are beneficiary of those old school built by church that they pay nothing. They pay nothing, and now they have established school that is the daughter or a son of a poor people. Even their own church who pay tithe. I don't know whether God was broke in heaven that they sent that tithe through, but I believe it's that tithe they used to build all those their own money and build the power themselves. And so I think we should.
Oh, sorry,
I don't see
gentlemen,
anything.
I gotta go now. Good night. Huh?
Yeah, thank you, Oti, for joining us and for the conversation. I think we got somewhere. I did learn something about Christianity today, that it was the Romans that kind of made us start. It's not Christianity itself, it's the Romans that made us start this monogamous kind of marriage thing, that it wasn't necessarily Christianity. It turns out that monogamous marriage is something that is linked to Europeans more like, at least in the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, they started practicing monogamy. It wasn't from Christianity. Interesting, isn't it? So when we are all doing monogamy, we are basically practicing European culture, not necessarily Christian culture itself. Except we are saying that they are Christian, they are the real Christians, and they are not. They are not the ones that invented it. Judaism allowed polygamy, but Europeans don't. Interesting, isn't it? So let me bring Paul back to the middle. I think we are going to be rounding up soon. We've already done 3 hours. I think it's only fair. We've already covered a lot of ground. And but okay. So from the point of view, I think it's settled now. Some people believe that it is fine for Christianity to change. I think I wanted to ask a question that what if Jesus Christ was alive today? Would he support same-sex marriage? And would he support a woman becoming head of the church? What do you think? Let's start with Jonaba. So I give a brief answer, then Paul, go ahead.
I believe Jesus will. He's a reformer and he's a progressive guy. If he's walking around, he will tell people that they should be judged by their kindness to humanity and not by their sexual orientation.
But okay, now let me you see, and okay, I'll bring it to Paul. Paul, what do you make of that? Because I will ask a follow-up question too.
So, Fafara, Christ spoke so many times, almost 2/3 of everything that Christ spoke, teach. He talked in parable, not like many of these things happen. And some of the things that happened in front of Christ with his own opinion was the story about Mary and Martha. When these 2 ladies, one was cooking, doing all the work, the other one just sat down with Christ, doing anything, do nothing and everything. And you see the jealousness and everything within them. That's where Christ said, in his own opinion, it is better for one man, one wife. Like I said, there is something called the spirit man and the man. I may be a spiritual person, but it's not all the time. Everything that I talk is spiritual. There is the man and there is the spirit man. You understand? So Christ, in his own opinion, like if some of us want to joke with these things and everybody will say, Christ no marry now. How about go get experience for that level? Because see the ups and downs. The only little one that he saw, this one can say, I was cooking, doing everything. This one just sat down with you doing nothing. Christ just see that woman thing. You understand? With emotions and everything. Christ just said, in my own opinion, no, one man, one wife. Because you understand that if these 2 women, the happiness of being with Christ, the way so many people want to be Christ, the 2 women find themselves with Christ, they even forget that I'm with Christ, I'm supposed to enjoy it while it lasts. They still complain about themselves. Me, I don't
So
say, yeah, they cook.
sorry. Did Christ actually say one man, one woman himself?
Yes, he said so.
Jonathan said no.
Yeah. Yes,
Are you
Christ
sure
said
it's
so.
not Paul that said that?
Paul was in the occasions when he talked his own suggestion that if if at all. In fact, Paul said that if everybody would be like him, he do not even suggest a man should, in his own opinion. So the issue of one man, one wife, uh, he said that we take Christ's word versus what God. David, he said, if you want more wife, you could have asked of me, and instead of sending a guy to the war front in
Front.
order to take his
Wife.
wife. So we contradict in because there are parables that, like Paul says, that some of those things, if you all those old King James version, if you go, they use the letter read, that is the word of Christ said, just to differentiate what Christ Himself said from what the writers like Paul and the rest of them. So. My answer to you is the same. If Jesus was to, you are not even talking about one man, one wife. Anyway, you just ask that if
Yeah,
Christ is here.
but everything we seem
I
to be
think
saying
you
Christ
went
will
to, you
accept
already
everything.
gone
No.
far. If he will, because I think that's due for reformation. All of those
Yeah,
things
but if
is
he's gonna
due. The
accept
only
everything,
thing we
so he's
have
gonna
never
accept
had
people
a
eating all
leader.
kinds of food. But he never really administers so many things. I guess all he seems to say is as long as you believe in me, you go to heaven no matter what else you do. So you go robbery, you do all those things, yeah, okay. Is that it? Where is the line?
Okay. Yeah, but the same.
Where is the
Remember
line?
that the
It's
same.
I
getting
love
out
this
of
question,
Remember
control.
that
forefather.
a
I
woman
love
was
this
caught in
question,
Where is the
adultery.
line?
A woman was caught in
forefather.
adultery.
That's why I said at the end of the day,
Caught
the
in
argument
adultery.
still say silent this Bible. When you go that route, it gets you more
The,
confused instead of it to
the
bring you
woman
more
that
understanding.
committed
Let's hear
adultery.
Joraba. Let him finish his
The
submission.
woman that committed adultery. They said that the law of Moses. This woman, the penalty is to stone her to death. And it says to them, who among you here that have not committed a sin should be the first stone. And the Bible says that all of them begin to leave, first the elder among them, who is the first person that raised the issue. The point is that, and that was a law, but Jesus do not say do it or not doing it. He just said that who among you that have never committed a sin should be the first
Parable.
person, because you are asking, yeah, you are asking that. And then another thing is say, how much time forgive your brother in a day? He says 70 times what?
70
So, in
times.
other words, he's saying that leave every offense unpunished, every crime
Basically,
unpunished.
what he means is that, okay, you now, I'm not trying to answer it. I'm trying to tell you what the Bible say. I'm not trying, because
Yeah,
to you
because I'm
is too
trying to
much.
get to
Where is the line?
what is the
You
point?
are
Where is
trying
the
to say
line?
where
There
is
doesn't
the
seem to be
line?
any
Yeah,
line.
exactly.
Is
The
it just like some
line
kind
is
of hippie that he
remember
just goes on accepting everything that goes on? We have to draw a line
remember that
somewhere.
no, remember
Forefather.
he
That's why I still
summarized
go
it.
back to
He
Matthew
summarized it.
5:17
He
again when Christ
summarized
said it.
it. He summarized it. He summarized even the law that they do not come to abolish, but then he says love cover all this, and he says that if your neighbor, if you steal from your neighbor, you do not love your neighbor. With your neighbor's wife, you do not love your neighbor. If you lie against your brother, you do not love them. So
Yeah, but he
in
also
another
forgives
word,
sins, though.
that is what I'm saying. It's end
That's
of
what
the
he said.
day. That is all. The end
Then
of the day.
where is the consequence
The
for
line is,
sins?
I think, is the moment depends on what you are met with. Like now, I believe that if I got to fall further now, lying right now, I have no chance to. The Bible context. If you do not have the opportunity to ask for your forgiveness, then that is when you will have an issue to best of minority. Because even the thief that stole all his life was crucified with him, and he went to heaven. And who so
He went to heaven before he repented. But
For,
this idea that you sin and you just be
forefather.
forgiven,
So
I
forefather,
don't understand.
if you will look Christ very well, with Christ there is no law. You understand? Christ, like I know OT, don't like that word when I use the word fair play. Christ only brought love and forgiveness. You understand?
Was it the first anarchist or something? Oh, no, because I don't understand. There is no rules. Everybody should be forgiven. The murderer should be forgiven. The thieves should be forgiven. Liars should be forgiven.
Forefather, Christ is Africa. That's why Africa is going what they are going to today. We are wired and trained to forgive. You see a white man, somebody who maybe buy their son, 40 years, they say they are still finding a vengeance. They need closure. You understand? But we are trained to forgive. But these people, 40 years, you understand? Somebody that is not there, still going to court for that case. They said they need justice. Justice means closure. You understand? That's how they operate, like that Old Testament. Good percentage of them, not all of them. But when you see us, we are trained to forgive. We're quick to forgive. You understand? We need closure as fast as you can think.
You know what? I think there is some merit to what you have just said, because the way we run our country is almost based on anarchy too. There is no real rule. Every time there is somebody is about to be held accountable, say, "Oh, how about this one? How about this one?" And in a way, that's what Jesus Christ did. Jesus Christ did it to those people when they wanted to stone the lady to them. Say, "How about you?" Then they dropped it and went away.
Exactly.
So there's
what
no
about
rule.
What about the woman with the issue of blood? Somebody touched me. It costing us at that time. It become miracle to that person. You understand? Just the opposite. You understand? So that's why when you see the Jewish people, they don't understand. Like I said in my psychology 101, it becomes foreign. When I use this BlackBerry and this iPhone thing, you understand? It was foreign to us. What kind of stupid phone is this? I'm touching the phone, everything is just working upside down. Today, every one of us is using touch screen. None of us is using the keypad. You understand? So it becomes foreign
But Christianity doesn't work the way Christ is saying, though. Christianity, the reason why it got spread, they were not busy forgiving sins all over the place. They were punishing people that misbehave badly.
I'm telling you, but Christ is a perfect gentleman. He's a perfect gentleman. He did great. You understand? But that is not the law.
They're not following his way of life.
The funny thing, he didn't bring any law, and he did not abolish the law that he met.
Then if he he didn't bring any law. It's a confusing thing now. Exactly. He didn't bring any law, but he set examples that some people feel is worth following.
Very good. Exactly, I agree.
But maybe it's a momentary. But to be fair to him, hold on, Paul. Let's look at this, because we shouldn't necessarily use Christ's behavior as law. Maybe that's a mistake most people are making, because most of those things that he did they were momentary things that he did to maybe convey mercy, convey that this person is still a human being. But he never really said, okay, this is the law now. This is how you are supposed to behave.
Exactly.
You should not stone somebody that carried out abortion. So maybe that's where the mistake is. So it's a little bit weird.
I'll give one small excuse. Look at Donald Trump today. Donald Trump will go pick a law that was enacted 1896, 1902. But guess what? No matter how you want to call him wicked president, he follows the law. He follows the law. So if you call him a wicked person, he will say, I'm only acting based on the law. I didn't want to really call him a wicked person if he follows the law, because he swear oath, you understand, to abide by the law. So if you follow the law,
you see, this is where Jesus Christ comes in. You don't have
Christ now brought human face to the law. There is common sense, discretion. You see, and what Christ brought was good. It is confusing.
It's confusing. I think if I was interpreting it,
the best argument is to silence the Bible.
If I was interpreting it, I would say the female judges, if you want to interpret it strictly, they shouldn't be made the female heads of churches. They shouldn't be made one, because Christ never approved that kind of stuff. Yes, Christ-like behavior. He says you should be tolerant of people. But he never really changed the law. He never really put any law in place. He defied the law sometimes, but he never really changed it. He never said, this is what you should do henceforth. All he really commanded people was that, follow me. That's, believe in me, that I will take you to heaven. That's it. That's the only time he really, and it did say, love your neighbor as thyself. He did say that.
My sister, my mama Bona.
Yeah, welcome, this thing. Ify, nice to see you today. We are discussing religion. And
if he had come Georgia, not Atlanta or Georgia this month.
Where did they go?
I get one party where they make me they cry up and down.
Where? Which side?
Georgia. Georgia. When I first check GPS, it bless me, I cry.
What city?
Just keep going, keep talking. I will find it.
I don't like to talk about religion, forefather.
Okay, if you don't want to talk about religion, there's one issue that has been coming up regularly that is triggering me to talk about the American situation right now. This was about David. This was about David. They were talking about David. How God asked David whether he should get more wives, why he didn't ask for more wives. The story that correlates with what is happening in America is when David's son passed from the partner that he got from sending the husband away to war to go and die. But he had a son, and God condemned that son to death. And because the prophet told him that his son was going to die, he was fasting, praying, wearing sackcloths and everything. And after the son passed, after 7 days, he just stopped and started putting on clean clothes and, ready for party. His servants were concerned that this guy that was mourning and all this stuff, all this while, after the son died, they were scared of telling him even, but they saw his countenance. They were like, why are you behaving like this? He was like, he's dead now. There is no point in mourning anymore. There's no chance. He's not going to come to me anymore. I'm the one that's going to go to him. He's not coming back again. So I have to carry on with my life. So why this comes up from the context of the American society, which is very strange that it's tied to what is going on in America right now, is when you hear some Americans say, oh, the left are crazy. They are the ones saying all these bad things and leading to all this war, all these people be getting killed and all that stuff. They forget that the left think differently from them. Just like David thought differently from normal human beings. The left try to prevent the death. They don't mourn after the death. While Republicans tend to think in a different way, they mourn after the dead. So, and it's very, very interesting thing that you start learning from observing societies, how they behave.
True.
They don't seem to understand that people have different ways of mourning. I'm learning a lot, coming online, it's not totally wasted. I'm actually learning a lot. Because he taught me about when Buhari died too, how Nigerians reacted. Some people were celebrating his death, others were mourning. And I discovered that you don't condemn both sides, which is weird. So in America, I don't like the idea of them condemning.
From both sides again, it's called love. You understand? From both sides again, it's still love. Because let me tell you, I'm having issues with my siblings right now. We're fighting, going through all this type of problems going on with my siblings. The first thing that comes to my mind, you understand, I just said, death means rest for my mother. Because if my mother were to be alive, this thing happened, probably it would have been this issue that would have killed my mom. And I will never forgive myself because I caused my mom's death. But thank God, my mom is already dead. So it's okay for us to fight.
You see what I mean? Exactly.
You see?
So
I didn't say I'm fighting my siblings, so it's hypothetically I just use that word. So you see
Paul, how do you perceive it then? Is it that some people prefer to prevent? Do you agree with the idea that some people prefer to? Okay, let me just make it clear. There are three groups. Some people will cry to prevent. Some people will cry during, and some people will cry after.
What are you looking for?
While some people, most of their energy is on prevention. Once the death happens, like David, it's over. There's no point worrying about the dead anymore. They are gone. And most Islamic practices tend to be like that, whereby when somebody dies, immediately inside the ground, it's over. When you're alive, they do everything to prevent you passing on. So which one should be regarded as actually superior? Because from my point of view, which maybe I'm biased, I don't know, I would rather preserve life. So when you look at America now, they are now turning on the liberals, saying, "Oh, you are laughing at Charlie Kirk. He was shot, and you are laughing at him." Yeah, it's not nice to laugh at him, but to malign the left for the situation in America right now, where people are getting shot because they are going to political discussion, they're having political discussions, completely betrays the truth that the left have been fighting when children were being shot up in schools. When Las Vegas shooting, the left have been fighting, trying to pass laws to stop it from happening. Who stopped them from doing that? These same Republicans that are accusing them for it, which is a very weird thing to observe, for it to be happening, that they are accusing the left of being the ones that are insensitive now.
Well,
when in reality, the left have been mourning the death of so many children.
I will completely be indifferent when it comes to this matter, because I've been in this country for so long that I understand. Whether the left, whether the right, they are just the same thing. It's like immigration. Now, the right will take the advantage of all the missteps that Republican is doing now when it comes to immigration, win the next election. Then when they also come again, they themselves will abuse it. Immigration, Republican will use the same thing to come back to power. Barack Obama won 60 seats. They can change anything when Obama was in power. Just like as I told you, I'll go back to Nigeria a little bit. Let me touch Nigeria. When Buhari was in power, Rotimi Amechi, 8 years, was Minister of Transport. How come the seaport didn't work in South-South? When we have Calabar, we have Warri, we have Port Harcourt. How come the seaport didn't work? Jonathan was president for 6 years from that region. How come the seaport
but during that time,
it is easy now for us to blame Yoruba.
But during that time, Niger Delta people were having some of their drama now. Avengers.
I am telling you, Buhari time and Jonathan time, two giving time. How come it didn't work? So these are the things. Leave politicians with the way they play with words and every other thing. So it is easy for us to blame Yoruba, like Yoruba did it. Lagos Port just stayed there because of it is the last one that remains to spoil. Not because of they maintain anyone. Lucky us, we just maintain one. Because that's what we do. When we destroy, we try to preserve one. You understand? And everything, so that you still say, this is my father's compound. But the house is falling.
The gun issue is different. Excuse me, let me interject a little bit.
Let me just land it. I just use Barack Obama. What did Barack Obama want? Obama would have changed things with the numbers of seats that Barack Obama.
Let Janaba enter.
Now, when it comes to that, remember, it was able to establish Obamacare, which Trump was trying to revoke it and he couldn't. Where Obama was using what will become permanent than using executive order or vote on the. What he could have done more, whichever way he wants. But when it comes to the gun law or any other law that you want to leave your history, it has to become the law of the land. It can, just like Obama now, Donald Trump now cannot use executive order to say, "Oh, I take this."
Birthright citizen.
Yes, it's birthright citizen. So it's a different thing. The fact that I have citizens that he can easily pass anything, he can't do that. So it's different.
But Jonaba, I agree with that. What I'm saying is that when Obama won initially, the first one, you understand? Obama, see, what I'm saying is that we understand that gun law, you understand, it's a second amendment. You understand? It is tough. I'm not telling you that, say, let us go back to the house to go change the constitution. It is tough. But what I'm telling you is that with that numbers of seats, he would have used it to achieve a lot, like some of the things that Trump is achieving now. We may not agree with him. You understand? But what I'm telling you is that the political part, Obama, even the Obama, the healthcare insurance that you are talking about, Obama did not even achieve it when he had all those seats. Not until when he lose and start campaigning. Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, and everything. So leave politicians with the way they play with all those things. He would have achieved a lot, like certain things like this. You understand? Carry the R-15. You understand? Military style weapon. He would have be able to change those parts a little bit and the likes. You understand? But Obama also get money from the NRN too. You understand? These are the things. So they play
Yeah,
politics
but to be
around
fair,
it.
though, to be fair, Paul, most of the people that are campaigning for gun control tend to come from the left. Are we in agreement on that?
Yes, but when
So
they take
that is my problem with
so
now
forefather,
you are
when they
arguing
take
against
power,
accusing them.
so forefather, when they take power, they will tell you that there's nothing I can do.
No,
But when
those
they're
are
out
their
of power,
politicians.
they will
But
use it to
to be
campaign.
fair, those are their
think we
politicians, and
are,
they did pass some laws. Let's not say that they tried.
No, in many
talk
times.
about
That's why I use
laws
Obama.
in
Obama for a
general
long time.
context.
Obama, 2008. The numbers that Obama have, Obama would have done a lot. You understand? They use it as a
Obama,
campaign
no,
tool.
I hear what you are saying. Obama, they always play weakness when they get into office. Where the Republican get into office, they do all kinds of stuff.
Exactly.
Let's allow John Abba to come in,
Remember
please.
now, I think when first and foremost, when we talk about the law issue, is that we are talking about assaulted rifle, like they can use in the military.
Yeah.
Like there's no need. We are not fighting war. You can use a little pistol that is not gonna do it, cannot do more harm. But we are not talking about taking the gun out of the hands of America
True.
because that is the law, right? And then the only thing is that we are saying is that is right or wrong. These Democrat state like New York, for instance, they have zero uh, intolerant for gun, but people still get gun from other states where they can neighboring state. The same thing with Chicago and the rest of them. And the thing is that nobody is saying that you should not have a gun. It's just type of gun we are talking about here. And those things, if you come to the campaign or to American people trying to appeal to them, remember in your local ballot, you all those things you can see we taking it as part of the your election vote in your county
Yeah,
or
you're pro.
wherever. Oh, yeah, so it's not that popular to take it off people's hand. States have done it in their capacity, and the issue is that it's not gun that kill people. It's people
Jesus.
that use gun that
Are you
kill
I laugh at
seriously?
you.
people.
Are you seriously saying
I
that?
laugh at you.
It's
Oh,
Did you
not
too
just
gun.
much
say
It's
that?
Texas
not
man.
Did you
gun
just
that
say that?
gun will stay where you leave it. It's just like if you have accident with
My brother,
your car
I
will not
disagree
have
with you.
accident. The wait now is the gun. You can not say you shouldn't, but the point we are trying to say is that the reason for having a gun was to some people for what they want to use it for. You can go and buy a car now and run
Jonaba,
people over
Jonaba,
in the car.
Jonaba,
So the
Jonaba,
issue of gun has
Jonaba.
become an issue now.
If I run red light, they give me
You
tickets.
can kill
It is the
people,
car
right?
that run red light, not me that run red
The
light.
people that the people that
Is
are
that
kill
also
people now.
popular? If I want to use
Is
your
that
word,
kills
it is the car
the
that run
person
red light,
that kills
not me run red
somebody?
light.
Where is he?
But
The
they give
person
me
that
tickets.
kill the person that kill people. Where are they? Some of them are in their lockup forever, right? And depends on the state. In state of Texas, if you are found guilty that you kill somebody, you are going to die. It's not like you're going to go life sentence. So every state define it in their own way. As much as you may say gun is an issue here in Texas,
All is
the
to make
point
you
is that
carry
what we
gun.
are
All is to make you carry gun at the end of the day. All is to make you carry gun.
carry
All
gun.
I'm saying is that
Everybody need to carry
something
gun.
happened in the UK 3-4 days ago in Manchester. You understand? Even though the casualty now, we started finding out that it was even though the police that mistakenly killed. If that guy from Syria had gone, do you know how many people that guy would have killed?
Exactly.
You understand? Why are we saying this? You understand? If I use my car and run people in broad streets and everything and run people, then you said no, car don't kill people.
I think what Janaba is saying is true, and what you are saying is true. But let's bridge the gap. What we are saying actually kills people: the availability and the accessibility of gun to the wrong people at the wrong time
There is
that's
no
what's
even,
killing people.
Father, there is no even wrong people. I can snap. Remember now, maybe I'm coming back
Yeah,
from
that's
work
what I
now.
mean. The wrong
There's
people at
a
the wrong time. The wrong time
so
is where you apply.
Father, that's why I say there is no wrong people. As I am now, I have the
Oh, there is
cleanest
wrong
record.
people. If you are
No,
crazy, you
so
belong in the this thing.
as
Yeah, that's
that
definitely
is
wrong people.
that is just one micro aspect of it. One micro. What do I mean? As I am now, for example, I have the cleanest record you can think of. You understand?
Yes.
So I have the cleanest record. I go to work. There's a way they treat me and everything. I just go to store, go buy 10 guns because my record is
Imagine.
clean. They can just give me all those weapons. That will not trigger any red flag. All they run, they discover that my record is clean, and they allow me to buy 10 guns in one day.
Imagine.
Which means up till now, my record is still clean. After I use it, that's why my record will be dirty. But do you know what late Abacha call it? He said, "Dead dog don't bark." You understand? I've already committed that's why I don't want them to make it easy to give to everybody. Just remember that no matter how they will try to disagree, they'll try to change history. The original concept of this gun, you understand, was started by giving some people to punish the other people. Remember, black and brown can't carry weapon. So it was fun to them. But now that everybody now start carrying this thing now, it become problem to everybody.
But there's a specific group that is doing it now. It's young white men, especially in their 20s. They are extremely dangerous now because part of the problem is training. If you give somebody a gun, if you don't give them enough training, and especially on temperament, when we're growing up, we watch Chinese movies. When they want to teach those apprentices kung fu, they teach them character. They give them character to be able to harness the skills that they are being provided. And guns are far deadlier than kung fu, actually. And yet, most of these people have temperament issue. They are incels, and they give them guns.
For now that you talk this thing now, 70% of Americans, kids, you understand, that go sign up for Taekwondo. You understand? 70% of kids that sign up for Taekwondo in America, you understand, it's recommended that these kids are having anger issue. They send them to go learn Taekwondo. Self-defense. From self-defense, they started training them that, do you know, if you do this, you can kill somebody. Do you know if you do this, you can kill somebody? It helps their temperament. You understand? When kids started having anger issue, because me now as a boxer now, they tell you don't fight in the streets. Because if you fight in the street, they know that you're a boxer, you do UFC, you do Taekwondo, you can injure people badly. Because the way you understand and everything, it calm you down. You already understand that, well, I know I can beat this person. But how about me just use it as a self-defense? You understand? And it keeps your temperament down.
In check.
A simple thing like that, you can even tell people, for you to get gone, go sign up for Taekwondo, boxing for 2 years.
I think Jonaba want
just simple thing like that.
Want to challenge your point.
Yeah, the issue remains that even the guy that killed the Charles, he did his best. He did not kill. He did not miss his target completely. He almost missed it. But the point I'm
that is
trying to say
political
is that
statement too. It's also political statement. It's also political statement. They don't want to credit him. If they credit him, another person will do it. That's why they use that phrase. You understand? It's just a political statement.
I'm just saying, the point I'm trying to say is that this guy died believing because he believed in the gun in the hand of the people. And the guy that shot him to death believed that what he believed was wrong. So these are two believers in different things. I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. The reason why it's complicated in the house not whether it's a Democrat or Republican, which is more Democrats use it as a rhetoric. Most Democrats, they're just talking because all of them have the gun. What they are trying to say is that people have the, like now, you are telling me now that you go to the store and buy 10 guns. You today, FBI will flag you immediately. Trust me. Go try it. You cannot, even if you go and buy some device from Home Depot today, and the combination of it, they think you can do gun explosion that will cause havoc, they will start following you. So the system does not leave anybody on check the fact that they allow you to buy. Now, the issue is that most of this gun, even this guy, the gun he used, did you find out that he was the one that went got it? So the gun
The
issue,
grandpa.
yes, the gun issue is a sensitive issue. So you
Jonaba,
are telling me now, listen,
the
wait,
thing
let me
that
finish.
FBI do, the thing that FBI do when
Listen,
you talk about flag, they started checking you the things you do online and everything. They don't know
exactly.
the issue that
So
I'm having in my office. You
yeah,
understand? If I'm not
that
an
is
online
one. We
person,
are talking
FBI cannot
about
do anything.
the
So
few
far, you
things we can
understand?
do
All
online.
these are all the
So you
little,
should have
it is
10 guns,
the
and me, I should
softest
not have
check you can
anyone.
think of.
No,
You
no.
understand?
The question
And
is
when I
that
call
you
10
can
guns, remember they don't even do much background check when they do gun
listen
shows.
to me.
They do gun
Listen, let me
shows, you can
finish.
buy these
Let
things.
me let me tell
Let's
you.
hear him out
Let me
first. Let's just
finish.
hear him
Let me
out.
hear. You are in Arizona, or maybe you live in Texas now. You can buy 10 gun, and somebody can access it. And me, I should not have one gun. So the point is not the issue we are having in our society. You said that you go Democrat or Republican or both ways, that is not going to help us. What we are trying to say is
True.
that gun should not be in the hands of those who shouldn't be. And you can, it's a
I
sensitive
disagree.
issue that listen now. It's, yeah, you can disagree. It's a sensitive issue that even when you think you have the gun, somebody else do not have it. And I have the right to protect my family, especially in this part. Right. So, and you can have what any amount of the gun you can have, and me, I should. Then we are turning
So do you
ourselves.
believe that the guns should be controlled in the sense that they should be controlled even when it's in the home? It should be kept away from certain members of the family.
Yes,
Mature people
yes,
should control it.
yes,
But
yes, yes.
Republicans don't support that. That's the problem.
No, they don't come to your
Yeah.
house to tell you where you keep your gun, right? They don't keep your
Yeah, they
gun
don't support
house.
that. They don't support that.
Forefather,
Yes,
that
but
is less than
we are talking about a
that is
reasonable
less than
conversation of a
6%.
citizen to protect
Say kids
each
take their
other.
parents' gun,
The
kids have access to
most
their
is a
parents' gun.
mental
It
health
is minute.
issue.
To be
Oftentimes, it is the
fair,
people.
to be fair to the Republican majority of Republicans and even Democrats support gun control, but the politicians themselves are
It's
against
a
it.
big business. That is
No,
it.
yeah, because they get lobby by the gun, by the rifle association. It's a lobby thing, and it's
NRA,
Yeah, but
sensitive.
is it,
NRA.
there's a bit of
NRA.
sickness to this though, because from what I gather, Canada has almost as much weapons as this in Americans in
No,
terms of
Forefather,
citizen,
Forefather,
but
Forefather,
they don't
only
have this type of
Forefather,
madness.
Forefather, only the city of Phoenix, which is the fourth to fifth largest city in America. You understand? The population of that city is more than the population of Switzerland as a country. Switzerland have more guns than America. But for
Imagine that.
20 years, no gunshot in Switzerland.
Now that is very
Yeah.
revealing, isn't it? This is what
For
puzzles
20
me
years,
about
no
America.
gunshot.
More or less, I told you that time that gun do not kill people. It's people that use gun to kill, and you were against it. So you
Yeah,
say
but
it's
the
the
rule of law,
No,
the rule that we are talking about, we are not saying
yeah,
that we don't
no.
agree with you.
Switzerland initially,
let's talk about the
Switzerland
mental
started
health.
to understand themselves to be one people. We started our own with race,
The
where certain
mental
people don't
health. It's still a
initially have it.
mental health.
They use
It's
it
still a
and they give
mental health.
excuse with mental health. If you talk about
But
mental health,
it
which
is
means the military
okay.
people are supposed to be buying people every day. These are the people who have all the PTSD, whatever, every day. How come you don't hear all this veteran every other day in our streets? Because we have
So
them
who do you
in
think is
millions.
responsible for it? What do you think is
You
responsible for all this?
no, if you say mental health and PTSD, you understand the so-called veteran who knows how to use this thing and who have these things and everything in drones. We don't really have them like that.
I think what is at the core of it is the ease at which you can just pick up a gun when you are angry. I think that's at the core of it. In
Exactly.
Switzerland, they probably control it a little bit more. That's why you don't see it everywhere. And it's often very simple procedures that they need to do. But the American space, I don't know, for whatever reason, they just want people to have gun when they are angry. I don't understand that. You can still sell guns like they sell in Switzerland. I don't understand why they just want people to have it in their hands. Can somebody tell me? Because I don't know what they are defending here. They're just saying,
I
don't
don't
allow
understand.
people to have gun to kill people.
You understand this funny thing just called I fear for my life. That's an excuse where somebody will win in court. That's why the next man will do it. It becomes reference. You understand? I fear for my life. So today now that brown man, that black man too can also get a good lawyer. Then they'll drag this case and drag this case and drag this case. And in some cases, sometimes some of them will win the case. You understand? That negative reference case is also contributing to it. You understand? But a situation where some of these things happen, they judge this case within 1-2 months and they punish people for it. People keep saying these things. It becomes a different thing. You understand? People will cry with emotions and everything. So race contribute to this problem.
I think you may be onto something there, because every other logic doesn't make sense. The only logic that makes sense is the majority population seems to be scared of the others. They feel that, history suggests that they need to protect themselves at all times. Maybe that's what's informing this behavior, because it's not like that in Switzerland. It's not like that in Canada, Australia. Once they had that issue, they solved it very quickly. So why is it remain the same way in America?
Father, use the UK that you are. Many years ago, they used to carry and they stop it. He helps them. Did he go against them? No, neither he helps them. You understand?
Only America refused to change this, and I think it has something to do with either their racial relationship with other people in that region, and maybe their superpower status. Who knows? Maybe that's part of it. They feel like if they don't disarm their people, they will be somehow more vulnerable. But I think it's more the racial thing.
Father, let me make you laugh. Now, let me make you laugh. Let us go back home. My people say na cause where they follow them. When they cause confusion for other people, they swear for them. Say they're going to fight themselves. They're going to fight themselves.
I don't know. It's a very, very sad thing. When you watch that school one where the young people, I really thought that was going to change America, where 20 young people were just, murdered like that. I thought it was going to change America, but they still prepared to keep it.
Look, I have kids who go to school. Do you know how it is when you get all this message? When you see all these things blow up on your phone every other day? You understand? Like you can't go to the mall, you can't go to public place. You understand? Whenever there's major events and everything, we are bored. My neighbors are not my friend, and at the same time, they are not my enemy. So if we're tired, we'll just go sit down in mall, go walk around. But these days now, it's just not encouraging. It's not encouraging at all. You understand? Mostly when an event is coming on, because you just get scared. And there's nothing as bad as human when negative becomes the standard. Everything you see them first as negative before positive. It's never a good thing.
Did you just say, Jonaba, maybe you can answer this too. Do you think the situation in America now with the Trump presidency, ICE, gun violence, Epstein, Gaza, do you think it's affecting your behavior now in America? Has it altered your behavior from what you were doing last year?
Of course. When they realize that you see people running on the street, last week, maybe it's about 2 weeks now, the ICE van that was coming with the uh, people inside their van. I don't want to say immigrant or non-immigrant. Someone was on top of and shot at the two people who were killed. Eventually, he also took his life in Texas. And they were aiming at the eyes, I believe, because there is their van, is their vehicle. So, and people are leaving. Children go to school come home, don't see their father, don't see their mother. It's going to affect people. People come back and tell you to say that, oh, our friends, their dad were deported or they came, their eyes have taken them. It's going to affect the behavior. There's real consequences to this thing in the real life. It's just a human nature that when things is not happening directly at you, then you kind of, it's not none of your business. But with the heart of humanity, when things are done like this, it's shameful. And especially the kids, because the youth, they read so much to it. They, as far as they are concerned, these are their schoolmates that they may not see again, and it's very challenging. It affects them. But I will encourage everybody to have a gun. Before you somebody come at you, they should weigh themselves. And I think without this gun, America could have been. The more you are talking, we will more death. The only thing is that who is dying? That's the question we have.
But for father,
So
Jonaba,
the
these are
only
people
issue
who
is that
pride
just going to
themselves,
ask
and I
now.
give it to them. If I call 911 now for emergency, for father, the next 2 to 3 minutes, the cops will be here. If they
Yeah,
discover
we
that
are
it's
not
going to
even
take time,
talking about
you understand? So
danger
why
to the
why do I want to
police.
do
We
their
are
job? If they pride themselves that they will come protect me, why do I want to do their job?
no, we are talking
But
about
when we
police.
Sorry. Let me just shout out to okay, I don't like to use that term shout out. Let me acknowledge the joining of the YouTube family of Dr. Damages by A Black Beauty. Thank you for joining the channel. And it turns out that this is quite important. People should be joining these channels because this support that we get helps the channel to be able to actually get things done. If you really want things done, this is part of the way it is done historically till today. And it's just realization that we are all beginning to get. And she said, nope, we just refuse to live in fear. I think because she's in New York. So all those New Yorkers,
If she
I
says
think
she
it's
should
a New
bring her
York thing.
back. If she
Pardon?
says she should bring her back.
Okay,
If
yeah.
she says she should bring her back.
Okay, and she's back now. So I think maybe it's because she's in New York. A Black Beauty, you are in New York, I take it. All those New Yorkers, the population is too much for too many foreigners anyway.
Father, my sister, they lucky, they enjoy Nigeria, they enjoy life.
Oh, look at that! You see that? Look at that! She's in New York. You can predict that those New Yorkers, nothing faces them. It's like the whole country is burning. It doesn't touch them, at least not yet. If it touches New York, you know America is in trouble. The moment these things really get heavy in New York, America is in real trouble. And maybe California is already hot in California. You don't know why the governor was kind of challenging the president and all. So
Yeah.
America, I feel bad to hear that to an extent you've all altered your lifestyle because of what has happened. And this trend, I've been warning you guys that in America, maybe even I in the UK, actually, Elon Musk is getting involved in the UK now, and UK is becoming magarized. I don't know how to describe it. Even UK people that we are watching our back when you go out now. So you have to prepare. Seriously, you have to make alternative plans. Plan what is going to happen in the next 2, 3, 4 years because America could experience some serious upheaval. I've been saying this, people keep thinking it's a joke. And even the right wingers in America, they've been saying it for over a decade. Since Obama became president, they've already been talking about all these things that are happening now. They've got Trump now. They had Trump twice now. So it's a shame they didn't have Trump 2 terms in a row. By that time, you would have seen it happen. It's because now there's a gap. Trump, it took them from the first term, 2015 or so, to 2025. It should have taken less time for them to get here. But they're here now, and we are beginning to see the troubles. Let me see. Let me just send this link. I think Jide wanted to come in. So, okay. So, next year there's going to be an election in America. I think the reason why they are trying to spin all this stuff happening to George Floyd, this in Charlie Kirk, was because they know the gap that they left behind. That the fact that the Democrats are the one that have been fighting for gun control, and Ironically, he was talking about gun violence when he was shot, and that you can't make it up. If they don't go head on to attack Democrats, what is going to happen is that the next election is going to come around, and they're all going to be voted out because of what has just happened. And so, don't you think that is where most of their so-called, it's like gaslighting, isn't it? You cause the problem, but you are gaslighting the other side. They are the ones that cause the problem. When in reality is the guns. And Kennedy, I think Oswald was around 25 years. The guy that wanted to assassinate Trump was around 22 or 20 years. In short, 20 to 25 seems to be deadly years for assassins in America. For some reason, I don't know. It's just because that 20 years is no longer a child and it's not fully a man. He's not started like, he doesn't have the commitments of a family man.
In between.
They're deadly, especially when they are disillusioned. They are deadly. You have to watch out for them very closely, and they do damage. And unfortunately, it's all white people that seem to be doing all this now. Not but if it was black people, goodness, you guys will not. If you think you're altering your lifestyle right now, you will alter it even more. It would have been total hell if that was the case. And thank goodness it's not this thing. Okay, I don't know what I should be thanking goodness for that. It's a bad thing all around, but it would have been worse for black people if a black person was involved in this type of killing. That said, where do you see this going based on what you are hearing on the ground? Is Trump getting... I believe Trump is going to be forgiven almost all his sins if that immigration thing sticks. If he does it, and people are not coming through the border. I don't know what the figures are showing now. If people, let's say 0 people come through the border and it's deporting people, don't you think that they will forgive Trump?
What Trump promised is not what he's doing. He said he going to deport criminals, but it's not criminals that he's deporting. You understand?
You think they care?
No. So you might say so. People that they affect, just remember, forefather, this immigrant, good percentage of them lives in the big cities where the numbers count, where it affects businesses and everything. Even him himself, he said it during the farm. You understand? When people started running from farm jobs and everything, he said, oh, okay, we can find a way, we can leave that place and everything, because the price of food started going up again and everything. So you have a way of snowballing to affect him and everything. But what you must understand, the Republicans and everything, these are more of suburb people. These are people who have the industries, they enjoy their peaceful, quiet life. They don't want this immigrant around them. But when all these jobs is going, they don't even understand that. It's not even immigrant that is taking their job. But they see it like that. Some of these jobs, exported to China. You understand? The Middle East. You understand? And everything. They don't see it like that.
But do you think they care about this these nuances? You're saying, oh, they are deporting innocents and all the rest. No,
they don't care, but at the same time, they don't have the numbers.
As long as they are not Europeans, they are fine.
No, forefather, they might talk because of social media and the mainstream media. When they have it, America, we don't really have media any longer. You understand? It's 100% one side, you understand, left and right, period, and everything. So this is what they do. So they know this thing, but they don't have the numbers like you might think. But because of, if you read your news from one side, you might think they have the number. They don't. They don't have the number.
Sure. They demolished the presidential candidate of the Democratic Party. You say they don't have the numbers.
No, they don't have the numbers. Democrats choose to lose the election.
They choose to lose.
I'm telling you, they choose to lose. How do you open two channel of war and you are going into an election of that kind of deadly? And therefore that's it. What do you want to explain? I can tell you, I can break down, you understand, how it happened. The last election, the states that make Joe Biden win, even in Arizona. You understand? In Arizona, there is a city called Tucson. Tucson in Arizona is the border between Arizona and Mexico. That place, these so-called immigrant Latinos, they don't stay there at all. And they need people to do dirty job. This is how the city of Tucson brought 5,000 Sudanese people. When you come to Arizona, when you come to Tucson, of course, immigration already know when you see these very dark people, you already know that these people, they've flown them. You understand? The South Sudan war, whatever, they flown them here. You already know that they are refugees. All of them, they have paper.
Janaba is a beacon now. Once they saw
And you
that
can,
mark,
so,
when they see that
so,
Benue mark on him, they'll be like, ah,
so Fofara, when you look Arizona,
you have to watch your back, oh.
So Fofara, when you look Arizona, that Joe Biden won with only 10,900 votes. That is what Joe Biden used in winning Arizona, a swing state. You understand? And Democrats is fighting, see Sudanese war. They don't talk anything about Sudanese war. At the same time, you understand that these Sudanese people are Muslim people. Then you are doing what you are doing in Palestine, the Gaza war. You understand? Snowball again with the religion. If you lose those chunk numbers of votes in Tucson, you are not going anywhere. That's how Trump won the state back. That Democrats win. You understand? When you look Michigan, the home of Iraq people, you understand, where Iraq dominates, another swing state again. You are fighting war. Then Kamala Harris can go there and go tell them that, you can go there and tell them that, oh, you know what Trump can do, you know what Trump can do. These people said, no, when Trump came to power, Trump just did not allow my mother to come. He did not allow my siblings to come. But I can pick up the phone and call them. But you are killing them dead. What do you expect? That you think you're going to use that kind of thing, say Trump is wicked? You understand? This is how you lose Michigan. You understand? This is how you lose Michigan.
But they didn't vote for Trump. They sat at home. The question still remains.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Let's hear Janaba have his
That's why
say
it's
on this
called
because,
swing. That's why it's called swing state. It goes both ways. You don't lose. You don't, that kind of place. You don't want to lose any number. You understand? Democrats don't need to campaign in California. You understand? They don't need to campaign in New York. And Republicans don't need to campaign in Texas. They don't need to campaign in Florida. That's a pure red state. It's waste of money. They already know it's going to go red. Do you get the point now? It is swing states, you campaign heavily. So if you're going to an election and you see that your people are the people that you are fighting war with, why don't you tone it down? You understand?
It has nothing to, I mean, I respect Paul's opinion. It has nothing to do with those small swing states, no swing state. They have made up their mind. This is a bigger than what you ever think in terms of whatever is going on with Trump and around the world. And this is a racial war against, now, you can say it or not. Why is all the deportation just like Paul says on the other side, that he blocked them, their parents or their siblings from not coming, but he do not deport them at that time. The end of the day, this is bigger. The only thing is that let's look into a bigger picture, like forefather is saying. What is the future in 20 years from now? People like us and our children here. What is this going to change in Africa? I'm looking at the benefit of all this to Africa. If you have, let's say, just 1 million Nigerians deported to Nigeria from America, trust me, Nigeria will not remain the same. I will myself to any local government, nor any House of Reps, not even the governor, to treat me the way they are treating Nigerians. So, end of the day, if this continue, is how do we turn it around, going back home to what is called home in 20 years, in 30 years from now? That time, Trump may not even be, of course, by nature. So, end of the day, let's look at the bigger picture, because life, what goes around comes around. How do we take advantage of this and make a better choice? And how do we push back instead of running to diaspora and leave our country the way it is? It's more or less of being a cowardice to say we are looking for a better heaven. So even, of course, including myself. So let's look at the bigger picture. Then you find peace with yourself. That, okay, worst case scenario, if this system, because it's a system, I don't want to go into it. It's a system they are building. They have other way of doing their things before. People came, the first came slavery was shackles. 21st century slavery was not that way again. People, their life become miserable in their own place of birth and looking forward to go to another man's country to do what they can ordinarily do in their own land. And they still find a little dignity with their life over there. But those things are changing. Let's look at the bigger picture in that way. And no one should live by fear. Just have to, well, if this happens, what a real man will do. But if you guys think this is just an election of 4 years, this is not a usual time. Not only in America, around the world. So not even
that's true.
Not even in 21st century. That's why Bernie Sanders and somebody like him who resonate in American history. Recently in Florida, and he called on Trump. Say you are not a man. He's a Jewish guy. Say if you're a man enough, tell Netanyahu to stop the genocide. This is a Jewish guy, a sitting senator. Because they know the system. And he told him that if they want to revenge, why can't they go to Germany? So it's a new way of things getting.
You forget Germany is part of NATO. What are you talking about? It's part of NATO, Article 5. Injury for one, injury for 32 nations.
It's bigger than what we are thinking. And this is how they give us everything we have. Before we know it, we are working on just a 4 years election, 10 years election, or 8 years cycles election. While they are building a system to sell what you cannot, you will buy tomorrow, and they people that preach what they don't do. So let's take this serious. The way we are taking it, and we think we are laughing like it's a joke. It's not a joke. It's going to affect. If we don't have an alternative to say, okay, at least have a backup. It's better you have a backup plan that you don't use than don't have one at all.
True.
It will be quite interesting though to see Jonaba walking, towards ICE agents when they are trying, patrolling the streets, and see the kind of look they give to him. It will really be interesting to watch.
Trust me, I see them every day. Trust me, I see them every day, and I see them when I go anywhere, even downtown. I see them. I walk. I even see them. People run around like that. I don't have any of eyes approaching me and all of those things, and I don't. My look is different. I don't know, but I don't feel anything.
Yeah, maybe you don't give out any vibes, but I just get the feeling that they walk very close and they see that bedway mark on your face, man. They're gonna think, let me take my chances.
Then you know my environment. First of all, you know the environment, and then you know the kind of a lot to just approach me. They did that for me in New York, and that time is like 20-something years ago. I was in a popular place called Park Hill, in Staten Island, New York, and that's many years ago. And what they pulled me over for is the car that I was driving, not because I did anything. It's because I come to that area. It's dominated with low class area. But if you know that area, if we say Park Hill, they know, and there's African store around Taji Street. So I just pull over there, and they pull me over, and they ask me for my license. It's not, they just think that why should I drive the car? That's the only reason. And that was, But this time around, they size you. They'll just know that somehow trouble will come. They will let you go. They know who they are.
Yeah, I get the feeling that I just get this feeling. I'm not very certain that either they are reserving black people for last, or they don't want wahala right now. They don't want black people wahala right now.
Forefather, they pick black people. They pick black people every day. They pick black people every day. They pick black people every day.
Okay.
I'm telling you, they do pick black people every day. But only just that.
But most of the videos you see tend to be Hispanics. That's why.
So forefather, they still, they give $750. If I want to steal from somebody now, I can get $750. So somebody might do that, and coincidentally, while they are doing it, they find out my address. The way I am now, where I live, I can tell you my neighbor might do it. But for the fact that they can even maybe pick my mail, pick anything, and run my name and discover that, oh, sorry, he's a citizen. So it didn't happen. You understand? But to the next person, it happened.
Yeah.
You get the point now. So these are the things. Not that it does not happen.
The people we tend to see when they are grabbing them is Hispanics, even South Koreans, for crying out loud. South Koreans are like, they were so cross. They came and took their people, are like, enough of this, man. They even before you even see black people, you saw most South Koreans being harassed. It tells you that they are not going after black people.
That's why I said it called for profiling. So now you see all those funny things. You have to work like the way I'm working now. These things they tell us is our place of work every other day. You understand? But sometimes men will be men will joke. Somebody will say, Paul, I'm going to send you back to Nigeria. You understand? Jokingly and everything. Some people might lose their job. They call immigration. We see these things happen all the time. They call. Oh, they bring in all this illegal and everything. You hear all this funny thing where they say, oh, they bring you here to America. They give you good credit score. Now you can buy a house. You can do all these things. But these are the things these people don't understand. If I come here with already BSc, skill set, and everything, while I'm working on my paper, within another 3 years, I got my paper right. The speed that I will move will be so astronomical to the next man that drop out of school and we're doing the same job. They didn't see it from that angle. So when I got my paper now, I started applying. Oh, I have this skill. I have this certificate. I have this thing. I will go fast. That person will not understand. They'll just think that, oh, they favor all these immigrants. They give them good credit. They allow them to buy a house. They allow them to do this. They don't understand that. No, it's not like that. So sometimes they may be coming from the place of ignorance. You understand?
Let me ask Madam Ife about this now. So I take it that you know about all the ICE movements in America right now. Have you had any encounter? You know, have they looked at you with a side eye thinking?
I don't know them. They don't know.
You don't know you don't cross paths with them. Do you know anybody that has been taken away by ICE?
No.
So maybe they are not deporting that many people then.
If you live in the capital headquarters of the South, when it comes to LGBTQ headquarters, you live around that area.
My people, I hang out with. Everybody mind their business. We just have 3.5 more years to deal with this madness.
Maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years if you guys manage to go out to vote, hold your nose to go and vote. But
that's what is going to happen in the next election anyway. It's nothing. There is no this thing about it. No two ways about it. When they have the midterm election by next year, things are going to change. Whether Democrats are going to control both the states and both the Senate and the House of
Reps. Which I doubt. I doubt it's gonna be hard.
Trust me, they're gonna impeach Trump. If it ever happens, they're gonna kick Trump out. No joke. But I doubt if that's gonna happen. But you never know. People are fed up.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that the Republicans will have to really think hard to go after Trump. They're already
losing. I mean, they're already losing with all these special elections going on. You know,
they are losing, eh?
Yeah, they're already losing, you know. So people, this is really, you know, affecting people. Either way you look at it, people are struggling. And when I mean struggling financially, your paycheck is not going up. Everything, the prices of everything is going up, but your, you know, check remains the same. Okay. So, I mean, mortgage went up. I don't know, Paul, I don't know about you. Insurance, this thing came, I got it on the mail the other day. I was like, holy cow, I know my insurance, my mortgage is going to go up again. Did my paycheck go up?
No.
It did not go up. No. So I'm spending more than literally a lot of money compared to when Biden was in power or when Obama was in power. So people are really, you know, finding this funny. If you go to grocery stores now, Before I don't used to calculate. Now I have to calculate. I'll be like, oh, hold on. What's going on here? How did we arrive?
I didn't need to calculate.
And I look at it. They did not cheat me. It is what it is. So
never. I do that.
Yeah.
So, one of my colleagues, a white lady, she told me that, say, Paul, where do you live? You understand? When I told her, she said, God, I have 2 food banks there. And everything. This is somebody who works, who makes good money. They still go to food bank to go get free food.
There is no food no more in the food bank here.
White people that they can still get all the canned food.
No, there is no more food.
Yeah,
Father, working class people are going to food bank to go get food.
But you are saying that now. See, I've been in the UK where a government implemented austerity. You guys haven't seen austerity. They implemented austerity in the UK for over 10 years. They still keep voting them because they hate immigrants more. You are underestimating the passion of these guys. I hate immigrants.
Because either way, work hard. Let me tell you something.
They will still support Trump because Trump is getting rid of immigrants. That's what they will believe.
Not immigrants. They lie that he's going to bring those jobs back. But when they don't get the job, then the people will be mad. It's not about immigrants.
Forefathers, do you know how bad this thing is? People cannot even afford to pay for their medications. People cannot afford to pay for their co-pays.
It's happening here too, and yet they still keep voting them.
Yeah, when they come, instead of giving them 30 days, they will ask you, please, can you give me 90 days with 1 refill? I cannot afford to pay for the next appointment. Can you just imagine? It's not 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's just like constantly. Or people will cancel because when it gets to them to log in to see you, they cannot. They will tell you, they ask them to pay and they don't have it. They log out and you're going to charge them for, missed appointment. And then they're still not going to pay.
Wow.
So that's how bad it has gotten. So this thing that is happening, people think is a joke. It's not a joke. Everybody's feeling the pain. If you're not feeling the pain and you're in this country, please tell me what you're doing. Because I will come and ask you. But I believe a lot of people is hitting a lot of people hard. Not
it is. And it's affecting our health.
The area that may hurt Trump, economy is one, obviously. That one is universal. But I don't know whether it's going to encourage people to go out. But the one that is going to hurt him within its own Republican is Epstein and maybe this Gaza war.
Healthcare.
Those two.
You're not even talking about the thing.
Okay, they don't care. They don't care about healthcare. They care more about immigrants and healthcare. They don't care.
Healthcare will not affect him on midterm. Because the big beautiful bill, they push healthcare to 2027. He knows that if he leaves the healthcare the way it is, he's going to lose flat. Because Republican are about the poorest state in America. His own people. They are the poor state.
Paul, I'm still telling you that people cannot afford to pay for the healthcare.
I'm telling you that they don't care. You don't know. See, I'm in the UK where
you don't care. Don't judge.
Democrats care. The ones that don't want immigrants don't care.
Father, UK still have social services. UK, you guys are still good with social services. They don't have that much in America.
People,
I'm telling you, I've seen people in UK vote for people that are causing them their lives to be more difficult. Access to universal healthcare is more difficult.
Jide and if you, when was the last time you've been to UK? I don't know when. Okay, if you visit UK, you will be marveled when you see a lot of American cars that you've never seen in America. All those small cars that they drive in UK, made in America, you don't see them in the streets of America. They spoil us, they spoil us in America. We live large.
I know, yes.
So that is killing us.
My friend came and was like, "What? Oh my God!
You got small cars."
Like, what do you mean by what? He said, "Man, you people are living large here in America." I said, "What do you mean living large? No, we are not. This is just like an average person." She was like, "This house in UK." Oh, I'm like, I haven't been to UK. I just see them on television. And she was like, the bedroom is like a twin. What is it called? The other bedside, not the queen size, the other one.
Single bed, double bed, or single.
Full.
There is not the twin. There is
California. Are you talking about California King?
No. Full size.
Full, yes, full.
Yeah, full size.
No, just full. Before king. Full is before king.
No, full is before
Full
queen.
is before queen.
Yeah.
Before queen, sorry.
Okay, that's king then.
No. No, there is twin, full, then queen, then king, then California king.
Well, that's your own standards.
Like,
That's how you can.
she said, yes. Once you put that one in the room, you won't have no space. I say, yeah. So, I mean, don't compare. Please, forefathers, don't go there.
I'm just saying the pattern. I'm describing the pattern of people being deprived of their social benefits, but still vote the same government because they value
I disagree.
their policies on immigration more.
When I was in Manchester 2 years ago, my friend's wife, she was working only 20 hours, 2 days in a week. They set dogs to make more money. I asked, I said, why 2 days a week? She said, if you work up to 40 hours, our rent's going to trigger to £570. But right now, she's paying £89 for two-bedroom
I know what
apartment.
she's talking about.
Government home. If you forget that kind of America, we're not going to ball. The person go vote.
So in America, you don't get the type of social benefits. You must get similar stuff.
No,
what kind of nonsense?
That's why you shouldn't be talking about America, because here, okay? We survive by overtime and working 2 jobs, period. That is the only way we can maintain the lifestyle that we are living. Am I lying, Paul? I don't know about Paul.
As if he's a nurse, you will see if he's doing Uber. When she tell you that she's an Uber, you that is coming from UK will say, why in the lie? When they worry up, our person will be nurse saying they do Uber. It's more than possible.
Yeah.
Do you know how much bills we pay? Don't go there. And now this job hopping that people are jumping from job to job to job. Oh, Ringo. Everybody now glued to your job. Even we are even looking for alternative because you don't even know when you get that pink sleeve.
Exactly.
You understand? So plan B, not because of you need extra money now. Yeah. You are saving because you know your job now is not secured.
Exactly.
Somebody told me something. Somebody told me something. He said something that when he said it, the way I felt, kind of, let me say this. He said, I told him, what is your plan now? What are you looking to do in the coming years? He said, I'm planning to go back to Nigeria. Ghana he's from. He said he's planning to go back to Ghana within the next 5 years. That because he went to Ghana, he came back, and he's planning to go back. And the feeling I got when he said it made me feel like it's like the right thing to do, actually. Because the plans to stay here, the opportunities here are reducing more and more, especially with the advent of automation. They're going to be firing a lot of people. So the places where they actually need people is actually going to be on the continent. So you can see that people that are planning for that, I keep telling them, Americans should be planning on what they are going to do in the coming years. Because
Ghana is a good hub. Ghana is a good hub. There's an American hospital in Ghana that accepts our American card. You understand? That is my health insurance. Do you know the funny part of it? The other day I went to I'm complaining about my knee and everything. They sent me to go do X-ray plus MRI and everything. When they told me, I was dozing because I was coming from work. I was dozing. When they gave, it looked like from my dream. She said the money is going to be $858. I said, you said $58. I heard $858 clearly from my own pocket, even when I have insurance. Do you think if I don't even have that job to have insurance?
Yeah.
My brother, I'll start taking Tylenol up and down. Yeah. That pain, you go tired the pain. Yeah. You understand? Now, I'm not talking the outcome of it when I will see my doctor, what they will prescribe for me to go buy you, just to run all these tests first.
Yeah.
It's tough.
And, let me tell you something, forefathers, like I was talking with my friend the other day, sometimes we are stuck in a job because we don't have no choice. If you leave the job because of the benefits, that's the only thing that are keeping some of us be like, okay, if I leave the job to go somewhere else, they don't have as good benefit as this job. So you're forced to work there. You don't have no choice. Like Paul said, let me tell you something. About 2 years ago, I went to ED. I didn't have insurance then. I lost my contract. Our contract ended. So in between that, I got the job, but it's not going to start till January. But I was forced to go to ED in December. Do you know the bill they got for me? 4,000 plus, right? Yeah, 4,000 plus. So I called the hospital and I said, okay, let's make a deal. Okay, so that I can pay for it. God bear me witness.
Wow.
This is, I'm telling you a true life story. They said, okay, they're going to give me a slash, 2,000 something, but I have to pay it at once. I said, no, I cannot pay it at once. Give me a payment plan. They refused. And guess what? They took me to, what is it called? Collection.
Wow.
I wanted to pay, but I cannot pay it all at once. 2000,
Yeah.
I think about 2007, up 2006 something. Okay, from almost 5,000. They asked me if I can pay right now, if I can pay it at once. I said, no, I cannot pay it at once. I gotta make a payment plan to pay. They refused.
Yeah.
They said that's the only way they can give me a slash if I'm gonna pay the whole amount today. I got upset. I said, you know what? Take me to collection, which they did. Collection, call me tired. In my head,
Collection and mental health. They go call you. If you go F-fire, they go call you. If you go F-1, they'll call you. Collection.
When I mean tired, what I did, I blocked them. So when they call me, they go straight to voicemail. They call me, go straight to voicemail. Just to collect that 4,000 something. Because I refused to call 2,000. So they'll push it back to 4,000, almost $5,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I went to ED. And what did they give me? Nothing. They only did
nothing.
That's it. They didn't give me nothing.
Nothing.
You see, what I find in
I didn't see a specialist, mind you.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask before we go to Jide, because Jide has been very patient. Okay, I have had all the difficulties in America because I know that it's similar to the UK. They have difficulties too, but I'm sure there are positives now in America. You know, where is the money coming from? Where is all the dollar you guys are spending coming from?
Instagram life, the Instagram, na fake life, na filter, na filter.
And that's why I tell people, you see what you see on social media, forget about it. All these things people post and big houses and big cars. Let me tell you, yes, you drive big cars. I'm not gonna lie that, but you gotta pay for it. You have to pay for it. If you live in a big house, and this is another problem. You have a house in America, you're building a house in Nigeria, you're not sleeping in one in America, you're not sleeping in the one in Nigeria. You have a car note here. You are working 7 days a week just to meet up to the standard of lifestyle you are living. That's not punishment? Tell me what it is.
And if you buy car to go show yourself, when they contact us, they do Igbo, they Sunday they go and get work.
Exactly. And you want to, if you're going somewhere, especially Niger people, they like competition, right? You want to go where, they will, okay, who is this and who is that? They don't even know that you don't sleep on your bed.
You don't.
That you are literally working 7 days just to meet up to the life for people that live fake life, because I don't. I mean, for people that, but this is everyday people in America. And that's why I say either we work overtime or we do 2 jobs.
Wow.
Why not like you people there? You people don't do all that.
They don't.
Europeans generally they don't. UK is the most American of European countries. The rest are quite laid back. The Italians, they pay them 13 months holiday every year. For 13 months, I was shocked when I heard that. I thought it was 12 months in the year. They're like 13 months they pay them. So, and they go on holidays like crazy. So UK is they have a welfare system whereby you have to earn a certain amount before you are incentivized to actually even bother working. Otherwise, you just stay at home. What is the point? Because you're not going to make money. You see what I mean? So it's quite different from America. But America, the impression we get from here is that America is actually richer. In some ways, the people in America are actually richer than the people
we have more adult toy than you people, but you people live more healthier life than us. One, first of all, you guys eat way healthy food. You understand the way you see the way America is, It's like Nigeria, where you see one big man go take Okada, go reach front of a house. But UK, you will trek to your house. You will enter the bus. You will do this. We are living fake life. No good food. All this big thing. You understand? When you live the life and everything, you cry. You have them, what I call adult toy. Are you really enjoying these things that you have? No. You understand? You may see us. Yes, we have this passport. We can travel here and there. On credit.
The life here is just kind of like living like in a fake luxury. Like you
My
have
brother,
this luxury, but at the same time you don't really own it. And even if you own itself, it's like, do you really need it? It's like, I mean,
I think that kind of what people are describing are the kind of things that it's hard for somebody like me to perceive until I actually go there and feel it, because I don't understand what you mean. Because from the point of view, we see people are having more money.
Father, there's nothing I will tell you if you can come to.
I didn't say I was going to come and stay.
Father, if you come to my house now, you visit me in my house, and I have one spare room for you, and you can stay there. I have one extra car for you to say, GPS, go your own way, I'm going to walk. You understand? For you, you see the kind big 85 inches TV in the living room and every other thing. Nothing I will tell you that you will believe. You say, no, Paul, they do well. Because you know somebody who lived that kind of life in the UK is a big boy.
Yeah.
But you don't even understand that. I'm doing 2 jobs. I don't have life. Then you know the funny part, why you also visit Ife, you see the same thing with Ife. You visit John Harbour, you still see the same big house. We take remote, open our garage from far, garage open. Nothing we will tell you. You understand? But you may not understand that you live the best of healthier life than us. You understand?
Wow.
But we live in a society where if I go low to go live that small and everything, it just look like everybody keep beating me down. What if they worry you get good credit, you get work history? What if they stay here for? You go die for this country for suffer. You understand? The same thing that I see when I see people in the UK drive those small cars. Say, my UK be this.
Europe is a small continent, actually. I don't know any European country that build things as big as America. All of them, they tend to build things small. It's only Australia, Canada, and America that does it. The small continent. It's a small continent. So Jide, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you are one of those people that will walk past ICE, and they will not think this is FBA. This is real FBA, not like John Abba, where they will be thinking maybe we should try our luck.
Honestly, I don't need to walk in front of them. Like I don't feel any need to even want to be around them. I mean, where I live, they're not even near where I live. But what I know for sure is that like I mind my business so much. I'm very private. I don't just go to any place just because of. But yeah, they do what they are doing. I mean, as far as I know that I'm not doing anything above the law, and I'm not crossing my path. I mean, I don't see any reason why.
Houthis is not your city. That one looks this in Hispanic. They probably take him. When they get a chance, they will take him. They wouldn't even give him the chance to explain who he is. They will drop him off. They will drop him off in Guatemala. We take our chances. Or something at this rate. So yeah, please go ahead. What do you make of what is going on in America these days? And if I'm to extend the question, do you see Trump losing the party losing the vote to Democrats next year, based on what is happening now?
Honestly, yeah, like I feel like you see, Donald Trump made a lot of promises before he got elected into office, right? And before he started working from January of this year. And majority of those promises have not been implemented. That alone for me is enough to make sure. That enough for me is compelling.
Which one was his most important promise?
That's a very big question. But I think improving the economy was one of the biggest promises he made. Improving the economy from the one Joe Biden left. And things have not really improved. But some people will make a case that things are even getting worse economically. That's one major priority, and I think.
But if it was the economy, though, Biden's economy was also good now. So why would it be the economy? Because Biden's economy was reasonably good too.
Well,
it depends on if you put this into context. It was not so good from 2000. No, it was not so good. There was inflation from 2002 to 2022, 2023. There was high inflation. I know before he left office, the inflation kind of went down a little bit, but when Trump came to power and up to now, there have not been any significant improvements.
So, but do you not think that his most passionate support is not necessarily on economy, but on immigration?
Well, it depends on the bloc that we are talking about. There were many reasons why Trump was voted in. Some people voted in Donald Trump because of their their sentiment on social issues. Some people voted in Donald Trump because they felt, oh, if he comes to power, he will stop the major wars going on that were effected and started by the Democrats. And I said it on this show so many times that it's not going to happen. And I'm saying it again, right? But people believe that voting in Donald Trump, those wars will stop. The genocide in Gaza will stop. You know, you see all those like Pennsylvania, Michigan, all those swing states, those were the priorities. Economy, right? Economy, the wars going on. Because those places are where you win your presidential election. Those places are very key, right? Now we're talking about immigration. So those red states already they already have their block already to vote in Donald Trump and vote, like you said, vote against bringing in people of color, right? Moving into the border into the US, right? Without papers. So he already has that block already. The other places where he's going to win them is letting them know that, hey, things are going to improve for you. Life is going to get better. You know, healthcare is going to get better, right? Things like, you know, we'll stop the wars, we'll bring more jobs. You understand? We are going to, you know, like, you know, remember the story with China, right? We are going to increase tariffs and bring in some of the jobs that we have exported outside of the country. We'll bring them back in. That was one of the reasons why.
But let me say this though. But are you not worried? Because I feel like a lot of Democrats are assuming right now that Trump is going to be, you know, voted, that the Republican Party is going to lose control of the House and Senate. But are you not worried that if the immigration process that is going on right now goes stronger, and I don't know what the figures are right now, but I know that the border crossing basically almost collapsed to nothing. If that remains the case, it's not only Republicans that side. You see, don't make the mistake. It's not only non-Republicans and independents that side with Trump. Even Democrats that are white, they side with Trump. Make no mistake. They will feel so strongly. I feel like people are underestimating how strongly people feel about that in America.
So what if you look at it this way? That, okay, he's successful with the immigration policy, and now that immigration policy is now a blowback. It has a negative impact on the economy.
They don't care.
That's right.
See, I think here in the UK, the first time I had a UK politician say that, that's when my eyes opened. A UK politician, I think Jacob Rees-Mogg, that was his name. He said once, he said, when people assume the economy is all that matters to people, then you're missing the point. There are some things are more valuable to them: their culture, their way of life, and all that. And it has been proven to be true in the UK. They left the European Union because they were worried that Europe is telling them what to do. And these are Americans that are worried that the demographic changes that is happening is going to make them lose position and their culture and everything. You may be underestimating slightly. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not in America, but you may be underestimating slightly the passion that is behind the drive to get those immigrants out. And Trump, for the first time, is the person that is doing it.
But do you think just kicking out immigrants and reducing the number of immigrants coming into the country would necessarily change the demography? Because there are many factors to this thing about the demography. Look at the birth rates when it comes to white people, right? We need to consider that as well. So
they don't care. All they see is he has reduced it. If that guy, I don't know how many he has been able to deport, but let's say by next year he deports 1 million, I'm telling you, they'll be like, thank goodness, 1 more million we don't have to worry about. If we remove this guy, these crazy Democrats will bring them back. This is what they're going to be thinking.
There's something I want to say.
Jide, I'm not interfering just because I'm going to soon go anyway. Forward, who will do the? Do you know how the economic here run purely on people, and those companies is owned by these white people? Who do their hotel? Farm, who do it? Construction, who do it? Major, minor thing, even in the hospitals, who does it? So end of the day, if we send everybody, they cannot even maintain the economy because the price they will charge for it. It's like everybody has been used. They are used other people to get their job done. So who is going to serve them? End of the day.
They believe, I think Charlie Kirk said it, he believes that within the next 10 years, robots will come and take over. But between that time, they will train their own people. They think about these things. I don't know that you are on the, I don't feel like people are underestimating them.
When they were before. It's some of those things is not going to happen again. That is the thing. There are things that cannot happen again in America. No matter.
They believe robots will take over. They don't need these people.
No. I'm talking about those pushback. When they get to a level, trust me, if it gets to that, it's rather they have a civil war in America. You can't go to that back of Asian time where you can detect you're going to use Black American. Right now, you can't even tell Black American all those things. It's because we are foreigner, we are even talking about it. You say they deported African American.
Thank you for joining us, Ife. I would really appreciate you coming in.
Nice to see you. It's been a long time. You look more once in Atlanta more.
Uncle John, long time. Good evening.
Long time.
Good night, guys. You see, I gotta go to work tomorrow.
She's enjoying herself doing her 2 jobs.
Exactly. That's what I keep telling you.
Suffering and smiling. All the way from Nigeria, go to America. Suffering and smiling again. What kind of wahala is this?
Let me tell you something. I don't live fake life. The God knows. Even if I choose not to work 2 jobs, I'm still gonna be fine. But I chose to because that's what I want to do. But let me tell you, I would rather live in America than to live in UK 1 million times.
Look at that. His Majesty, His Majesty's realm is very forgiving.
If you eat McDonald's for UK, you go love her more. I mean, I don't like for you. You go love her more.
Not even. I have cousins there. When they are talking about £100, they will be squeezing their hand. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, they won't even bring it as if it's a $1 billion note that they're
exactly. You see that?
Dollar.
No. You see that? You guys are living the lifestyle. You say you're not.
No. Stay with day your day. Let me day my day.
Exactly.
Good night,
exactly.
Guys.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Who was?
So I wanted to say something about. We're talking about immigration. It still doesn't make any sense if they close the border and they're going to invade Venezuela. It doesn't make any sense. It's foolishness. So how would that fix the issue if right now they are containing Venezuela and we're going to invade Venezuela? In fact, more millions of Venezuelans will run. They will find another border.
I find it hard to see America invading Venezuela. I really find it hard.
Look at what's going on.
It would be like shooting themselves in the foot. They will leave a gaping hole in the Asian continent. I don't see
Pofara, there's a land that Venezuela and Guyana are dragging that have a lot of oil deposits. You know, if you check Venezuela oil, it's even more than the one of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
you understand? So they are doing that more for Guyana. You understand? And they might do something stupid. Not go to war, but try to take the president down.
Yeah. If they try to assassinate him, whatever, but if they try to go to war, then that would be strategically stupid. The most stupid thing. Because they would have left themselves so vulnerable in so many other parts.
It's still going to have a negative impact. Even if you look if you look at what's going on right now with the war in Gaza and stuff, they are building up to fight. I don't know if, and I'm surprised we didn't talk about it today. They are building to fight another war with Iran. They are building to fight another war. This is a war.
That is what Netanyahu know how to do. You know how to push them, know how to press the right button.
Yeah,
That's
so
what Netanyahu knows how to do very well.
if they say that they don't want immigrants in their country, but they're going to still bomb other countries, cause chaos in other countries.
I don't see.
It doesn't add up.
The reason why I don't see them attacking
It's
Iran, the reason why I don't see them attacking Iran, because now they know Iran knows they are coming, and it's very, very hard when somebody like a country like Iran knows you are coming and you expect to succeed against them.
They're going to attack Iran.
I mean, they may, but I don't think they will achieve their ends.
They will. They will. If the United
Would they achieve their ends?
Well, let me start from here. If the United States has already started giving them arms.
Just hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
If the United States already has been giving Israel arms, actually, from the time they bombed the nuclear facility, they transferred those B-52s to Tel Aviv, actually Haifa, and parked them right there permanently. So now, if they already have refueling planes in Qatar, they'll already put in Patriot missiles in the Turkish base off of Kurdistan. Something is imminent. They're going to attack Iran. It's inevitable. Now, are they going to achieve their aims? I don't know. We don't know. But I can guarantee you one thing. This time, if Israel goes into Iran, it'll be to totally flatten the place. It would not be to extend a war for another 12 days where they were getting their ass kicked like the last time. And they had to beg the United States to come save them. This time, America is going to give them all the arms they want, all the weapons they want. They're going to try to take out the Ayatollah. They're going to try to destabilize the government right away and to cause as much carnage and maximum damage to even the Iranian civilian population. So it'll be a case of they are going to try to turn it into Gaza. Now, what does Iran have in store for them? We see how they succeeded the last time and kicked the shit out of Israel's ass. This time, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. So you can't call a war either way. You can only predict. I guarantee you, if Netanyahu knew that he was going to be running with his tail between his legs after 48 hours, he would have never attacked Iran. He probably thought, well, we're going to do it. You know, people were laughing, oh, they control the skies. But they didn't know they had those hypersonic missiles waiting for them. Now, what else does Iran have? They've gotten planes from Pakistan now. The Su-300, they've gotten a lot of arms. S-300.
And that plane is Chinese aircraft, isn't it?
I don't know. I know they got them from Pakistan. They got the S-300s from Russia. Russia's giving them two S-400s now, surface-to-air defense missiles. So who knows? This is going to be, if they should attack Iran this time, and knowing how they got played the last time where all their generals were deceived during negotiations and they almost lost, if not that they already prepared for it. They were deceived, killed, all the scientists were killed, the generals, the top two of the hierarchy were decimated. This time, I would assume that if such an attack was to take place, it would be wise for them to hit the U.S. bases right away, because they know hit the U.S. bases, hit Qatar, hit Kuwait.
This is why there are too many.
So
it's too sticky. It's too sticky. Yes, this is the best chance they have to attack Iran, because they know by next year it's over. Trump will be facing towards election and all the rest. But it is too dirty. Republicans will not support it.
I speak the truth. What do you think about President Pezeshkian? What do you think about him? The way he's managing the country.
Who?
Pezeshkian.
Of Iran?
Yeah.
How he's managing the country?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Like him being more moderate and everything, not also want anything, you understand? Try to manage the people very well. Because that's one thing they use to also make the people rebel against the government, to come up with an excuse.
I don't know about all of that. All I know is in the Ayatollah calls the shots. So the president, to a large extent, is just a figurehead if the Ayatollah does not sign off on it. But how he's ruling, I don't know. I haven't heard. I mean, it's a closed society. What do we really hear about?
Yeah, no,
from
because the
Jide.
Ayatollah now is
Hold on.
really hiding.
Let's hear
So
from
go
Jide
ahead.
so that he can be able to speak to. Yeah, Jide, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Pezeshkian is kind of liberal. He's coming from the liberal wing in the Iranian political architecture, and he's kind of more of a moderate compared to Raisi, that was killed or that passed away last year or something. So it seems to be a moderate. It was more open to the Europeans, to negotiating with the Europeans and with the US on that nuclear deal. He reconsidered it, even though there are many hardliners within the Iran Supreme Security Council and within the Ayatollah hierarchy. There are more hardliners there. He was the kind of person that would be like, let's calm down, let's take things easy. But I think the last straw was during the 12-day war. When, in fact, because of his soft lining approach of let's keep negotiating, that was what led Israel to attack first, unaware, unprepared, because the leader himself, he kept saying that let's take it easy, let's take it slow, let's endure. His priority was more economic prosperity for Iran. That when there's economic prosperity and we are good with the West, our people back home would appreciate our leadership, because Iran was very split before the 12-day war. There were so many factions that were pro-Ayatollah, pro the Islamic resistance, and you have some factions that are liberal. Those are people that were also kind of manipulated after, in about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when there was a protest because of one lady that passed away. I think she was allegedly
hijab. She wasn't wearing a head cover.
Yes, so those faction of people, they allure towards Pezeshkian. But what has now happened after the 12-day war is that they now see the enemy for who the enemy is clearly. They, because the Islamic resistance that are running the country, they've been saying it for years, but they've been like maybe it's propaganda because they are also corrupt as well. They have their own corruption dealings. True. But now with the Israel attack during the 12-day war, they can also say that okay, now we actually have enemy for real that's attacking us, and our government have done the best. So it has now united all the factions together in support of Pezeshkian and the Islamic resistance.
Yeah, but Jide, Pezeshkian is running the country as if he's a hippie. I think he's not the one or the foreign minister that went to the UN was like, Iran is never looking to develop a nuclear weapon. We will never look to the. By saying those things, he thinks he's preventing an attack. He's inviting it, and that is the mistake he's making. Because was it not even Elon Musk that was telling people of the UK just recently, barely 2 weeks now, he was telling them that if you are trying to avoid an attack, if you act to try to avoid an attack, you are going to invite it. If you tell people you don't want to fight, they will say, oh, he can't fight. Let me come and fight. That's how they are interpreting it. And I think the Iranians, I think there was an interview. I don't know whether I mentioned it to you. There was an interview, maybe it was CNN, one of them was interviewing them. They come across as if they are kind of naive. And that's what the CNN reporter or whoever interviewed them, that's what he was saying. He said, the Iranians don't seem to know how the US works at all.
You think people that have been around for thousands of years, you really think they're naive? Or...
No, they are not naive in the sense that they are not children. But the way they are talking about the US, they don't seem to realize their nature.
Do you actually realize that there are ways you talk when it comes to diplomatic circles, and there are positions you actually take that differ from the statements you make to the world?
No, it's possibly true. However, this is not my opinion. I'm reporting what this reporter said. He was saying,
and you said it. You made that.
Can you let me just say it, please? Can you just let me say it? He was saying that the Republic, that the Iranians, they are not allowed within, I think, 2 blocks of their embassy in America. So, and the way they talk, they don't even understand the lobbying system. They don't seem to get it at all.
Again,
that the guy was being philosophical with him.
You have a tendency of when once you've taken a position, to convince you otherwise is always very hard. I don't know why you always do that. And this is why I
you want me to explain that to you so you understand?
You explain it to me.
You see, then don't you just say stuff if you don't care about understanding.
So this is, you've made this statement, like I said, you've made it at least.
You see, you are being facetious now. You don't want to understand. You're just talking for the sake of it.
If I'm speaking and then I don't understand what I'm saying, then you can feel free to correct me. When I say I don't want you to explain it to me, it means I understand your position. So let me just continue, and please try not to derail me.
I was trying to ask you do you want to understand, because you don't.
Right, good, I'm a dummy. So this is the thing. When you have a position, you've made this statement about the CNN guy talking about the Iranians' naivety. And then you always further go on and you start talking about the Iranians not understanding lobbying, how to lobby in the United States. You don't understand how lobbying works. And with all due respect, just like Jide doesn't either, because we've gone through this argument. Remember, I would tell you guys that he was here.
So Israel controls the US.
And he was talking about APAC is not serious. Israel does not control.
Israel controls
there's no APAC. IPAC is IPAC. There's no IPAC. So you guys don't understand how it works, okay?
Who says there's no IPAC?
But your little brother over here. So, and you supported them that day over time.
I supported him with the statement. My statement I made still stands.
Right. So anyway, let me continue. So you don't understand how lobbying works. I don't understand how you think Iran, for all intents and purposes, will have any kind of foothold in America with regards to lobbying. It's not going to work. Number one, they've been adversaries forever. Number two, there are certain groups, it's like a boys' club. There's, certain groups that they're just not going to let come in. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the Iranians themselves are naive or they don't understand how lobbying works. It's just America is not going to let them flourish. Just like America is not going to let an African group flourish in trying to influence U.S. government policies, be it in economics, healthcare, defense, and things of that nature. So the Iranians are not dumb. It's just they have this card stacked against them, and this is a door America is not going to just let everybody in. So you need to, in essence, I'll just say, you need to broaden and enlighten yourselves on certain things. And when someone explains a position to you, just don't be hard-headed and keep going back to it and say, oh yeah, I'm just going to make this stance. I mean, at some point it just stops making sense and we start having this disagreement. We almost just
can I say something? So you see, because we don't understand America's foreign policy, right? I'm not like pointing fingers, but I'm just generalizing. We tend to mistake. Man, I hate when I talk about this. We tend to mistake influence and control. We mix it together. See, a particular bloc or lobbying group can have influence in a political system. It does not mean it has control over the entire decision-making, policies, implementation of policies, laws.
Are you teaching forefathers or you're trying to teach everybody?
I'm teaching everybody.
No, you're teaching yourself.
It is actually a myth that
you didn't even know what APAC was.
No. Let me talk. It's just interrupting. Don't allow me to talk. Oh my God. Let me talk.
I get pissed off when
you spoke. I didn't interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
Can I talk?
I think
why are you interrupting me?
I get pissed off when people just
it's okay if you disagree, but it's my turn to talk. Oh my
disagree.
God.
You can't just talk to talk.
Why can't I talk? Why can't I talk?
All right, go ahead and teach forefathers. I don't know. Go ahead, teach them.
Me, I'm saying confidently that it's a myth to make a case and say, oh, AIPAC controls the US. AIPAC, the lobbying group of Israel controls US foreign policy, controls, US adventure abroad. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. There are many powerful lobbying groups in the US.
Which one is more
AIPAC
powerful
is
than
one
AIPAC?
of them. I cannot say AIPAC is the most powerful.
No. Listen. Don't try to switch now. All those months when I would come on here and try to explain it to you guys, you especially will come here and say, no, IPAC is number 8. IPAC is this. IPAC is number 8. IPAC is even more than defense.
Does it matter?
Google whatever. Listen. You don't understand how it works, all right? And that's
sure interrupted. You know me to talk.
Of course. So let's talk
because
about
something else.
And let's stop.
From all this Tucker Carlson, can they so Israel, there's some Jewish people.
So you know more than them. You know more than Tucker Carlson. You know more than people.
I'm not saying I know more than them.
30 years, 40 years.
I'm not saying I know more than them.
So what are you?
What I'm telling you is it's a myth. And
what you're telling us that it's a myth that AIPAC or the Israeli lobby basically controls the American government. You, Jide, from Africa, from Nigeria, are coming here telling everybody
where I am from.
Hold on, just go.
You're telling everybody else that the world is finally seeing.
So you
know better than everybody.
Okay. Let's get this thing under control. See, just hold on. I've let you speak now. Come on. Let me address Yasidi here. See, you said that I didn't know what I was saying and you didn't care to know why. My reasoning, whenever I had any position, is not because of one point. You need to understand that. I don't understand one issue. I've told you before, the way I learn stuff is more fluid. It's based on other points of a reference. Then when one of them comes and confirms it, then I will use that as a reference. It's not based on one point. There are so many things Iran has done that seems to be quite naive. Not because the way they are negotiating with America, knowing full well that all the people that negotiate with America have been destroyed.
To be fair to Iran now,
Libya has been destroyed. Saddam Hussein has been destroyed. North Korea has not. But yet, somehow they think their approach is going to work this time.
What is wrong about their approach? What is wrong about
their approach?
It was a rhetorical question. What is wrong about a person coming to a negotiation table in good faith?
Because you don't have to.
So how would you, let's play devil's advocate now. You are the advisor to the president or the Ayatollah or the military council of Iran. How would you tell them to approach the United States?
With the knowledge.
In terms of negotiations.
If you agree, if you say they know so well, which I'm arguing that, I'm just trying to explain something, which I'm arguing that they don't know so well about the West. If you are saying that they know very well about the West, then they probably know about the influence of Israel there. And they probably know that there is nothing Israel will ever accept. They know that already. If they already know that, in my estimation, they seem to be naive to not to know that. And Israel controls America almost completely, like you like to believe.
Like I like to believe.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
So what makes you think? Let me finish my point. Why would they go and basically negotiate with Israel?
Forefathers,
does that make sense to you?
No. What doesn't make sense is that you can't understand a simple question. So my question again was very simple. Let's play devil's advocate. If you were the sole advisor that you know that whatever I say the Ayatollah or the council or the the IRGC is going to listen to me, and they say, listen, we have done every kind of simulation. We have done every kind of scenario that could eventually happen in the case of a catastrophe, or in this case, we're going to talk to forefathers. Now, forefathers, how would you advise them to negotiate? Everything else you said was in no relation to my question. So that's what wasn't making sense. So tell us and the audience, in your infinite wisdom, how you would have told them to negotiate.
You know how I would tell them to negotiate? I will ask them to negotiate, knowing full well I'm going full on with my nuclear program. That's how I'll ask them. I'll ask them, do whatever you need to do. I'm going ahead with my nuclear program.
But that's what they are doing, that's what they are doing.
But they are not. But no, but that's not what they are doing. That's
no,
oh my God. You are not okay, Jide, hold on. You are making points that don't add up. Their leader, their religious leader has ordered them pass a fatwa that they should not go for nuclear weapons at all. And you are here saying that they are going. They are not doing it. They are not going to go. You are thinking that they are doing it secretly. No, if they were doing it secretly, they would have gotten there by now.
You still haven't said how you're going to negotiate. Everything else.
No, I just told you just now. I just told you they are going to keep talking to them while I go and develop my technology.
Can you hold up? What I'm saying is right. What I'm not saying they're building nuclear weapons. What I'm telling you is that they are. So to put this in context,
can you try not to?
Let Jide have it. Say Jide hasn't been able to talk to you.
I asked you a question.
Let Jide talk.
No, he loves to talk, and I know you always try to.
Let him talk. You have already spoken now.
I didn't speak. I asked you a question. You haven't answered the question.
I already answered the question. If you don't like the answer, so be it. I already answered the question.
This is what's going on.
Let him speak first. I will answer.
This is what's going on. Please don't interrupt me. Let me talk. Please now. Okay. So as I was saying, the enrichment of uranium is not to build nuclear weapons. It's to have nuclear energy to what? To improve the quality of life of their people. However, the US is saying, no, we don't even want you to have any nuclear program. It's like they want to strangle Iran. So Iran is saying, we want to get to a enrichment percentage to at least, improve our energy, access in our country to boost our economy. Russia endorsed that. China endorsed that.
Didn't stop giving us the history. Like we were on.
Can you just let him talk? Not everybody knows. I don't know some of the things he just said.
Let me.
Can you just let him talk? See, Yazidi, you are not helping your case. Let him talk.
That's what they're negotiating on. And the US is saying, no, we don't want you to have any nuclear program at all. We don't want you to have any uranium enrichment at all. And I'm like, you come and tell us how we should use our uranium. Other countries are using uranium to boost their energy. Why can't we do that? That is the disagreement. Now, JCPOA now messed everything up. JCPOA messed a lot of things up. Because JCPOA is supposed to monitor those things. But actually, just JCPOA is now an intelligence vestige feeding Israel with a lot of secret information with the nuclear program. And that was how they were able to get what was going on in those nuclear facilities, that they bombed those nuclear facilities. Now, Iran is now saying, we don't want to have anything to do with IAEA. It's not even just POA, it's IAEA. We don't want to have anything to do with IAEA. In fact, now they're now contemplating that they will now withdraw completely from the JCPOA agreement.
Okay,
so that's what's going on right now. So it's not like they're not negotiating, but at the same time, their hands are tied. I mean, they can do better. They can go hardline and build nuclear weapons all they want, like forefathers. And I don't disagree with forefathers. But the point I'm making,
oh my God,
they are still putting their point.
Me, please.
Can you just let him talk? It's not nice what you are doing, Hutis. You think your only knowledge, your knowledge is the only good one. You should allow people to talk.
I'm dumb. I'm going based on what.
No, but you should let him to finish what he's saying, though.
Shutting me down. Fuck that.
You are being quite rude, though.
Shut me down. He shut me.
You can't even see that you are being rude. If he treated you like that, would you be happy?
Yes, I will be happy. People can.
No, you won't.
No, listen. All this manipulation you're doing. Listen. all these mind games. There's 64 people watching us. They're not stupid. They're seeing what you're doing.
What is the mind game? You are the one that is not letting him talk.
Yeah, when he interrupted me, I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Answer the
I've
question.
already spent time answering it. I can't keep shutting him out.
Listen, we don't need the history, okay? People are not coming here.
I've already answered your question. Move on.
Everything I've said is history. Everything I've said is history.
We don't care. Everybody knows it. Like coming here.
Not everybody knows it.
Show people.
You just assuming everybody knows it.
Regurgitating things that everybody knows. We don't give a shit. It's a very simple thing. You asked. You said the Iranians are not negotiating properly. Tell us how you would have done it different. You can't even.
I didn't say that they are not negotiating properly. I said their policy is not the right one. That's why I said the Ayatollah is saying that they should not even go nuclear. It is a wrong policy approach. When you have seen a situation whereby they cancelled, the first time they cancelled the agreement, that's when you should have even gone crazy. They cancelled the agreement years ago, more than 7 years now. You should have gone nuclear then. You shouldn't, because that's a warning sign already that this people will come for you. They are not interested in talks.
So
you literally have an agreement with them, they broke it themselves.
So you really think that the Iranians don't want to enrich the nuclear fossils to a stage where it'll be able to become a bomb?
There are two things. For me, the one I believe them now, which I didn't believe before, that they don't want to go nuclear. The fatwa that guy passed, at least overtly, maybe there are people in the background that are defying him and going ahead. It's possible. But that guy that passed that fatwa, they are following it.
So they're passing a fatwa. So why have they been getting bombed on this one?
Because they don't want them to master the enrichment process. That is the whole quarrel. The quarrel is they are saying that they want to master the enrichment process so that they are a nuclear threshold nation. They don't want to build nuclear weapon, but they want the capacity to be able to understand how to do those sort of things.
But whether the fatwa or no fatwa, the West don't even believe. No, the West still believe that the fatwa is also a political statement. They don't believe. They still believe they want to go ahead, and the West don't want it to happen. That's another thing.
I don't think they. You know what? If you ask me, in their heart of hearts, they don't think so. But what they don't want is for Iran to even be a nuclear threshold nation. That's what Brazil is. That's what Japan is. Maybe a few other nations that are like that. They don't want Iran to even be there at all.
Brother Paul.
They don't even want it to do ballistic missiles. They don't even want that.
Let me move further this point. Look at Pakistan. Look at Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. They formed a pact, right? They formed a pact. These are Muslim countries. Why can't Israel go after those countries and say, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia is close to us. They will have nuclear weapons.
Well, because they're not a threat to Israel the way Iran is.
That's the thing. That's exactly the point. They are targeting Iran. They are targeting Iran because Iran is supporting the Palestinian resistance.
But how did that even come into the conversation? We know that
it's connected to the conversation.
No, because if Iran was close to the US right now, if Iran was close to the US, they can negotiate so many different things. And if America is so keen on ending the reason why Iran hates Israel, then just get them a two-state solution and it's over. All this issue goes away.
Who's going to get the two-state
solution? You make mistake. These people pick their enemy.
Who's going to get the two-state solution?
The US now. Who else is
the US should get.
The US can negotiate a two-state solution. Are you telling me they can't? If they can't, then nobody will. Then the World War.
The US that has been giving them bombs to kill the Palestinians since 1948. The same US that gave them weapons in 1967 to go against all the Arab.
No, I agree with you on all that. I'm saying in a context of if they truly wanted to work with Iran, there are so many ways to nullify this whole issue.
So you
that
agree
Iran
now,
will no longer be a threat to the West at all.
So you agree now that it is not, in fact, Iran's lack of negotiation skills that is a problem, but the fact that the West does not want to negotiate with Iran in good faith, because that's what your statement just
That
said.
one has been established. But what you are missing is that because that reality is true, Iran shouldn't have followed that post the way they are following it now. They should have gone the other way. Like I said, even when they broke off the first time.
Which is the other way? You keep saying the other way.
Remember economic
They
sanction
were
is
still
more
being
deadly.
sorry. They were still being inspected till just not long ago. They should have stopped a long time ago. Like, if you break up an agreement that we had, it's not my fault if I go nuclear anymore.
So tell me,
it's not my fault.
Because I think my problem is understanding why people
they thought the deal.
Again,
they now killed their general.
Again, you interrupted me, and then you claim I'm the one interrupting you. I don't know why you always think you have to tell everybody the history of what we already know.
You should be allowed to speak to me.
Well, I was asking a question. So, if you say they should have just continued enrichment of the nuclear fossils, what do you think if they had kicked out the IAEA, if they were the first to go against the JCPOA and void it, what do you think would have happened to Iran?
The same attack that you saw now?
No, it would have been worse. They would have obliterated them.
Oh, you think it would have been worse?
Oh yeah, definitely. And they would have done it. And they would have done it with the acquiescence of people like yourself, because you talk like yes. All that funny laugh you were giving. Oh, look at them! Israel has taken over Iran's airspace. Oh, look, they've killed all their generals. Ha 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 ha. This is what you would have been doing. But
I don't. You are quite incoherent. You know, I don't know where you got my position from.
I'm slow.
That is quite incoherent. That's not how I reason. See, my own reasoning, just to be clear, Libya negotiated, tried to be nice, boom, down. Saddam tried to allow inspectors, down. North Korea said, screw you, it's fine. Iran should have done the same, should have remained the same. Find a way to be strong on your own. If you give ground, history suggests that they will come for you nonetheless.
You talk a lot. You talk a lot. You talk a lot of nothing.
I don't know all this ad hon. You just keep insulting people constantly.
No, because it's starting to irritate.
I didn't insult you. Why do you just keep insulting people constantly?
No, it's irritating. I think I have low patience. I think I have low patience with I just have low patience with people that I think they have a tunnel
don't
vision.
Agree exactly with you.
No, you don't have to agree with me, all right? And I actually love divergent
Israel
opinions.
controls the US.
I love that. Of course, you will laugh. You didn't even know what APAC was. So,
man, Israel controls the US.
He thinks Israel does. So you know more than wait.
Jide, you take it or you leave it. Israel control the US.
No, that's not true. That's not true, man. It's not true.
Listen to this kid. This kid does not even know. He's the same one that will come on here, tell us about Mamdam is not a socialist. All right? He'll say he doesn't even know the difference between capitalism.
I hope you know APAC is not among every other lobbyer. APAC is not registered as a foreign lobbyer. You understand? But exactly what they are doing is foreign lobby.
They don't understand.
What are you talking about?
Instead of them to go study,
you're right. They have
to go study.
But they don't have control over the US government.
You see,
no.
Jide,
go watch Thomas.
You're not being reasonable. You are just talking in very.
Jide, go watch Thomas Massey interview.
All right.
Go watch Thomas Massey interview with Tucker Carlson. You understand? He said every congressman have their APAC man that will tell them what to do, what not to do. That's the level where they meet you in your office.
They let Paul finish speaking.
More than 8
you understand?
Ago, I mentioned Thomas Massey to these two that are trying to shut me down now. And I always did.
No, it's only when they allow only you to talk. What do you mean they're trying to shut you down? You have to let some other people talk.
I'm telling Paul that what he's trying to say, Thomas Massey, I know you're getting agitated because I'm pulling your cards. That Thomas Massey, go back and look at prior videos. And I would come week after week after week after week and mention him.
Yeah, he said it. He said in Congress, they call it my APAC guy. Every member have an APAC guy that will tell them what to say and what not to say.
But
you don't have opinion.
That's influence. That's influence.
That's called control. Where every one of them must go to Tel Aviv. Everyone, no. Do you know what you talk? You go to Tel Aviv, you go put your stuff in your head, you go hit the wall. What are you talking about?
I know what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is, each Congress they also have huge shareholding and huge executive connections with a lot of multinational oil companies. Would you say that oil companies are controlling them?
No, not like
Sorry. Let me just add to this. I hear what you are saying. People say this all the time. It's a long time ago I reached a conclusion. You see, the Rothschilds are supposed to be Jewish. You know, they are very, very powerful. They control most finances in most Western nations. Let's put it that way. They were very powerful, but Hitler happened. That should tell you something, that yes, they are powerful, but it doesn't mean when the people that they live within decide to take control, they don't. They can take control. And that's what you are beginning to see happen now. So it's a duality. It's not like it's absolute. Oh, Israel is just controlling them. Jews are controlling the West. That's not how it works. Sometimes they have influence in certain areas, but other times they reign their power back in again.
Tell me anything that is bipartisan in America apart from Israel. Apart from Israel, tell me anything that is bipartisan
because
in America.
Design pharmaceutical industry policies is almost bipartisan. The pharmaceutical one,
Brother Paul, Christian Zionists, would you say they are controlling the U.S. because they also have huge impact in lobbying the Republicans and also Congress?
No, they don't. Listen,
that is the control now. Where is the APAC money coming from? What are you talking about? So where is the APAC money coming from?
No, that's the point. That's the point. These groups.
Don't worry, they will find out.
No, I said, where is the APAC money coming from?
Don't worry, let time teach them. They will find out in the coming years who is truly in charge.
With all due respect, you need to learn this country more. I know you guys don't like me to say this. You guys just talk. All right? When you have a Congress that has handlers, and this is what I've been trying to tell you guys for almost 10 months. You have a Congress, no other group, all right? No other group.
Yeah.
No other lobbying group.
Every office.
You have to call
your APAC guy.
You have to call your handler. This is not, Jide is there cackling.
Nobody is saying that is false.
Hold on. I know when it's me.
You are saying stuff nobody is denying. I don't know.
You're quick. It's okay. Let me just know. So, what do you call that? When you have a foreign body, I don't think you guys understand what this means. We have a foreign body controlling all our Congress members. Every time they have to take a decision, they have to call their handler.
First.
A foreign lobbyist has to register under FARA. You have to register.
And APAC is not one of them.
A foreign agent. APAC went, before it became APAC, it went from AZM, and the Zionist movement became the Anti-Defamation League. These are some of the things.
So are you saying that let me ask, are you saying that when they want to pass
Forefather, another one again, you will go to Tel Aviv again. They will bug an American Congress hotel. They will bug your room. And you cannot punish the people for that. Come on now.
I've seen cases
if it is not control.
They bug everything. Yeah, even if it's control. See, my point is that the control is not permanent and it's not in all areas. The question is, when they want to pass gun legislation, are you telling me that they have to consult Israel before they vote on that gun legislation too?
If it's not gonna, it's a silly question, but I'll indulge you. So basically, yeah, it's an extremely silly question.
Oh my God, man.
Extremely, like,
Is there nothing you don't throw insult at?
not silly.
The only way I can agree.
Let me finish, Jide, please. I didn't ask you.
Oh my God.
So, if it does not impact Israel, if that gun legislation in any way is going to affect the Jewish nation or the interests of Israel, you best believe your handler is going to call in on it.
Of course. But now you've acknowledged that it's not everything they consult Israel on.
Nobody said it's everything, anything that impacts Israel.
Of course.
That's not
Okay,
even
good.
true.
So in other words,
some minority Congress people that still disagree with.
Do you know?
No, it's true, of course. No, but he's talking about majority. He's talking about majority.
Because you like to argue and talk and pretend you know what you're talking about. Who is Thomas Massey?
Why do I have to talk about Thomas Massey?
Of course,
I won't talk about him. But why?
He doesn't have to know him.
Why do I have to? I know him, but
He doesn't. He knows APAC exists.
I know him, but I'm not.
Why do you think Paul is laughing? He has
I
to
know
know,
the
but of
influence.
course he's gonna come here, pretend, interrupt people.
Okay, I can admit I did not watch the interview with Dr. Carlson.
I'm not talking about the interview. I don't care.
Not the interview.
I've seen the interview.
I don't watch the interview.
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
But as you
Go watch his primaries.
I've seen that interview with that guy when he said they have APAC handlers. That is not new.
I haven't even watched it.
I've watched it. I've seen it. I've seen it.
These are things that have been going on.
Israel controls
Okay,
the US.
so
APAC lobby. I listen to all this.
Yeah, of
It's
course
all
it is.
bullshit.
Yeah, listen to. Of course, it's bullshit. Stick it up your ass. So, even back in the 80s.
Man, calm down now.
No,
Jeez.
you interrupted me. I don't care. I don't care. If you're rude to me, I'm gonna be rude to you.
Why are you
That's
so?
it.
It's not. It's being rude to you.
All right, good. So even it didn't start now. It didn't start with Tucker Carlson. It didn't start with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It didn't start with Thomas Massey. It didn't start with
Juma Boma.
It didn't start with all these people. Okay, as far back as the 60s, the 50s, especially when Israel was known as, because they were the original terrorists. Okay, they were with the Aragon groups. They were the original terrorists, and people like JFK had been warning about them. They've been warning America and the world, and some people speculate that this is why JFK himself died or was assassinated, and why RFK himself was also assassinated.
You know, let me say something about what you said just now. You know, there was this video of that Chinese guy that was doing lectures that I played the other day, and you were like, "Oh, now you're going to be talking about this again and all the rest of it." But based on his postulation in that lecture, what Israel is doing now shouldn't be unexpected. The power they will now should not be unexpected. He said it, that this type of stuff forges extremely powerful people. The event that occurred in the Second World War forges people like that. Have gone through very difficult circumstances that they become extremely powerful people.
So you
And that's
agree
what
now
you see.
that they control the U.S. government, or you're going to go back to saying?
No. I didn't say they don't control. I say that the control is dual. You always like to choose one part. You forget the part that, see, okay, what I mean by dual, imagine history. History is telling you what it looks like. The Rothschild control almost all financing in Western economies. And yet Hitler happened. Why?
Forget Hitler. Stick to the topic
No,
at hand. Let's
because
talk
you should be. You see,
the
that's somebody that don't want to listen to history.
No. I am listening. I just don't like straying off topic, and I see you guys have a tendency of doing that. This is why I usually get irritated. So
no,
stick to the topic. And
the topic is that okay. Now let me explain this in more, literal terms. They have control to an extent when the actual people that are in charge of that dominant, the people that are in charge of the dominant culture, if they want it back, they will get it back because they've done it before, and they are looking to do it now, and you're going to watch it happen whether you like it or not. And this is why I fear you guys should be watching your back in America. They will do it. These people are not in any
to some extent, I agree with you. That is what Charlie Kirk, when they tried to use him, they were scared of, because the youth does not support this Israel thing. You understand? And these are good percentage of MAGAs and everything, but still will not support this Israel thing and everything.
Because they are seeing that
Yes.
it is turning. The other people, the
But
white people are
forefather,
turning now.
it's also different when it comes to politicians. Politicians may see these things, but they still do what they know how to do. You
Well, of
understand?
course,
It
they
takes
will
time.
still behave the same way. It takes time, yes. And that's what they are afraid of. They are afraid of, because Charlie Kirk was, okay, we don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk. Let's not try to implicate anybody. But they
No,
were
I'm
afraid
not
that
saying
Charlie
that. I'm not going there.
if Charlie Kirk turned against them, it's going to be very, very problematic, because Candace Owens is already on the outside. They are afraid that if Charlie Kirk goes with them, the Carson goes there, that
And
part
Megan,
of the Republican Party will just
even
dominate.
Megan, who is a Zionist,
Yes,
again.
and their power is gone if that had happened. And already the momentum is in that direction already. Anyway, this is why they are asking. This is why they insist on the Epstein files. Because they feel like that's where they're going to have evidence that they're going to use.
That will never come out anyway. That one will never come out. Don't waste your time about that.
Israel does not control the United States government, even with what everybody else has shown you, at least with regard, at least when I say everybody else, I mean influential people, people in the know, congressmen, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Macy, all these people, analysts are telling you this, intelligence officers are telling you this, senators, representatives, people like Paul, on him, myself, we're telling you all this. Neo-nationalists are telling you this. Do you know? And I said, I was putting it in the chat last week, and I mentioned it last week or 2 weeks ago. Netanyahu forced the United States to sell TikTok.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
All right.
To a Zionist.
So, and why do you think they did that?
To buy it.
To control the narrative. TikTok is only where the news is coming out.
Why do you think they did that?
So they can control it in the technical term.
So you think they sold it to Larry Ellison? They sold, that's Oracle, by the way. They sold it to all these Jewish conglomerates. And you think it's not because
maybe Zionist is more accurate than Jewish.
And I speak the truth, you know, they gave Trump $100 million in his campaign. One whooping $100 million.
Miriam Adelson.
They probably gave him more than that. They probably gave him more than that. I think $100 million will not buy Trump this bad.
Miriam Adelson was the single largest donor, and she gave him
the one that the husband died at the whole casino in China.
I think the mistake we make, I'm sorry to say this, and in a way I don't like to say this about things publicly, really, to be fair. I've never said it. The way Israel controls America is not only based on money. There are serious clandestine efforts that they make to do it. It's a war to them to do that. And I think there was one secret agent that was, I think UK one, they were asking him that, you know, how do you, what have you found in your career? Which country has troubled you the most? This is a UK secret agent. He said, it's the Israelis. He said, every time they always come with snooping devices. He said, but it can't be every time. He said, every single time that they had new anything, he had a spy device in it. He's never seen anything like that before.
Is that not what I'm saying?
These are people that are allies who say this about it.
And every senator and a congressman must go to Tel Aviv. And then you go there, they bug you, and everything, no punishment, no nothing. It's not control. What it is?
They had an agreement, okay? Just last week. Israel, Hamas.
You don't rule the world. I don't know why somebody's saying that.
Israel, Hamas, United States, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia came together. This is going to be the agreement. This is what we're going to do. Trump presented it. They agreed. The Middle East presented to Trump. Sources have revealed now that the only reason we heard a one-sided presentation from Netanyahu was because he changed it. He got there, he said, basically told Trump, like, what's this nonsense? Change it. He told the world one thing. He's on video. I can look for it and show
He
it.
went he went to his people and speak Hebrew and say another thing.
He spoke Hebrew and told the world, told his people, listen, I'm not
Isn't
agreeing
that
to
what
that
they
shit.
accused Arafat of doing all the time?
But that's what he always does. So you come to the White House and you want to tell us, you, Jide, want to come tell us, and you're still insisting on it, that this guy does not
What
control.
I'm saying, I don't disagree with your point. I don't disagree with Brother Paul's point. What I'm saying is, Israel as a state, as a country, as an ideology, they don't solely control the entire US government.
Who said it was the state ideology of the government? Isn't it the government? What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is Israel as an entity does not control the entire does not control the entire US government.
Who said Israel as an entity controlled the US government? When did anybody make that statement? What are you talking about?
Forefathers, that's not what they were saying.
In a way, that's what you were saying.
No, I mean, if you don't listen, I'm going to say something
okay, what precisely are you saying?
Real slick, and then all of a sudden I'm rude again. So if we say Israel, if we say America controls the world, do we mean Tata living on 186 in Jefferson also controls the world? Is that what the hell we're talking about? Or do we mean the people in charge of the United States government?
It could be both.
Oh, it could be both. Okay,
but that's why it's good to be specific about these things.
What are you even talking about, bro?
I'm just saying it should be more specific. Maybe that's why it's confused.
You think if they say England controls the world, you think they're talking about you? You think you count?
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on the context.
You think you control the world when they say England controls? What do you guys do? See why I get irritated easily?
No, I think it depends on the context. Some people will look at me as somebody in England. They will attribute it to me. This is how it works. Why do you think people go and attack innocent Jewish people?
What are you talking about?
You just watch somebody in the, I don't know, you didn't, in the UK, somebody went and attacked Jewish people in the UK. Are they the ones controlling America? Are they the ones bombing Israel? No, they are not.
This
is my context I'm talking about.
So if someone, are you really serious now, or are you just trolling? So if
you are saying that
if someone says England gave the Middle East away with the Balfour Declaration, you think they're talking about you?
They're not talking about me. They're talking about the nation.
They're talking about the people that were in charge of the government.
They are talking about the nation.
All right, you and Jide talk, man. I'll listen.
They literally you literally use the word the nation. And they also mean, see, you have to understand when people say something, there's a reason why when some people are against a country, they attack the innocent people. Why do you think they do that? Is it because those people are the government officials? No. I don't know why you understand things in such a narrow way.
Let me tell you something. And you speak really good English. You have a serious.
Oh, thank you. Is that even a compliment? I'm not sure it's a compliment.
No, it actually is not a compliment. You speak really good English for your understanding to be. It's not even nuance. It's just. I don't know. Sometimes I think you try to insult the person's intelligence because you're very crafty. I'll give you that. You're very crafty. Like things are turning against you. You try to turn. You hope you say certain things to turn perception of people against the person.
Or maybe because I'm seeing things more clearly.
But how can you really think? Paul, let me ask you a question that I just asked your best friend up there. If someone says, because these two are freaking, I'm trying not to lose my freaking temper right now. If someone says,
is it hot in wherever you are in New York? What's going on? Why are you too hot tempered today?
Because I think I don't like.
Yeah, behaving like G did 3 weeks ago.
No, I'm not behaving like him. I don't like unnecessary mind games. Like we can have a conversation.
We're not playing mind games.
If Paul, tell me, if someone says England controls Western Europe, for example, England controls Western Europe, whatever England says goes. Are you thinking that it is the government of England, or are you thinking it is our darling forefathers over here they're talking about?
Yeah. Yes, there's one thing with the people and there's another thing with the government. You understand? But now, what thing may be government policy and what politicians tend to do? They may not like it, it may not be popular, but they're still going to go ahead with
So
it.
you would think it's the politicians?
Yes, politicians.
Thank you. Forefathers, I rest my freaking case.
Okay, so
even when they know it's not popular.
Yes, but okay, now let me ask you, when they say
Forefather, I'm going to enjoy this conversation, but I just have a visitor, but I'll be listening.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you for joining us, Paul. I appreciate that. So I would have asked him, when they say Nigerians are 419 or scammers, are they talking about the deeper life adherents? Are they talking about?
Bro, that doesn't make sense. That's not a governmental policy. That's
you can see that clearly now.
Well, that is something that, and in fact, you cannot attribute an offense and that is committed on an individual basis on another individual that is not.
Yeah, but yet we have it happen nonetheless.
I haven't answered. That would happen. You haven't let me finish my statement.
I haven't finished my statement too when you interrupted.
Okay, sir. Continue talking then, since you didn't ask a question.
So when they accuse Nigerians of being 419, and then many Nigerians are victimized because of that same 419.
Sorry to
Does that mean those Nigerians are the ones that committed it?
Sorry to
it is again, if you let me land, that is not a governmental policy, which is what we were arguing over. Or we're trying to seek clarification on. Is it okay? You cannot attribute a crime that was committed by one individual on another individual that is unrelated to that situation. You can't do that. That'll basically be profiling.
But it happens,
and
though.
that'll be discrimination.
You know it happens, though.
Yeah, by low-minded people.
But that is my point. That is the point I'm making. See, America invaded Iraq, and most Democrats were against it, and yet many of them have to travel to Europe pretending that they were Canadians during that period, because they were all being targeted as Americans.
What has that got to do with what's? I don't understand.
You see, that part is cracking your brain. When the truth is staring you in the face, it cracks your mind up.
Right. I'm a little slow. Okay, so
what are you talking about?
We're talking about.
Let's let Jide come in so that it looks like we are not just excluding him.
Because we need to connect these dots, man. How is it impacting Nigeria? Last week, recently, one of the U.S. senators, or I think it was one of the U.S. congressmen, talked about Nigeria, how there are persecution of Christians in Nigeria. After our vice president went to United Nations to condemn the genocide in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. And they want to start increasing the volume against Nigeria now.
Yes, they want to start increasing the volume against Nigeria. This same group that we're talking about, they are beginning to start using one group against another group. Now they are saying that maybe it is Muslim, the Muslim terrorists in Nigeria that are killing Christians, committing genocide on the Christians. So now the plan now is maybe at some point, I think the guy, I can't remember his name now. I'm not sure about this, but the point is passing across. They need to now start scrutinizing Nigeria, and if possible, impose sanctions on Nigeria that may even lead to even potential military intervention. That may be the end goal overall. But
I hope they try to militarily intervene in Nigeria.
And I'm
let them try Nigeria for size.
I'm surprised
the only thing that's
it's a very serious issue.
Nah, it's not serious. The only thing that's happening is very simple. They're trying to do everything to divert attention from what's going on in Gaza. They just got They got Netanyahu got almost 100 of US's top influencers. The video is online. We met them on different days. Flew some to Israel. He met the last day he came. I think he met like
Was it
25
not
or something
100,000
like
they
that.
gave them each?
Yeah, so they pay them all this ginormous amounts of money to not to change the narrative of what is going on, especially with the youths. Change the narrative with the youths because they see the tide has turned and public opinion is against Israel. So they started talking about Christians being killed in Pakistan, Christians being killed in Nigeria, Christian. But the good thing about it was when Bill Maher said it, Nigerians, both Christians, Muslims, and whatever religion, turned against them. They saw the trick right away. They saw it
Bill
from where
Maher
he
said
was.
that.
Yes, Bill Maher said it. He was the one that actually put it out there. Bill Maher, who is an ultra Zionist, a
Yeah.
supposed atheist, decided all of a sudden, I'm going to be defender of Christ in Nigeria. And Nigerians, thankfully, because Nigerians are not as stupid as people think they are, they're wise, especially the young ones. They're wise, they're well read, they're exposed, and they caught on to it quick and they shut him down. Of course, there were elements, the usual elements that wanted to back him up and say, oh, yeah, they're killing us. But most people were like, I'm a Christian, mind your business. We don't need you in our business.
It's completely, it's one of those things that if they try to insinuate it about Nigeria, it's not going to fly because more Muslims have died from Boko Haram and the Muslim attacks anyway. So it's just ridiculous. And if there's anything we should be really concerned about, personally, I really think that maybe we as sub-Saharan Africans should be watching Sudan very closely because that is an omen of things to come. And we just seem to be asleep. The sooner we start getting our act together, the less the chances of what happened there is going to come down to us. I think, gentlemen, I think we've gone to 6 hours now. That is respectable time for the day. And I thank you all for coming in. You know, I speak the truth. Take it easy now. All this ruffle thing you're doing, this, I don't understand it.
Like,
eh?
I don't know. Maybe, you know what I think I need to start doing? I need to start taking myself out of my professional mentality and understand that, you know, I need to start dumbing things down. I need to start
dumb it down. You know, try to be more patient and understanding.
No, you can't be. You listen. You can't be patient. It's hard to be patient with someone that will see the truth or will refuse to go seek, but pretend like they know. It gets irritating. After a while, it gets irritating. You start getting pissed off. You know, and I know it's a Nigerian thing of trying to. Oh yeah, I know. Give us all this history, and then oh no, APAC is fine. Like you, after a while, you start getting irritated. Like, what are you even talking about? You're trying.
Sorry, do you know why sometimes I feel like there are different types of people? Some people are specialists in their areas, while others are generalists. And yes, specialists generally are more accurate when they predict stuff in their own areas, generally. But the generalists tend to make better intuitive judgments because they tend to understand how things connect together. You know, they call some people polymaths and different because they know so many different things. People don't understand how important that is. I think that's how human beings are supposed to be.
When something is right, it's right. When something is wrong, it's wrong.
That is true. But I'm trying to let you understand that when you are discussing many issues, there are areas you are specialists and you'll be better at those areas. But don't underestimate the skill set of people that can see between the lines.
Listen, again, that's not the point. That's not the point. Like I always, that's not the point. If something is right, it is right. If something is wrong, it is wrong.
That is true. Nobody's arguing with that point.
So you can't come on here and just say because I want to pretend, and I use pretend, I want to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. I will argue with the fact. I understand you're all the way in England, and I understand, maybe you might be getting your news source from a certain you might be getting your information from a certain source. So in a way, I guess that's where I'm less irritated with you, because I can say, okay, well, it's forefathers. He really doesn't know, right? As opposed to someone that will come on here and try to convince us wrongly. It's just like me saying forefathers.
So I convince everyone wrongly.
Someone, no, I mean, you can't convince anybody because people are calling it out. They're starting to see it. So
I can't convince people wrongly because whatever I say, I don't just come and say anything. I am confident whatever I say.
Yes, you do.
And whatever I say is validated.
Yes, you do. Listen, this is let me tell you.
If you go online and go and read, if you go and read books, if you think,
right. I just didn't teach, and I
you
didn't
don't just disagree blindly.
And I just didn't.
You won't come on here and go and be disapproving people's point of view.
All right. Okay, hold on. I've had students like you, and this is what they do. Yeah. Even when I work with government, and this is what they do. Even in school, they regard. This is why you're. Let me tell you. Let's talk like boys. This is why you're always usually off topic, and I'm glad people are listening to us. Let me tell you what you always do. And forefathers used to do the same thing. This is why you're usually off topic. You regurgitate. You go crime something, and then when we're talking about a certain subject. When we talking about this,
all this time that I've been talking,
let me finish. Don't try. I know you're trying to shut me down.
So my God!
All right, so this is what you do. You go crime things, right? Then why is my name Houthis and not Yazidis? It's because of you. It's because of you.
Why
is my name Yazidis and not Muslims? It's because of you.
This guy has my time to
hold on. Let me share some light. Let me share some light. I think you are making a mistake the way you are approaching these things, because you are acting, and I see Nigerians do this a lot. When you are discussing a point with them, then they will ask you one specific about that area. Just because you don't know that thing, they will say you don't know anything about it.
Okay, so let me
discussed.
Let me learn.
And I don't think that is accurate.
All right, but when did that happen?
What happened? Based on what you are saying about that, it reminds me of what people do within the Nigerian context. When you say Houthis are not Yazidis, maybe there's a conversation we are having with him.
You know why? You know why I did that? You were there. Let me finish. Why I did that, and I didn't say anything. Why I did that? It was the usual thing. Stop trying to bamboozle people. All of us.
He mistaken Yazidis with Zaidis.
No, you said you were supposed to say Zaidis. Look at you laughing. I can show you your tape.
I cannot make this up.
Okay, now let me ask you one short question. Do you think sometimes people can be cross-talking each other and misunderstand the points that they are making?
Very, very true. But listen, forefathers, that's not my point. That's not my point.
Maybe that's what is mostly going on here.
No. Listen.
You have time.
It's not. Listen, we cannot keep coming on here, and this is why sometimes I get irritated. We cannot keep coming on here to bamboozle people. People are listening. People are trying to learn. All right, we can't keep coming on here and I have to win this thing. I'm just going to try to bamboozle people.
Who bamboozles people?
You get what I'm saying? So we had a whole talk all night today about AIPAC. And where was my irritation? Because he tried to do the same thing again. Even when Paul was trying to correct him, instead of him to go read up on it. There's nothing wrong. Go read up on it.
But you are saying that we are disagreeing with you. We are not disagreeing with what you are saying. You know what you are doing in the opposite side? You are not seeing that we are adding extra caveats to what you are saying. And I don't understand it. You're like, nobody is saying what you are saying is wrong, and you are still keep fighting us. We are just trying to say that there is more to what you are saying.
No, you probably didn't say it was wrong. He has always held on to the position.
My position remains that I will say it again.
Wait, notice he does
Israel
something.
does not control the entirety of America.
Notice he does something when I'm speaking, right? This is exactly what he does. This is why I get upset. So he does something. When I'm speaking, he's quick to interrupt, he's quick to good all this, he's doing all this, and then you're asking him like, okay, so what part are you disagreeing with? And then he starts talking about something unrelated just to show us that, oh yeah, I know this. He's like, what was that? What are you doing? You get what I'm saying? So it's irritating for me.
Yeah, but you have to be patient because you don't know. Sometimes you have to listen to what they are saying so that you can be able to rebut more completely. Maybe they will understand you and come to your side.
I don't have to listen. I don't have to rebut if, for example, I'm making a statement and you're there in the background shaking your head, wagging your finger, and I say, or interrupting as usual, and I say, okay, so what are you? I'm hoping to hear something that'll educate me. And then you just go off topic and start talking about something else. And it's like, what are you always doing?
You see, now let me give you an example to try to highlight. I hope you see it. You asked me, how would I have approached the Iranian negotiation? Listen, the first time I said, if I was Iranians, I wouldn't be behaving the way they were behaving. Then you said, no, I didn't answer the question. And I took on board that I didn't answer the question directly. Then the next time you insisted that I answer the question, then I went on to say, you know what? I will carry on talking to them the way I'm talking to them right now, but I will go on to develop my nuclear technology without any listen. When I gave you that answer, you still said I did not answer the question. So it means that you were not listening to what I was saying.
No, it means that you didn't answer the question. That's what it means.
But I did though. I answered it directly. I said I will be negotiating the way I'm negotiating now, but my approach is that stupid fatwa will not be there because I will be going to develop my nuclear technology.
That was probably like the third time. You can always go back. No. You can always go back.
See, that was when I answered it. And when you insisted I didn't answer it, I kept telling you I've already answered it.
The first few times, listen, I'm not a water bottle, okay? I have a brain. The first few times you did something, you went off on a tangent. And I had to say, get back on topic.
And I took it on board and I
said,
did,
get back on topic. And you did it again. And then
no, I didn't do it again. It was when you get into, you see, remember, whenever people get into their feelings, they don't tend to hear people, even when the person answered them. You kept saying I didn't answer you. I kept saying I have answered you now.
You can, I mean, we're not going to agree on it. You can easily go back. I'm going to rewatch it as usual. You can go back and rewatch it. So I know that was why I kept saying, get back on topic. And at some point I got irritated.
And he completely refused to listen to Jide at all. Like you were not even paying attention to Jide, whatever Jide was saying. It's like whatever he said, he might as well just be water flowing on dog's back. You were not listening to hear what he was saying.
No, because listen. Why? I mean, you can always go back to watch this video. We're talking, we have a topic, all right? We're arguing. Then you say, oh, let me talk. You start talking. Then you start telling us, you go off and then you start telling us where everybody, like, we didn't come here to hear the history. We're trying to either prefer solutions or we're arguing about a topic. Stop taking people off topic. I don't know. Maybe that's how you guys discuss. But for me, it gets irritating because that's why we're always talking over each other. This one's talking that way, talking that way. For me, it just gets, it's less intellectual when we do that. When people cannot stick to topic. You know what I mean? So
I think the best format for you when you truly want to converse is one-on-one. Maybe one day you and Jide You and Jide will have a thorough conversation. Maybe you finally get along. It's not impossible. There's no reason why not. You understand each other a little bit more. But I really appreciate you all for joining us today. And Jide, thank you for being patient and enjoying. Jide has been very patient. He was listening for a very long time before he even spoke the first time. And even when he spoke, everybody, you keep jumping at him like as if he's being offensive. It's not right. Let's treat Jide as everyone else, not because he's not the moderator. We just keep trying to do it. And I do value the fact that he does homework, comes here and tries to share them. Not everybody likes it. Like some people, like he's lecturing us and all the rest. So what? There are people that don't know anything about it or that may want to hear what he's saying.
Yeah, my man,
So
let's just stick to topic.
Oh, look at that. He wants to start eating already. All right, then. Thank you. And also, let me say thank you to the people in the chat. They started going after you, Boom Boom Ray. Aladdin A, I see you there. I Beauty 10, I see you there. Light, thank you for joining us. Blessed, I thank you for joining us too. Who else is there? A Black Beauty. We truly appreciate you and thank you for also subscribing to the not subscribing, becoming a member of the channel, the Dr. Damages family. And there is also, who else am I missing out there? There is Chopper O. She too was there. Adama stepped in for a bit and went off again. All the people that I don't remember, I'm sure there are not that many. Fumi O is there too. Thank you for joining us. Oscar Blackbone was also there. Fumi O she still has this bad belly where one day I didn't know a fact and I didn't correct myself. I corrected myself in the next session. Today she still hold that grudge. When I get something wrong, I'll correct myself. What is the point? I have no pride. I have no ego. It barely exists. It's been shot to pieces. Thank you all for joining us. Till next time, I will see you. Tomorrow there's going to be a show, so join us for today. Actually, join Dr. Damages with the guests and KJ later after Dr. Damages' interview. Probably going to be an interesting discussion, and we appreciate you all for joining us today. Till next time, we'll see you all. Bye.
This is not a dream. This is realer than it seems. So keep your eyes wide open.
Jeremiah Kanade ala melite itogo aibawane kare agache kai konwale kakoko umatala nata ide serema atala bunu center obodo oku na-ewu nene mobility ekute siki no lebo putelu siki 1 siki 2 siki 3 siki 4 siki 5 siki 6 ibute kwekwere n'eghe kwaye wemia ngwachi wemia ngwame wemia oya yegodimia oya mewemia oya mewemia ogweliba ogweliba ogweliba